Hello everyone. How are we doing on a wonderful little Monday evening? Hello, hello, hello. Something a little different for us. A little Monday evening stream. I can't believe we just I came live. Well, I turned my OBS on like 20 minutes ago. I was like, man, nice. We're still above 600 subs. It's like, bam, minus 10. Minus 10 before we started. Like, god damn it! I thought out loud. Apparently, I triggered something into not being my friend. All right, guys. Hello. How we doing? Welcome to the Monday night weeklies. So obviously, so I was away over the weekend. I literally got back 2 hours ago. Yeah, I came back about 2 hours ago, and yeah, we're here for the Monday night weeklies because everyone else, I'm pretty sure, is in freaking Vegas or something. So I'm pretty sure there's no one else even. That might not be true. There might be other people streaming tonight, but I'm pretty sure the majority of English streamers are absolutely not streaming tonight. So we're here to give you guys some games still. Cover this tournament that we don't usually cover because it's usually got a lot of English coverage anyway, so it's one that we typically sit out. And yeah, should be some fun is the TLDR I've got going on. Looking at the bracket just quickly here, we've got Clem, we've got Geralt, Percival, QF, Yand, Byon, Milky Cow, Hero, Mindel VK, Trigger, Shameless, MaxPax, Baby Marine, Graph, Solar, and Mixu as maybe some of the notable names. I'm just thinking about what to go into early. I'm thinking maybe Geralt, Starlight could be interesting. Because the winner of that plays, but like likely play, that could like line up to be like a Geralt Percival next round. And I think that might be one of the more fun second round matches. Fiantkyo could be kind of fun. I mean, there's going to be some fun ones. There's probably going to be some fun ones, but that's just what I'm seeing as like a very likely second round matchup. So I think we're probably going to go there. Ask Geralt for an invite, and we'll start there and go from that. How's the weekend? It was good. Yeah, I'm happy to be home, man. I'm done not being home. I'm excited just to like, yeah. I'm excited just to like cast some StarCraft 2 and not do anything else. You know, not travel anywhere. Just be at home until like. Well, I go away in 2 weekends time, and like, you know, 2 weekends from now I go away, but it's only like Saturday to Sunday. So I'm just very ready to just be home for kind of the rest of the year, to be honest. Like, just sit back, stream some StarCraft 2, maybe have a couple little, you know, family trips somewhere, but nowhere severely kind of traveling or anything like that early on, so, or for a while. So yeah, kind of happy to just sit back, settle down, and actually just, yeah, stream is the TLDR of what we really need to do. We need to stream. We've had a little bit of fortune lately with some stuff that's allowed us to kind of keep the content going and some funding coming in and stuff, but we need to make the most of it and stream through these good months and try and basically just kind of push some content, get some subs up, get some ad revenue, all that kind of goodness, because we gotta yeah, well, we got to get out there and we got to make some money. Is what it comes down to run some more tournaments. Is what it comes down to. So, Wardy, have you played in tournaments before? Yes, I've played in tournaments before, not very successfully. My Liquipedia page tells me my all-time earnings. Approximate total winnings in StarCraft 2: $1,044. How much of that do you reckon is because of How much of that do you reckon is because of me, and how much of that do you reckon is because of I got carried in like a 2v2 or something? Twitch Rival StarCraft 2v2 Showdown, Mana and Wardy, 7th to 8th place. Prize $150. What that doesn't say is that there was only 8 teams. We went 0-0-3. To be fair, that was very unfair because in this one they teamed up like pro. Well, it was like all streamers, but like I was by far and away the worst player in this thing. Like it was absolutely like so these were the teams that played, okay? This shit's crazy to me, right? So, Snoot and Demaga, first of all, those are two literal pro players. This was also in like 2019. Snoot and Demaga, Vibe and M Canning, Neuro and Winter, Beastie Cutie and Indie, DeMuslim and Loco, Jim Rising and Livy B, Pig and Rifkin, who finished just above us apparently, and then Mana and Wardy. Like, me and Mana and Pig and Rifkin, like, we traded 7th and 8th places on one event to the other, because it was like Archon, then also 2v2, but like, Mana drew me and must have been so upset. Like, I was by far and away the worst player in this entire list. This was on the back of, like, a lot of the Twitch Rivals stuff we did was like fun stuff. It would be like, oh, let's go, you know, it's going to be like arcade games and so on. So when they asked, hey, do you want to do another Twitch Rivals? I was like, yeah, sign me the hell up. And then it was like, oh, you literally just want me to ruin Mana's day. Like, you actually just want me to ruin Mana's day? I was like, I felt so bad. I was like absolutely useless, you know, like, I was just not good then at all either. So that was apparently $325 of my overall career earnings. And then $345 came from the 8th place in the Twitch Rivals StarCraft 2 Arcade Showdown. So I only got 8th in this one. I feel like, oh, I got 8th out of 12th. That's not too bad, no? I got 8th out of 12th place. Oh, that's not so bad. That could have been much worse. What did we play? We played Mono Battle. Oh, yeah. We still played, like, 1v4 fastest versus AI and, like, Beast of the Hill. So it was basically, like, I still got screwed. There was only one thing that was, like, there was Raynor Party that I did very well in. Yeah, I did well in Raynor Party, and that was it. Everything else I just completely screwed over in. Because it was still just skill-based. Yeah. Unbelievable, man. I can't believe they didn't move these events more into my own strength. You know? $117, Epic 26, top 8 finish. The only Epic land to ever have a top 8 prize pool, thanks to Boombox, the Overwatch Pro, for sponsoring it. Obviously, had to swoop in there. I actually beat some GM players there. That was actually genuinely well-earned prize money. The Clashcasters Invitational, top 12, 1-2 finish. $54. $130, Base Trade TV Star League, Season 1 in Vancouver. Offline event, I flew out to cast. Signed up because I could. Got out the group stages, got into the playoff bracket. Knocked Zergirl out with some dirty cheese. Esports earnings cast invitational, $73. That's my list of career earnings. Crazy. Yeah. I am watching for the lobby that I wanted us to get into, by the way, guys, so I am kind of just playing on that a little bit. Oh, we could have maybe gone Byon versus Triple as well, because they're... so, I mean, I kind of like the Geralt match, because I think that's actually kind of interesting still. But, well, I guess... Let me see if Byon started already. No, did I just swap server as the lobby link came up? Ay. Wardy, can we switch YouTube back to nicknames instead of usernames? I've got no idea, man. Like, I didn't change that. Like, that's nothing I've done. I thought that was just YouTube changing how it worked. Yeah, I've got no idea how that's a thing. If that's something I can actually change, I can look into it, but, like, that just changed one day on YouTube. I've got no idea why. Alright, we maybe could have joined that Beyond game if my freaking Korean server connected the first time instead of 3 times over. Unbelievable. Alright, guys, all good. All good. Chilling. We chill. We just sit and chill for a little bit anyway. We're not in any rush to jump in game or anything. We can chill a little. I'm very consistent with 7th to 10th place. Yeah? Check me out. 7th to 10th place king. Maybe that's my place in life, being 7th to 10th. To be fair, top 12 at BTS, the BTSL thing was kind of cool. I actually played some... Don't get me wrong, I didn't beat any big names, but, like, the players that were there, it was pretty fun. Like, it was a pretty fun, like, open event that I played in. Yeah, because it was, like, from the open bracket. And I beat this guy called Fry. I mean, first of all, Fry beat me the first time, and I had to beat him in the rematch on stream. And it was great. And then I actually played Fry, like, the week after. Like, me and Fry had this, like, rivalry for, like, 2 weeks, because I also played in, like, a Barcraft or something in Vancouver, like, the week after or so. I got knocked down to the lower bracket by Kwai Rice, I beat the girl, and then I lost to Goucher. It's not bad though. Still, it was not a bad effort, man. This bracket is crazy. Can you imagine showing somebody this bracket in 2025? Holy, like you guys see what I see, right? There's more Zergs there than we've seen Zerg games in the last year and a half. Holy shit! I'm the only Terran player. I'm the only Terran. There's two Protoss players. And then everybody else was just a Zerg. Isn't that actually wild? Oh, that's actually kind of nuts. That is actually kind of nuts. Crazy business. I'm the Terran Hope, yeah. No, I really was the Terran Hope. Yeah, that was fun. So we went to this Barcraft thing as well, which was in, I guess it was in Vancouver still actually, because I think I went with Rifkin. So we went to this Barcraft thing, and obviously a lot of people from the BTSL were there, and you could actually play in this Barcraft. So I don't know if I took my laptop, or I've just had to play on someone's laptop. I played this Barcraft, and I got second place, beating Fryer on the way. And I was so close to my dirty Cyclone Cheese winning in the finals to get this cool little 3D printed thing. Yeah, this was the peak of my StarCraft career. This is when I was genuinely... If there was ever a time... Oh, what? If I just press it? I don't know. If there was ever a time I was actually good at StarCraft, this was kind of that period. Like 2018-ish. That Casters Invitational in that same kind of time frame. Yeah. So this Casters Invitational, this was the one that Todd ran. I was actually pretty good then as well, and I actually felt pretty confident about my about having a chance to get out, and I had a tough group. Like, I actually think well, all the groups are kind of tough, but I actually think if we did like a secondary tournament, so this was one of the things we always asked for in the from the casters tournaments, is if we did like a secondary tournament for like, because like the top 8 or top 2 of each group advanced to make the top 8 bracket, right? But I always said there's actually a pretty good split of like top 8, and then the next 8 guys would always be like fun and competitive. I actually think if we did like 8 matches, or the 8 players that got 3rd and 4th place in their groups in this tournament, I actually think I would have won. So I claim a theoretical 9th place finish. A theoretical 9th place finish. Beautiful stuff. Hey, what's up, Lambo? Thank you for the raid. Hello, everyone. You guys must be the magic touch, because I've just gotten us into a lobby. We've been sat here for a little while waiting for them to veto and figure out and, you know, start the cup things. But Lambo raids us, and instantly we have a game. This is going to be Geralt versus Starlight. This probably is going to be a bit one-sided, guys, in this opening match. That's okay. I actually kind of want to see Geralt Percival in round 2, which is likely to happen if the favorites both win out. Obviously, if there's an upset, then that's kind of exciting anyway. So either way, we kind of win. But welcome. We're just about to get going. Is the TLDR. So hello, welcome, and yeah, hope you guys are doing good. Yeah, anyways, that was a fun, good question, you know? Good, you know when I asked, like, hey guys, you got some downtime, has anyone got, like, a fun question or anything they want to... That is the kind of question we need more of, you know? I didn't even have to ask for it this time. This is just a great question through and through. Brilliant. You'll love to see it. Twitch, it wasn't even Twitch chat, YouTube chat delivering. Absolutely beautiful. I'm super interested how the YouTube does today, because we don't usually stream at this time, and usually that makes the YouTube stream be like, whoa, you are streaming at a different time to who would ever watch you streams 5 hours later than normal? Are you crazy? Usually your stream ends now. Why would we show anyone this? So I'm kind of interested to see how YouTube goes today, because yeah, usually when I stream in the evenings, YouTube freaks out about it being a bit later in the day than it might be otherwise. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But otherwise, we're going to get started with Geralt in the bottom left. Starlight is the green Terran in the upper right. Geralt obviously being the favorite, and Starlight absolutely being the expected underdog as we go into game number 1 of a best of 3 in the first round. So Monday night weeklies, guys. Obviously, this tournament happens pretty much every Monday. Obviously, we do WardiTV Mondays, usually a few hours earlier than this. Again, I was away this weekend. We moved our Monday Cup to Friday. This Cup usually happens, you know, 1 or 2 hours after our Monday Cup wraps up. And it's a little bit different because they've got a double elimination bracket. The lower bracket is all best of 1. And there's a little bit of a different kind of best of situation in the finals and so. But otherwise, the general idea, the general concept is pretty darn simple. It's an open cup. Anyone can play. And we're going to sit back and enjoy some games for a few hours. It's the TLDR. You live in France at 6 p.m., so it's better for you. Oh, I know this is a great time to stream for Europe. YouTube hates it. YouTube's just like, YouTube can't believe that I would, you know, usually stream at midday, but one day I might want to, like, YouTube just hates change, you know? YouTube just hates change. It's got like a it's got a little bit of anxiety about when things aren't the same as they usually are. It's like, wait, did you upload 2 videos in one day? No, you usually upload 1 video a day. No, can't process this concept. I'm just, nope, I'm out. And then it just doesn't do anything with the second video because it freaks out, you know? So YouTube doesn't like change. YouTube likes being Mr. Consistent. It likes the same thing every single day. It likes the same routine. You know, it's a very routine kind of filled platform. So yeah, like I said, just interested to see how it goes. Maybe today will be fine because I haven't done anything early on as well. I don't know. Like I said, usually I stream at 5 a.m. your time. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a bit of an odd time for me to stream. I am trying to stream a little bit more, not necessarily like starting at this time, but to try and lengthen the stream so that we're still live at this time for an extra hour or 2 still. We're doing a lot of that, especially as we have a few more tournaments to cast, and I was talking recently about how the next couple of months is actually a lot of stuff to cast. We'll have a lot of StarCraft 2 going on. Stargate coming up, couple probes and Warp Gate coming in. But yeah, like I said, I don't usually stream at this sort of time. Honestly, it's kind of hard to stream at this time as well. Like, usually, I mean, Korean players play in this, but the majority of Koreans don't want to play this late at night. So when it comes to running events, if you run something in this time zone, you're kind of holding yourself just to European players. And unfortunately, we live in a world for StarCraft 2 where running just European-based tournaments is not really super, I don't want to say profitable per se, but like it just doesn't work out as well as like, well, why not just cast 3 hours earlier and get Koreans to play as well, you know? Unfortunately, our player pool is a little bit smaller than it used to be. I mean, we did run the European League earlier this year, and we did stream in this time zone, so it's not an unheard of thing, just it is the less than common thing that we do. Anyway, an Oracle is gonna go running up towards the upper right side, the Reaper moving around on the bottom, Nexus, Twilight Council, Gateway, all being built for the moment as we just have that. Reaper gonna drop a grenade down. Starlight is pretty spot on with the opening build, to be honest. I like it. You know, we have an underdog, and oftentimes we have an underdog, and it's like, well, this is probably going to be one-sided, but the opening build and so is pretty decent here to start us off. And you just have the Oracle getting in after a couple of SCVs, so a few SCVs going down initially. It's going to be a 4th, it's going to be a 5th, now going to be 6. And those few Marines gather up and just going to go after that Oracle. That's going to be 7 kills, so not bad. Starlight's build was fine, just positioning against the Oracle is not great, obviously. A little unfortunate. Well, Oracle is not super common in this day and age. It is becoming more of a thing now that Stargates are kind of back. You see the Phoenix base follow-up here is only 1 mine will get burrowed. That's going to fire for a lone probe, and we do save it at least, so there is some maintenance on that Widow Mine drop. The problem is there's a Phoenix out. So with the Phoenix out, this medevac can't linger around. And so it's just going to have to get, it'll get run off the map. Yeah, it's just going to linger. Now you realize there's a Phoenix, and that means that medevac is dead. It just won't get away. We will, yeah, I was going to say borrow the Widow Mine, but the Oracle can activate and clean it up as well. It does force a bit of energy off the Oracle. And Geralt says, cool, love this opening for me. Great start, did a bunch of damage. I feel safe enough to just whack down, double forge, and start moving in toward double upgrade super early. So Geralt going to just kind of take this game and just roll with this in the early stages and just say, yeah, let's just establish a very good setup for myself right now in this opening game. It's rare to see Oracles PvT, but they do well most of the time. Yeah, so it's because Oracles, in theory, I mean, this is not as true now because the Cyclone got nerfed, right? But the logic before was if you go Oracles, it doesn't really matter what you do because, A, the Terran shouldn't really take damage to an Oracle, theoretically, right? Like, they should be able to hold it off. But it would get damage done because the Terrans don't expect an Oracle. And the reason you don't expect an Oracle is if you go Oracle, you shouldn't be able to do anything, and then the Terran should be able to push with Cyclones and just kill you before you have other tech up. Or it makes it very difficult to do that, you know? Nowadays, Oracle is a little bit more viable again because the Cyclone's not as strong as it was before, so it still is that factor of I think Terrans are just unprepared for it, right? You know, just not quite ready. One of those things is the Widow Mine is, the Widow Mine drop moves out and there's not really much at home. But then if the Terran plays like a defensive Cyclone opening or Marine Cyclone opening, then that Oracle flies in a bit too far, Cyclone locks on, and bam, you're just in trouble, Oracle goes down, and then they attack across the map and you're in trouble too. So it can just be a volatile opener, unfortunately. So, yeah. It's funny though, it's like, yeah, mines deal with Oracles, but the mines, if you're building mines early, never stay at home, right? So then the mines actually do not end up being good against the Oracles, as we do lose one Widowmine to the Stalker shots, trying to burrow up at the front. Geralt trying to keep the pressure applied for a little bit of time there. Just seen that Bio gathering just a little bit behind the bunker, sitting tight for the moment. It's been a few years since you followed StarCraft. What's the state of the game like now? Well, we just had a balance patch, which has thrown the community into controversy. Is Protoss overpowered? Has Protoss been killed by this patch? No one really knows. I think everyone's arguing enough on either side that it might actually be a good patch, is our conclusion so far. But yeah, I mean, game's pretty good, honestly. We just had another eSport World Cup, which is kind of our main kind of circuity kind of world championship now. We don't know whether that's going to happen for StarCraft 2 next year, but it's still full of community-based events. Yeah, the player pool's not as big as it used to be either, but the players that play a lot. And the players that play are also very good. They're playing at a level that's... The reason that it reduces that it's so difficult to keep up at the top of StarCraft, because the level is just so ridiculously high. So we have a reduced player pool, but the games are still very, very good. So yeah, it's pretty nice. StarCraft's pretty fun if you ask me, but also kind of biased. A little bit, teeny bit biased. So you see the Zealots trying to get in the front there. That feedback is good on the Ravens to take away any kind of anti-arm missile. So Geralt is soon closing in on having Storm. That would obviously be a much better defense against this, much more comfortable defense. I don't honestly know if he needs it. Runs in with the Zealots. I think the Zealots alone might be just good enough here. These are also 1-1 upgraded kind of Protoss units versus 0-0 Terran forces. No blink just yet, so I think that boost away on the Medivacs will be good to escape, but at this point we just run across the map. We're actually going to catch reinforcements that were not, that were just rallied to kind of go to the other side already, so we get a couple of those. And yeah, I think Geralt probably just sends it here. I mean, I just looked at the supply, it's an 80 supply difference, so... Yeah. I don't mind, just going to unburrow, Stalker plugging about, a couple of Zealots going to move up that ramp. Going to see the two upgrades coming through the robotics facility coming up as well, and just have the engineering base and the orbital coming online as well. Add on a few Marauders still, and the Bio still gathering up. A couple of Zealots just going to take some more shots. And we got that Bio just gathering 2-2 about to be done, so Geralt's going to be even better. To be fair, this is the worst position Geralt can fight in because of how clumped it is, but that's where the Storms come into play, and there ain't any anti-Storm play just yet. We do drop one Storm down. That's going to work just fine for clearing those units up. Run through it a little bit at the end. Don't think that matters too much. Yeah, I mean, pick and choose your way to end this game. Geralt stolen those SCVs, stolen everything else, is going to come through, and Geralt will take the first game of the day. Like I say, not too surprising per se, because Geralt was definitely the favorite coming in. Actually did have to go to a little bit of effort to ensure he played correctly. Starlight is not like I said, I mean, you never quite know what the situation is going to be round one, but Starlight's a pretty good... you know, you can see Starlight understands the build, understands some of the good concepts and mechanics of the game, but is still playing against someone like Geralt, who's just an absolute beast, and hence makes that very difficult. So, get into game 2 and continue through any updates in the bracket. Percival's already won his match, so Percival would play the winner of this. So Percival Geralt may very well be on our radar for a round of, is that 32? No, round of 16 matchups. So yeah, probably a Geralt Percival round of 16, unless Starlight, like I say, pulls out all the stops and surprises us on the return upset, but we will see. Pressure on 2-base, Terran with Blink Stalkers while you expand to 4th and 5th shouldn't be a thing. I mean, you're talking about like thousands of MMR difference, right? I mean, we're talking about like 2,000 MMR difference realistic, like 4.4, 6.2. So it's rough. It's a little rough. But so be the world of StarCraft. In the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player up 1 is going to be Geralt. Celestial Enclave map 2. If you're not familiar with these maps, guys, these are maps that they have picked out from the recent Team Liquid map contest tournament. So they picked out 9 maps to make up a map pool. They left out a couple of my absolute favorite maps, actually, from this map pool, which... It's funny how everyone kind of gets to like different maps that they think are cool and stuff. But they picked 9 out of 16. I think it's a great representation of just how well set a lot of the maps were that they picked out these 9. When I picked out 4 for my own tournaments, I had 2 different ones to what were on this list, for example. So, you know, it really shows that this TLMC has been very good, and that, you know, we've we've got a lot of good, competent maps that can kind of sit in a map pool, and that, community organizers kind of feel like they're good enough to be used. So, in the top right side, Geralt is up 1-0, taking on Starlight, who is going to throw down the barracks in the natural. Nothing like a little bit of cheese. You're down a game, you're the underdog. Why the hell not? Barracks 1, Barracks 2. I mean, you may as well get egregious with this cheese as well, There's no reason to kind of leave anything to kind of guesswork here. Get as dirty as you possibly can with that barracks play. I love it. I'm into it. Fan of it, as you see the probe continue about. A couple of barracks still coming up. The SCV on the way through as well. It's just going to bring that into play. Probe comes over to the side. We will see the Cybercore continue to build. The Zealot coming in. The Depot coming down as well. Let me just have ourselves the probe going to go nibbling at the SCV for a couple moments. So SCV taking some damage. I like that Depot, by the way. Like it's put in a good place to try and give you a chance, but unfortunately Barracks 2 will not finish. And that's going to be, I think, a little bit too rough to get yourself out of the game. And Geralt will take it 2-0. So we will get Geralt Percival in the second round. As unfortunately Starlight looked a bit better in that first game than they did in the second. GG's. Alrighty, guys, we will take a moment or two and get ready to jump on in to our second map, or second match, I should say, sorry, in a few moments' time. Alright, yeah, we'll hop on over to NA and get that matchup ready to go for you guys. Sorry if you just came out of Twitch ads. We had a very, very fast game too. Proxy Barracks, Scouted, SEV denied. It wasn't super exciting. You didn't miss much, honestly. I mean, you missed the entirety of game 2, but you didn't miss much in the game. But it means we have Geralt versus Percival coming up in a couple of moments. You like the idea, but why build the barracks there of all places? I mean, it's super close in case you get close, Wardy Monday on Monday and Wardy Monday on Friday. This isn't Wardy Monday. This is Monday Night Weekly. So, different tournament. Yeah, I didn't get home until a couple of hours ago, so I wasn't here to run my own Monday Cup, which is why we moved it to the Friday, and so on and so forth. So, that's all that was happening there. Guys, just while we have a moment or two waiting for the games to come up, we are still on our GrabTap sponsorship, which you can check out with the QR code off to the side of the screen, or you can check out with _GrabTap in the Twitch chat. I got a message today. And it was the GrabTap, my GrabTap contact, and he was like, "Hey, are you promoting it yet?" ? And I was like, "Oh no, that's not good," because we've been doing it for a few days now. So apparently only one person's checked out so far. Not looking great for me, because if we flop a sponsor, then the other sponsors don't like to come with us. So if you do have a moment, go check out GrabTap, guys. TLDR, you can go and check out different games. You can, download different games and play different games. Not only can you earn, gift cards for yourself by completing missions in those games, you can also earn money for me on the stream. Anything you complete helps us out a whole bunch. And again, that is over on GrabTap, so that link should come up in the chat. Apparently, Stream Elements bot is just not... Oh, there you go. There you go. So yeah, check it out. Like I say, there's a bunch of different games. They are mobile-y kind of games, but if you want to support the stream for free, literally, go on GrabTap, log in with Twitch or something, and just pick a game, doesn't really matter which one, and complete a mission of it. Like, complete a tutorial, or just something like that. You can pick and choose whatever sounds fun to you or slightly interesting. You can do one on your phone, whether, because there's some that have iPhone potential, or Apple iPhone potential, or like Android potential. So you guys can check that out. Like I say, pick whichever game you want. It does not matter. If it's linked on my page, all of them will count towards supporting the stream. And it does genuinely generate money for me as well. This is money we get back from you guys just playing without costing you guys a thing. Does it have to be Twitch you sign up with? No. Whatever it lets you sign up with, or whatever. I'm not sure what the signing in process is. I linked it to my Twitch, obviously. But you can sign in or sign up with whatever. If you go through my link, then it's just use the link. I just said Twitch because sometimes people find that easier. But if you want to do something else that absolutely works as well, yeah, sign up with or sign in with it, whatever you want to. It's like I say, it's actually a super laid-back sponsorship in the sense of you guys can literally do as you wish as long as you interact with the website. Which is why I think it's not been as easy to push, actually, because I've only really been mentioning it kind of towards the end of streams and like going on the webpage and stuff, but at the end of the day, like, it's no different to the sponsors we usually do, where we're like, hey guys, download Star Trek Fleet Command and let's all get to level 5 and it'll support the stream. It's the exact same thing. It's just you guys can choose whichever game you want from the list. Which I think then is a little bit more difficult to direct people and being, because if we're all playing Star Trek, we can be like, let's get level 5, and really push that idea. But that's a lot more difficult when it's like a broad kind of variety. People don't really see like how it supports, I guess. But yeah, check it out. Like I say, we've got a few days left on the sponsorship, and apparently it's going so badly they thought I hadn't begun yet. So embarrassing. So yeah, let's try and get a few people in. If nothing else, because if we don't completely flop on this one, we'll get some more sponsorship opportunities in the future. Otherwise, we might get blacklisted for a while. Oh, I read this message when I woke up this morning. It's like, that's not a great start to the day, is it? Oh, yeah. Unbelievable. All right, looks like Geralt is hopping in game with Percival, so we'll get that ready to go in a couple of moments. And get this ready to go. Alright, we are going to jump into Old Republic in a couple of moments here, guys, for our next series of the day. Get this one ready to roll. As we get into, Old Republic. So we're going to kick this off. We're going to get this one on the go. And get this into action. So Old Republic coming straight through. Get this started. And let's see what happens as we have Geralt and Percival going up against one another in a best of 3 on the second matchup of the night for us on the Monday night weeklies. Let's jump on into this. In the bottom left-hand side, our green Protoss player is going to be Geralt, taking on the blue Terran top right. It is Percival. Obviously, this one should be a little bit more of an evenly matched affair, as I actually don't really want to pick a favorite between these two. I think it could be either or, advancing from this one. I think pre-patch, Percival definitely struggled a lot in PvT. Post-patch, I actually think this one comes out as being pretty even. Maybe Percival favored. Percival has actually played some good PvT lately. He's actually had some good results. I've seen him taking maps off Hero and others. So, kind of excited just to get in and see what this Terran versus Protoss gives us. Actually had a bunch of people join in to cast this one, so I'm going to get straight on that indie camera. I'm tired, guys. I'm not going to lie. I've been... I had one of those nights of sleep where, like, I slept quite a long time. I slept like 9 hours, but I woke up a lot because I was like, man, is it time to get up and go get the train already? It's like, nope, it's 4 a.m. So, so it's been a pretty, I'm a little bit tired. I'm not used to streaming late either, so I'm 100% going to take advantage of the indie observing cam whenever I can. Whenever possible. So, yeah, I'm going to go and check that out. I mean, I pretty much steal Indy's cam even when I'm wide awake and can probably observe fairly decently myself. He's just a better observer than me. And also, I can just settle back and catch more things if I'm not observing. So, it's been decent as well. Everyone steals the Indy cam. Is this becoming more of a thing? I loved, me and Helen put on Safe House for a little bit on Saturday. And it was right at the start, and they were saying, oh, Indy's our observer. I was like, aha! That's funny, that's my observer. Only they made him like an official observer, and I just steal his camera while he's casting. I was like, huh, interesting. But yeah, no. I mean, honestly, it's one of the things that is actually kind of tough about casting StarCraft, because realistically, very few people are very good observers while they are casting. Because the problem is while you are casting, your brain is occupied by casting, right? And while you're casting, you don't get to look at all the things you look at to be a really good observer, because you're trying to make sense of the numbers. You're trying to process, what does that supply difference mean? What does that income difference mean? Is there a base coming up? Let's look at that production tab. Let's watch the fight. Let's see where those units are going. Let's keep an eye on the minimap. If you're an observer, you process a lot less of that, and you can put a lot more time into just like, right, I am watching the minimap, but you also then put a lot more time into like, oh, let's try and make sure we watch this fight properly, right? And like, you're just adding so many things to do. is going to be the excuse I come up with at the end. But like, there's almost never a time like. Okay, some people just aren't good at observing, so sometimes getting a dedicated observer who's just not good is not going to be an improvement. But in general, you know, Indy will observe better if he is just observing versus if he is casting and observing as well, right? So, yeah, I mean, Indy I think is very good, but there are also moments where I'm like, hey, let's go look at this, because that's not being shown right now, because he's also casting, right? And so he's not going to catch everything while he's casting. Like, that's why I like to steal his camera, because he still does it very well. But it lets me catch some of the things he does not, because, like I say, I just get to sit back and watch, and I get to spend more time looking at the minimap. I don't have to worry about how the camera's moving and stuff, so... Like, right now, he's just stopped observing, but, you know, generally, he's very good at it. I mean, like I said, like, everyone looks for perfection in these cups, and that's just not realistic a lot of the time, as we are going to be seeing. The Riddermine and a couple of Marines is going to unload, a couple of probes he's going to get jumped on. Maybe a couple workers going down. The Nexus will take some damage. We are going to see the couple Stalkers pinging away. Those Marines will take a few shots right off the bat. The Liberator and the Siege Tank and the Marines coming up as well. So we've seen that probe is going to get blown up. Not a bad start, 3 workers, but we also only lost a Marine. So pretty reasonable getaway, as we have now got a bit more of a push coming as well. It drives you mad when people go off the production tab for ages. Well, that's because everything else is not important. Like, production tab is way more important than any other tab. So if you go to another tab, you should always reset back to the production tab instantly, right? The only time you don't is like maybe in a base trade and there's no production, then you show the unit tab. Even then, I feel at unease without the production tab on a lot of the time. But the production tab tells you everything that's happening off screen a lot of the time. Or it tells you a lot of what's happening off screen, right? So not having it on really takes away from your understanding of where the game is at. Yeah, it's basically like a base level rule. Is this Lib got 5 kills? It's really nice from Percival. It's kind of like a base level rule. Like, always, like the production tab should be, like if you go to another tab, it should be for a handful of seconds and then always back to the production tab, pretty much. So I agree with you there. So let's see a few Marines in our tanks making their way down through the center, heading to that bottom left-hand side and looking for a push into that 3 base setup. Charge is on the way on the Twilight Council. Liberator tries to step through. The Stalker is going to be right there. That Liberator will go down, so just got a little bit greedy. That one Stalker left behind did its job. However, we've moved in between the bases here. Oh, the hallucinations actually did eat some tank shots. I'm not sure if that's enough to save us here right now, as the battery recharge gets eaten alive, basically. That energy gets drained instantly. These tanks can move a little bit further up. I say tanks, there's only one left. The first one did go down. We're going to make a play for the other one now. How many of these Stalkers do we get? Quite a lot of them, honestly. We actually had one more tank shot go off on that far Stalker, and that really helps to reduce that number. And now a good amount of Marines still hitting at the front, and I think this is Geralt taking a little bit too much of a beating in the early stages and is absolutely on the wrong direction in this game at number 1. Percival doesn't quite run out against those couple of Stalkers towards the ramp, but that's because the main army was toward the mineral line. I like this, going to hold high ground vision a little bit, but then the other Stalkers are there. But Geralt feels in trouble. Like, he's going to pull probes into this fight because he is absolutely desperate to get a cleanup. This might have been a lift up and kind of getaway angle from Percival and just trying to save a couple of units and then reinforcing at the front. Because if he reinforces with a tank and you have a good amount of Marines here, then this is something you just can't fight as Geralt. Now, I'm not going to pretend I think he can fight against 2 siege tanks, so in this case I don't think it really matters, and as you can see he tries to dive in, it doesn't work. I think in this case it gave him more of a chance, but yeah, he was so far behind it doesn't matter. But in a lot of cases, maybe just saving those Marines on the high ground a bit sooner, looping back around to reinforce with everything else would have been better. Like I say, when nitpicking, because this game's pretty much over, so there's not much else to talk about or discuss, it's probably time for us to look towards a game 2 of this best of 3 with Percival taking a nice, quick, aggressive game 1. I mean, Geralt warping in everything he possibly can to try and get rid of these tanks and to give himself a shot. Obviously, he has the charge now, which sounds pretty tanky, but realistically, Percival could leave and come back and be absolutely fine. There is a 3rd base from Geralt, so he is mining there. And the thing is, as well, is if he continues to get rid of Zealots, if you continue to get rid of those, you keep yourself in a very good place. See that Stimpack and Combat Shield coming up, the Marauder's still coming through. More Zealots coming in on either side. The Medivacs will come forward. The probes are going to run up as we speak. And just going to be seeing a couple more Wooden Mines get burrowed on the front lines. So they're going to get burrowed up. Marine Marauder coming back. And we will regather ourselves for a few more moments. A couple of Zealots still going down. Zealot's being chased for the moment there. The Nexus in some trouble. Zealot's going down. We just have ourselves extra gates coming online. The Marauders going to be able to get through those Zealots. The Stalker's in trouble, and I think it's fair to say that this one is done. It has been for a little while, but Geralt was hanging on for dear life. He believed, and there's nothing wrong with being a believer. But in this case, it was a lost cause. Game 1 to Percival, as we'll hop ourselves to a Game 2 in just a couple of moments as soon as the players get us hosted up and into our next game. Lovely. GSL used to drive you nuts for that. The GSL observing was because GSL cast games in very different ways. The GSL observers were always based on the GSL Korean commentators. So it was always very weird. GSL, yeah, always had the production tab off for ages. GSL did a lot of things I hated. Like only having health bars on selected units, I think, is a horrendous, absolutely horrendous choice. Like health bars damage is such a perfect solution for StarCraft 2, because otherwise you're asking the observer to be perfect. And the thing about watching StarCraft that I think a lot of people don't think of is that a lot of people do not have their eyes on the screen 99% of the time, right? You know? And so watching a game, you've got to observe based on that. And so for me, if I'm doing something and I glance over the screen, I want to be able to be like, oh, everything's full HP, or oh, that's a low HP army, which you can't tell unless they selected it, and they might have shown it originally. But if I wasn't watching at that point, then I don't know, right? So having more information on the screen at any single point is very useful, which is why I absolutely despised the the observer UI that we had for a long time. This is why I stuck on the old Gameheart UI for such a long time, because I absolutely hated the UI that rotated between upgrades and APM. It was so bad, because so often a fight starts and I'm like, oh, what are the upgrades? Like a quick glance to check, and it's like, oh, well, their APMs are 400 each. And by the time the fight finishes, it rotates back to show us what the upgrades are. I'm like, oh, brilliant, you know, good to know. And you don't always know by looking at the production tab, because the next upgrades aren't necessarily on the way, right? So, yeah, I think it's, I absolutely hated that old UI that just didn't have upgrades on the screen all the time. It was so silly, just so unnecessary. To me, upgrades are just one of those things you need to have on screen all the time, because you need to be able to look at the screen in a glance and be able to assess what's happening, right? And upgrades are such a big part of that, so... WTL used it? Yeah, I think WTL probably did use it. Like, it was the main UI that was used in WCS and everything for a long time. This UI we use now is the most recent one, right? And obviously this is quite old now, but like a lot of them used that older UI for a long time as well. I absolutely despised it. I hated it. Yeah, it was just just so annoying. I mean, I just don't think you can go wrong with having obviously too much information can clutter, right? But there are just certain things you need to see in StarCraft 2 to understand the state of the game at any point. This is also why people always like talk about you know that this maybe hasn't been a discussion point for a long time, but people always used to be like, well, you know, in Brood War it didn't show the supply, and would StarCraft 2 watching be better if you didn't have the supply shown? It's like, no! No, it's not. That would not be better at all. Like, again, like, content is different than it used to be, right? And back in the day, if you watched Brood War, you probably sat down and watched the whole game. But it's absolutely horrendous to not be able to look at the screen and be able to make your own judgment of where the game is at, right? And some people can't watch like that. Some people don't enjoy that, right? That's fine. Like, some people want to watch the full, and that's okay. But there's so many people that don't watch minute 0 to minute 20 or whatever. So why would we make their experience worse when so many people do that, you know? Modern Brood War shows supply. Yeah, well, I bet the 7 people that really hated it were really mad when they started doing that, huh? That's so funny. This used to be a big thing, man. Like, people even did like tests of it in StarCraft 2, and I was just like, this is so stupid. You're literally just making the viewing experience worse. Ay. Starlight Gun's coming up. Be cool if you could use a Twitch overlay for it. Twitch overlays are not very useful, though. Like, a massive percentage of viewers also just don't watch on a PC on Twitch. So overlays are just not useful, right? Like, it would be, like, overlays can be really cool for the percentage of people who watch on a PC. But I imagine the amount of people that genuinely interact with overlays based on, and compared to overall viewership, must be a very low percentage, right? Because not only are you limited to people, you know, watching Twitch on PC, but you're also limited to people that then actually are doing enough to then mouse over the screen to, like, click on things or to check things. So it's one of those things where, again, it's just like you make so much. There was also this thing where at one point they tried to put all the information on the top of the screen because what was the argument? Okay, you know what? I'll talk about this after this game, but it was kind of interesting. But we've got ourselves some units coming across and some action ready to go. We're gonna go Percival. I interrupted my very interesting conversation to watch your fight, and you've just stopped dead in your tracks. Here we go, medevac arriving to reinforce and to get this set up. It's gonna be seeing our Marines and the Cyclone pushing up. Couple probes going down. SCV's taking damage. Cyclone gets a lock on, gonna push those couple Stalkers back the other way. I just think Geralt has the numbers right now. Viking gonna land 2 is gonna be great against those Stalkers. A few of those probes taking damage, a few more going down already. We just have the Marines. Gonna get rid of a pylon there. Those 2 Stalkers are super low, in such danger. And there's gonna be 13 probes dead. The couple of Zealots are again probably gonna be the saving grace. We're very tanky units at the end of the day, but yeah, losing so many SCVs is pretty much a pain in the butt. I mean, at this point, reinforcements might just kill you. An extra siege tank showing up. The Immortal is a big deal. I love where the tank siege is, though. It sieges far enough away to, like, not be in trouble to the Immortal immediately. Immortal pops out, does get rid of the Cyclone. Viking can lift into the medevac, which it does. Immortal tanks a bunch of shots. Viking tank Marines coming through. The racks on the way. SCV's coming over. Just got ourselves, I mean, Geralt trying to figure his way out of this, but he's just not being able to get out of the early game in this matchup at all. And Percival just hitting him twice in the face super early in the game. And Geralt has been unable to stabilize either time, so... Should we kill this Immortal? Maybe. We go back and forth a little bit. Just going to be seeing a couple probes. The battery coming online. A couple of siege tanks going to siege. That robo facility is going to go down. That robo facility will fall and now push forward. And then a couple of these Stalkers are going to be in trouble. The Immortal taking some hits as well. I mean, again, we really are on the verge of this one being done and dusted. I think Geralt's in trouble just as he was in that first game, quite frankly. Unfortunately for us, it's not been an epic series. It's okay. Not everything is built to be epic, but yeah, I thought we might have seen a bit more of a fight here out of Geralt. Like I say, I thought this was going to be pretty close and competitive, but I mean, it might have been if it got going a bit longer. You know, you never know what it's like if you could just survive through the first stages and get to the next point. You never know what's going to look different or what's going to happen differently. In this case, I think we are starting to very much so see that. Stalkers coming through, the Immortals going to try and step forward. Game is called, and Percival 2-0s Geralt in the round of 16. Clem is going to play Percival. We could watch Clem Percival, some more PvT. Byon would play a Cure off Byon, but that's obviously got a chance to be a mirror matchup. Trigger waiting to play probably Hero. Solar MaxPax could be pretty cool. So what do you guys want? Solar MaxPax, but we have to wait for MaxPax to finish playing Baby Marine? Or do you guys want to just go Clem Percival? I honestly want to see Clem Percival. Clem dropped a map to Percival last time we played PvT against him. So I actually think that's a pretty cool matchup. Clem Percival. Oh, you guys all just say Clem Percival. Okay, cool. No problem. We can do that. What I was going to say was, so originally one of the first renditions of like new overlays, they put all of the information. So they started putting all the information at the top of the screen, because the top of the screen is, if you're watching in the crowd, a lot of the time you couldn't see the bottom of the screen because of people in front of you. So you'd see the top of the screen and have all the info on the top. But that's freaking terrible, because more units fit at the top of the screen than the bottom of the screen, right? Because of the way that the StarCraft view works. So a Marine looks bigger at the bottom of your screen than at the top, right? So that was terrible. So they started moving all the stuff from the top of the screen to the bottom of the screen. And then they even at one point, I think, tried to remove the production tab from the top. Or they made the production tab much smaller because they wanted to remove clutter in the top of the screen so you could see more of the game. Obviously, that was terrible. That was another thing that sucked about that previous UI I was complaining about. And and so yeah, eventually they moved it all to the bottom, and obviously that became the norm. But like, I was going somewhere with this story, and now I've got no idea where I was going to go with it. Top of the screen, bottom of the screen, UIs. It was terrible. It was fine. I had no idea where I was going with this one. I think just in terms of that was why it became normal to have stuff. Oh, but then, you know, obviously, like, because... So the original problem became watching it live, but very few people actually watch it live in a crowd, right? But then what they started to do to fix it for the people watching live was to then... Nowadays, in modern StarCraft 2, you usually have, like, player cams or, like, player stats. And, like, a lot of the time at live events, you will have basically the player's supply and information underneath each player's camera or something that is on the sides of the stage, essentially. So it's, like, much easier to see because it's, like, higher up than the main screen or so. So... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, StarCraft 2 Observer became... You know, what drives me crazy is when there's a lot of pro players that still don't have Observer UIs enabled. And it's understandable because sometimes if you're trying to practice and you're trying to resume a replay, you can't have Observer UIs enabled. But it's crazy to me that so many people have this thing disabled because it's like, why would you not want to watch your replays with more easily gathered information? I don't even know how you look at a replay and learn from it if you're watching it from like the original UI. Like, if you guys load up a replay and don't have a UI selected, it looks like you're playing StarCraft, but you're the observer. It's so bad, man. You don't know how to enable it? All you have to do, it's super simple. If you want to put UIs on, wait, where's Percival? This last series? Oh, I'm not in the chat channel. I see. Yeah, all you gotta do is you go to Options, Observer and Replay, and then Observer Interface, and you just select Pro 2020. Or you can select whichever one you want, really, but like that's how you turn them on, and you do it for Replay as well. So, super easy. That's a toggle? Oh my god, I didn't realize that was a toggle. I was like, I've been like complaining about this for so long. Oh my god, I can just toggle it back on. That's crazy. But yeah, very useful. Very useful. Anyways, that's, I mean, I've yapped my way straight into our next series, guys. Isn't that useful? Great talent to have. As in the bottom left, we're going to start off with Team Liquid's Clem. He's going to be playing the Protoss in a versus Terran matchup, of course, as he usually does. So PvT as he takes on Percival as we go from Celestial Enclave to Celestial Enclave. So game number 1 of this best of 3, and like I said last time, I didn't see them play, but I saw the result that Clem took lost a map to Percival. So excited to see if Percival can show us a little bit of that power here today on the Monday Night Weekly. This is the 27th Monday Night Weekly. I think it's my... If I had to guess, I think I've casted this tournament 3 times. This is my 3rd time casting, maybe. Might only be my 2nd, actually. But yeah, we obviously don't really do the Monday nights and stuff, but yeah, here we are today. Like I say, all the usual English casters of this are in Vegas and partying and having a wild time. I didn't get the invite, so I'm just here to bring you guys the StarCraft. Wardy, you have a great channel point idea for you. For 50,000 channel points, you can let a viewer try out text-to-speech for free. That sounds like an absolutely abysmal idea. That sounds absolutely... Why would I want anyone to be able to text-to-speech when we're trying to cast StarCraft games? You guys will know the day that we are absolutely desperate for money was when there's the day we add text-to-speech to our StarCraft streams, okay? You know? That is the day where, like, StarCraft... People are like, is StarCraft dead? That will be the day StarCraft is dead. Where we are truly scraping the bottom of... I wouldn't say the barrel, but that's offensive to the barrel, you know. Jeez. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, maybe one time. Maybe for a sellout stream one time. We can do text to speech, but maybe just that. Maybe just one time. Yeah, by the way, did I say thank you to any subs today? I feel like I didn't say thank you to Vara for the 70-month resub. Hope you're doing great, mate. Thank you for the 70. And Matt JK92 on the 6-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you guys. Sorry, I've been carried away talking to chat today. Blame chat for not getting shouted out sooner. If I wonder why text to speech is a bad idea, watch our toaster stream. Well, that's the problem. I can't watch our toaster stream because it's text to speech. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe on like a mega sellout stream or something. But I don't know if you guys have ever realized this, but the amount of times we have done a sellout stream is extremely minimal. Can you guys? Can I even think of doing a sellout stream? Like, to me, a sellout stream is basically after every couple of games. I'm like, hey guys, consider subbing. Thumbs up. I'm thinking maybe I did one with Rifkin a while, like a long time ago. You know? Maybe, okay, what if we do balance wine only, text-to-speech, donations? And if it's not balance wine, I just turn it off instantly, you know? It has to be pre-approved, but if it's balance wine, it gets played. There you go. Maybe that's what we need. Oh my god. We could be millionaires. I've just realized. You know what's really funny? Is, hey, the guy, thank you so much for the 55-month resub. Keep it up. Absolutely, buddy. Thank you so much for the 55 months. You know what's really funny is once upon a time we tried to keep our Discord partnership. Because I was a Discord partner. Being a Discord partner was semi-cool because actually... okay, to be fair, back in the day, being a Discord partner was amazing. Because you got to go to the Discord parties at like BlizzCon and TwitchCon and stuff. And the Discord parties were like the best parties. They were so cool. I saw like a bunch of great DJs and stuff at Discord parties. You know, great time. So anyways, there was a reason why I obviously, as you can tell, used to really, you know, want to maintain my Discord partnership. The problem is that turns out I'm not a very good Discord user. I do not interact with my community on Discord. I did not really foster a community on Discord. But I was desperate to keep this partnership, so I was trying to tell people to like, hey guys, we need 50 people to message in the Discord this week. And it was getting pretty dire. It was looking bad. You have to have like an average of like 50 people a week for like 8 weeks to maintain it or something. I was like, oh man. And in our final stand to main Discord partnership, we opened the Discord Balance Wine channel, and holy shit, we went from 45 average users per week to like 300 to 400 people just balance whining in this one channel. It lasted for a couple of weeks and it saved our partnership for like a couple of months. But like, it was so effective. After trying everything else to convince people to use the Discord, that is what actually helped. Short term, obviously, in the end, but kind of in the end, we gave up kind of trying to make it a thing. I was like, turns out getting like a free Discord mug every year didn't really matter anymore. So yeah, I don't go to anything to go to a Discord party for in this day and age. So anyways, we're 5.5 into this game, Carl. You guys have got me yapping today. It's one of them yappy streams where we yap about anything that isn't the game, apparently. 6 CVs go down. The Reaper Hellion gets denied on the other side. I'm going to go ahead and say that that looks very good for Clem in these early stages. So, looking good for Clem. The TLDR of that whole balance wine story is, yes, maybe when we really need money, maybe we just whack on the balance wine text-to-speech, you know? Maybe that is truly the oh shit button. The oh shit, we need to fund a StarCraft tournament button. I mean, maybe we should just try it this December. You know what? Maybe we should just have a sellout day this December. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Like I've talked about it recently. You know, funds are tough. We actually just got a bit of a reprise recently. We got some funds sent to us by a couple people to help run some events and stuff. But like, maybe we just do a sellout day. One day in December, we just do like an open cup, or like we run like a specific event, invite a bunch of players, and we just sell out and try and raise some funds, especially for some December tourneys. Maybe we do that. Maybe that'll be fun. I actually think that'd be a lot of fun. I think that's going to be a plan. Consider it planned, my friends. Consider it planned. Marine Marauder Medevac. Continuing out anyways. The Sellout Cup. Well, we did this. The Starlight Cups we did in the past was literally just convincing people to use to play Raid Shadow Legends. We did do the we sold out cups. I mean we sold out like that before, right? Telling people to like download the game, like we are telling you guys to check out GrabTap. Quite aggressively we did that because it was very worthwhile. You know, getting you guys to be able to basically give us the money on the stream for free. So. Get ready to sponsor Balanced Wine cast stream only. Yeah, I tried to cast with Balanced Wine only one time. The problem with those things is it's funny for like 5 minutes, and then it's like it's very hard to keep on doing seriously without being over the top. Yeah, what's up, Marek? Thank you so much for the 14-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it, but thank you so much for priming us up. Clem attacks in on the natural. I mean, Percival could not be really more out of position, as his natural here is going to be in some trouble. The Zealot's going after the SCVs. The +2 attack upgrade coming about. The Nexus halfway done. Byon wants to get in after that pylon, so the pylon will go down. We got ourselves still this Zealot Stalker Sentry Force gathered together, and just, I mean, already 24 workers down. Is Clem afraid of Percival's army on the other side of the map? I think is probably a reasonably good question. Probably not, because he could probably recall to deal with it. He's already ran the probes away, so he's in no major need to kind of deny or defend his first base or so here. Gonna press through. It's gonna. Oh, he recalls the prism only. I wonder if he recalled to try and get Percival to back away a second. Percival just leaves. I mean, Percival's got no shot here, so the leave is not unexpected. Just I was trying to figure out what Clem was gonna do to necessarily clean that army up, but Percival just taps out. That's gonna be game, and we are gonna head ourselves into another one in just a few moments' time. Alrighty, so get going. GrabTap's not working. Complaints about ad blockers when they're not disabled. All good, buddy. Thank you for trying, though. I mean, hey, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I can't get you to fight through things that don't work. So those things are quite sensitive to ad blockers, not because they're trying to throw ads in your face, but because it's the same sort of, from what I understand, it's similar tech that they use to like track your download to link it to my channel. From what I understand. So sometimes they're quite sensitive to certain ad blockers and stuff, so yeah, sometimes it's a bit funky. No, did they start without me? Why am I so terrible at start? Like, you know what it is? It's because I'm not in the chat channel, because I never stream this tournament, so I'm just not in the chat channel. Yeah. It's okay, we'll just watch from Indy's stream, guys. You're being tracked? Yes, Black Bear. I've got all of your information, buddy. Every time you try and bait me into saying something stupid, I note it down on my notepad, you know? Note it down. Indy, buddy. Let's go in game. Indy's not in game yet, guys. Yeah, Indy. They're 24 seconds in game, mate. What are we playing at here? What are we doing? Alright, guys. Wrong button. Trying to get my OBS open. I missed the game, so there's going to be no game sounds on this one. I'm not in the chat channel, so I didn't see the lobby link, and I just didn't think about the fact they might go fast. Sorry, I'm too... Like I say, it's a yappy kind of day. I'm yapping a lot, so I apologize. He recalled the prism to save probes, but he already had probes away in the bottom right corner. Which is why I don't really feel like I understood the prism recall. I could understand it if all of his probes were trapped. But I don't think I understand it with him already having probes out on the map. But then also why the natural? Maybe it was only the one with energy. Maybe again it was just trying to be a little bit of a scare factor as well. So yeah, where does Wardy go when the game starts? Well, unfortunately, we don't make enough money on the stream to sustain the Wardy camera during the game. So you know we can't afford the electricity. I've got to turn the camera off. I can only afford to put it back on between the games. So yeah. Maybe when we hit 1,000 subs, the Wardy cam can become permanent. Brackets, no. Never. I already talked about this. Didn't we talk about this like last week? About not having cameras on in game? Because I find it annoying personally, but yeah. Alrighty, anyways, we're in game. We're just chilling on the indie stream, guys. So again, no game sounds, but that probably means I'm going to be reading chat and not realizing things are going on, because usually I use the game sounds to bring my attention back to the game. So I apologize in advance when I don't talk about whatever's happening. No cam in game, please. See, maybe this is our next sellout technique. You guys can... Alright guys, if you donate $7, the camera turns on in the game. Someone's like, no, I really don't want this. $7, turns it back on. And look, I'm now we've talked about a sellout stream, I'm in full sellout stream proactivity planning mode, you know? I'm actually really not. You know, one of the reasons I don't ever do like a sellout-y kind of stream like that or anything, it's is genuinely because I'm so bad at selling out. I've got no idea. Like, I'm just so terrible at doing things to monetize people, you know? No game, just cam. Yeah. That's the content we're really looking for, you know? Hey, what's up, Black Bear? Thank you so much for the $2 super chat for the Wardy Cam Fund. Appreciate it. Thank you. The Rat-A-Tat Cup when? I know. You know, I was literally thinking about this, Chillwind, when I was talking about this. I was like, what did I ever do, like a solid stream with Rifkin? I was like, I mean, I did the Rat-A-Tat stream, which was truly something spectacular. Let's be realistic. That was something else. Yeah, if you guys missed the Rat-A-Tat stream way back when, basically, I can't remember why, but me and Zombie Grub were casting a. I think it was just quite common that me and Zombie Grub were cast on Base Trade TV. Like, there's this period where, you know, like a bunch of us would cast on Base Trade TV. Rift would pay some of the ad revenue and whatever we made on the day, whatever. So, anyways, so me and ZG were casting one day, and ZG was like, "Yeah, I do. I can do." She was like, "I can do great Pokemon impressions or something to that line of thinking." And then she did this Rat-A-Tat, and it was like Rat-A-Tat. It was really good. It was like she was very into making this Rat-A-Tat sound. Anyways, and the next time I was casting on Base Trade TV with Rifkin, I was telling Rifkin about it. And for some reason, it ended up being the subscriber sound, or the sound it makes when someone donates like 300 bits. And we then basically proceeded to every 7 seconds on the cast, it went Rat-A-Tat. and then it wasn't bad enough that Rifkin could hear this. I had to open the stream elements thing so I could also hear it. So I tried to cast, and just every 7 seconds, CG just goes Rat-A-Tat. and obviously people thought this was hilarious. So we were 4 hours into the stream, we're hearing Rat-A-Tat every 7 seconds. Hearing Rat-A-Tat every 7 seconds. And obviously me and Rifkin are just memeing about Rat-A-Tats, you know, like our life is a Rat-A-Tat now. And I said something stupid like, because I guess we were talking about basically like we are Rat-A-Tats now, and Rifkin was like, that's gonna be embarrassing going home to your parents tonight being like, you know, Mom, I'm sorry, but I'm a Rat-A-Tat now. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go home and go, Mom, it's not a phase, I was born a Rat-A-Tat. And that became the next subscriber clip for like $5, and that was a thing for like the next 2 hours. It was a stream. I think we made something like $2,000 in that stream. I think my I think my cut was like above $1,000 because we just split donations 50-50 down the middle. So I think I got paid $1,000 for listening to Rat-A-Tat for like 6 hours. Honestly, Base Trade TV community was something else. Kind of crazy. Meanwhile, Clem has killed that medevac full of Marines. That's obviously a pretty big deal across the map. That was a true sellout moment? Yes, that was a true sellout moment. Yes. That was when... I mean, that I think is the definition of selling out, right? Where it's like you put the monetary gain in front of the content. Because there is no way that people tuned in to watch StarCraft and enjoyed listening to Rat-A-Tat. Now, I'm sure some people find it funny, and, you know, that's what Base Trade TV was kind of about. And, like I say, for their community, it was probably a great day. And for a lot of us, it was a very fond memory. But that is, I think, the definition of selling out, to be honest. So, yeah. 1K in 6 hours, that's good. Yeah, it was pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. I think we also like set like, and I think it was after we also set like $300 or $400 aside because we said we'd do like a Rat-A-Tat cup, and we put some money aside to pay someone to make a Rat-A-Tat map. I don't even know if that ever happened. I might just been scammed to that $150, but couldn't really complain, to be honest. Couldn't really complain. Since when does Clem play Protoss? He plays Protoss in versus Terran players. He has done for about a year now. Pretty much only versus Terran. There's been a couple times he's played it in a PvP when he's been frustrated with TvP, but that's not really his intention. He's not trying to main people. Like, he does main Protoss versus Terran. So, and this has been the case for, like I say, about a year now. But it's only versus Terran. He still plays TVZ, he still plays TVP. So you will see his Terran later in this tournament, unless he's only got Terran players in his bracket, which is very unlikely. I say probably he's in the bracket with Byon and Kira or something, just to prove me wrong, but yeah. He still plays Terran versus the other races. I mean, it's good for us, because it means we don't have to watch TVT, although I actually don't mind TVT, but it means we don't have to watch TVT, we get to watch Clem play, and he's actually very good at this matchup as well. Like, he plays Protoss. I will never get over some of the first times watching Clem play Protoss versus Terran and just being like, wow. His ability to just keep going with such few units for so long and actually win games from those scenarios where you feel like the Protoss has lost was truly incredible. Like, he made watching this matchup very entertaining because he played Protoss in such a different way to how a lot of the Protoss players were playing Protoss. It was very cool. Kind of wild we having a Clem Mary PVT. I mean, they play, what, like 2 of the same tournaments per year? Mary's not exactly been pushing himself all the way to the finals in a lot of events lately, so not that crazy, right? Clem's obviously got a lot of supply lead here, pushing up, looking good. I don't think there's much else to say on this one, guys. I think Clem's looking for 2-0 in this Monday Night Weekly. As you can see, looking pretty darn reasonable for the moment. Still just gonna shoot the few zealots coming up. Like I said, I mean, not really much to commentate on. There's an army that's looking unkillable, and Clem is indeed gonna get that W. Alrighty, so Clem gets the win right there. He will advance forward. So Clem is gonna play the winner of Kira and Byon. MaxPax and Solar just started apparently. And they just started like 2 minutes ago. It's unfortunate. I think we probably go career and wait for. Yeah, guys, no game sounds just because the we were watching a stream. I didn't get into the game on time. Does anyone know on Monday Night Weeklies, do they do both semi-finals 1 by 1, or do they do them both at the same time? I imagine because of the lower bracket they just do the semis 1 by 1, but I'm not gonna presume. Does that slow down the lower bracket potentially? Don't think it would actually. I don't think it would. I'm gonna find a couple things out. We'll get ready to roll on soon, guys. Just trying to figure out what our next game is gonna be. I don't know whether to go. I'm gonna go career and try and hunt out Byon and Cure. Probably just makes sense. Also, I completely disagree with you guys. We should have absolutely done MaxPax Solar. Although, like I say, it only just started, so we would have been waiting a long time, so it probably wasn't the wrong call to do Clem Percival. If I could just log into the Korean server for the first on my first attempt instead of taking 2 or 3 tries, that'd be really nice. Do I sleep sometimes? You could even say I sleep often. Yeah. What happens when 2 people like Clem fight each other? Do they blind pick? If it's ever an issue, I would imagine, from my experience, what I would do if 2 people win my tournament and they both wanted to race pick against each other, I would say, right guys, we slow down, both send your race that you're going to play to the admin, and whatever race you say you're going to play is the race you play. And if you need to do that for each map, we can do that for each map as well, because in theory, they can race switch between series. You know, we don't force them to stick to like a singular race in a series, so we can also kind of make sure that that's a thing as well, so yeah. Force them both play random. Yeah, exactly. That'd be good as well. That'd be a good trick if we could get away with that. These guys too scared. Snip, it's a proper tournament. I shouldn't have to play random. Well, tough. Tough doo-doo. Apparently everything is played at once, so I'm definitely going to just go for Cure Byon then, guys, because that's going to give us a TVP round of 4, whereas we could end up in a PvP round of 4 if we do the bottom side, so I think that makes sense. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so yeah, just waiting a couple moments, guys. So, we'll give it a couple moments and get ready to go. There was a reverse race series against Reynolds that ended up 3-2. Oh, you know what? Someone messaged me back the other day about... I'm going to ask you this, guys. I haven't replied to them because... I haven't replied to them simply because I was going away, so I didn't want to reply just on my trip. But someone messaged me about running a tournament. If you remember the Backers Brawl earlier this year, guys, they sponsored a $1,000 cup, and we actually kind of ran it very normally, even though it was meant to have some interesting stuff to it. So, yeah. So basically, they were asking if we did another tournament, what could we do to make it more interesting? And he said keep Zerg players engaged, and I was like, I think the best way to get the Zerg players engaged is to like not let them play Zerg. I actually really liked this idea last time that maybe we could do like a reverse race tournament where everyone has to play the race that their opponent mains, right? So I was thinking that would be very fun. And I think I was thinking of ways to make like fun or different formats right now, and I was like, to me, I think that is the most fun thing you can do. I actually think that would be very fun because I think you can still get some very good StarCraft out of it, but it still gives you like very fun matches to watch. Random's fun too. I think reverse race is much better than random because otherwise, if you go random, it's just like obviously in reverse race you can end up in a matchup which is bad for you for the full series, but in random versus random you can just end up with like the best part about reverse race, I guess, is that you never get a mirror matchup, because if it's a mirror matchup, you make them play like the opposite races for map each or something. 2v2s, yeah, I mean 2v2s is the obvious answer, but I don't think you can make a good 2v2 like. The money he has to put into a tournament, if I ran a 2v2 tournament, it would basically be like a one-day cup. Maybe a two-day 2v2 cup. Whereas, you know, I think we could do something better if we kept it 1v1. There's also been a lot of 2v2 and stuff lately, and I don't think that 2v2 is bad. I just think that it's... 2v2 needs some proper investment to make people play in it, you know? What's the definition of reverse race? So you always play as the main race of your opponent. So if Clem plays Raynor, Clem plays Zerg and Raynor plays Terran. Right? Or if, you know, Byon plays Hero, Byon plays Protoss, and Hero plays Terran. And then you can make it for mirror matchups, so say it's a PvP usually, like Hero versus Classic. You make game 1 like Hero, Terran, Classic, Zerg. Game 2, Hero, Zerg, Classic, Terran. And then if it comes down to game 3, they can pick whichever one they want. You know, whichever one they prefer, and then it could be a TVZ or a ZVZ or a TVT for like the final map. I actually thought that'd be a very fun format. Best of 3, once of every race. Yeah, but then the problem with these sort of matchups is like it's like best of 3 once of every race, and what, like the one time that each player plays their main race, it's just like that it comes down to one map, right? Because it's like, oh, you won with your main race, he won with his main race. Unless you force their main races to play each other for a map. But at that point, why are we letting them play their main race? Why not just make them play? The thing is with a reverse race tournament is like that everyone's gonna have to play every single race throughout the tournament at least. Right? Tower Reno and Clem will win those ones because they're very good with anyways. That's fine. I mean, the best players can still win. That doesn't mean it's not fun, right? You know? Let's face Clem, Reno, and Starlight win every tournament anyway because they're already very good with their main races. Oh, what's up, Fazot213? Thank you so much for the 21-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you. Anyways, I thought that format was fun. If anyone has any other suggestions for like a fun format or anything along those lines, I'd love to hear it. Like I say, obviously, like 2v2, I think is very. I think 2v2 is like fine, but like I think 2v2 is very vanilla of a suggestion as well. Like, and people are already doing 2v2 stuff nowadays as well. Best of 9, every matchup gets played once. Yeah, but then you have to cast like, but then like, you don't get to see a bunch of the matchups because it's a 5-0 or something, or like. See, like, I don't think that's a bad idea either. I just think reverse race is a better option than that, I guess. I guess then it's also very tough to do anything else that goes beyond, like, that keeps it interesting while also keeping it kind of like 1v1-y. So... You like the blind opponent ones, so you don't know who you... Yeah, the problem with that is that we're trying to get Zergs to play, and I don't think the Zergs are going to play whether they know which Protoss player they're going to play against or not, to be honest. I think that's the... yeah, I don't think that solves part of the problem that we were trying to figure out with this whole scenario. They used to do those. Yeah, I mean these things do exist. I mean, reverse race is not a new concept either. I don't think there's ever been like a full reverse race tournament. You have a format that would be interesting? How would I share it with you? You can just write in chat, unless it's extremely... I mean, you can just write it in chat. If you think it's going to be too long, I promise I'll still read it. I don't know how long it's going to be that you don't think you can write in chat, but... Wardy Dad on the 104-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much, guys. If my dad... Sorry, I got distracted by a message. Guys, if my dad can find the Prime sub for 104 months, you guys too can find the Prime sub. Now, usually I'd say, you know, you'd be supporting StarCraft and all of this and that, but I've got something even better on offer. If you guys use your Prime subs right now, you can be classified as being as cool as my dad. I mean, if, you know, if that doesn't do it for you, if that doesn't make you want to click that Prime button... yeah, I don't know what else to tell you guys. I've got nothing else to offer. At that point, don't even know why you're, you know, trying to watch StarCraft. Because clearly... I don't even know. Crazy. Alright, Byon Cure, I did not read what the score was. That's literally what I was about to ask. 1-0 for Cure. Perfect. So Cure's up a game. We're playing on Mothership. Oh, good. We're going to play a 40-minute TVT. How exciting, guys. How exciting. What's up, Chillwin? Thank you so much for the 93-month resub. No Prime, hence clearly not as cool as Wardy Dad. Well, no, you're actually more cool than Wardy Dad because you give us real money rather than just a Prime sub button, you know? So you might just be a step above. I can't legally say that, you know? Family obligations and stuff like that. How does reverse race work with Byon versus Cure? Yeah, game 1, Byon plays Terran, and Cure plays Zerg, and then game 2... Sorry, game 1, Byon plays Protoss, Cure plays Zerg. Game 2, Byon Zerg, Cure Protoss, and game 3, they can pick whichever one they want, and it's RNG which matchup we get. And game 3 is the only time we could ever end up with a mirror matchup. That would be my solution to it. I mean, it's not necessarily perfect either. Format map 1, player 1 picks the map, player 2 picks race, player 1 picks race. No mirrors. Map 2, winner picks the map, loser picks the race. Can't be the same as game 1. Winner picks race, no mirrors. Can't be same race as map 1. Interesting. I mean that's kind of like a race all kill kind of thing. Because yeah, it got kind of interesting too. Anyways, let's what do you often see? So I'll answer this, then we'll talk about this game a little bit. I feel like I've really just been reading out chat tonight. I often see Ryung as an observer. Is he casting in Korean? Yes, he's the Korean caster. He's casting in Korean on his channel. A lot of the Koreans are streaming matches from tournaments nowadays. Hero's been joining a little bit lately to cast a couple of games or to stream a couple of games on his channel. So yeah, a lot of people have been doing that. We're in this cool place in the StarCraft community where pretty much everyone's okay with anyone joining the games because like everyone just wants everyone else to be able to prosper, and like realistically you could get those kind of you know what I mean, like you these replays are accessible anyway really, so no one's really like super bothered by it or anything. Maybe if they was a bit close to EWC or so, but then yeah, everyone's very chill in these online events basically. Yo, Captain Canada, thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Gonna have a little bit of fighting here, Kira. Up a game in this best of 3. This is game number 2. We are going to see our fight on this natural going to be good for Kira. He's going to have one extra Hellion left over. Another Marine shows up. I mean, Command Center done for Byon. Desperate to try and get rid of that Hellion. He actually could have lost that Marine much sooner. The Hellion did not attack it. And that could have maybe saved that Hellion for a few more moments, although the Cyclone would have cleaned up anyway. Pax will just move across. Raven and the Cyclone still coming over. Interference Matrix coming online. We're just going to be having ourselves the Raven Marines and the Siege Tank coming about. Orbital Command coming through. The SCV coming online. A couple extra SCVs building up. Cyclone on the way for a moment or two. Raven on the way on both sides then. So we get to settle down here in this TVT with a little bit of Raven on Raven action. No surprises there. Ravens are extremely good in this matchup, so not surprising at all to see that coming about. Get that on the way. Byon is cut after just one Raven, which is... Oh, no, sorry, he already has 2. Never mind. He was just much sooner to the Raven production than his opponent was. So Byon is going to be ahead of Raven for now. That will be it for the moment. Is just have a couple of Cyclones moving back toward the upper right side again. Interference Matrix coming in on both sides of the map. So both players will have those Ravens to play with. And Byon does now start another Raven, going for a third. Kua starts the second starport. So he looks for a big, aggressive 2-base, 2-starport push. Looks to be very controlling in the skies. And looks to get a win here early on. What is... Mothership's a big map, and if this map plays out, I could absolutely see this being like a long TVT map. But right now, Kua is not looking to let this go along at all. He's looking to control this early enough and to push early enough to get that done. Three Vikings producing through. Tank and the Marine coming about. Extra barracks on the way from Byon. The Vikings and the Siege Tank continue to produce as well. Cyclone, step forward, tank shot good. Pushing those Cyclones back the other way. We're just going to go land down onto that third base then. Again, a couple of engineering bays and barracks all come through. The Vikings on the way still from Kura as well. As we actually maybe dot our way around the sides there, just getting over to that right edge. Here looking to try and get a push where Byon's not going to see it coming. That third base of Byon going to be forced to be lifted pretty quickly here. He just lifts it, immediately going to retreat back. He's realizing a little bit now what is going on. What can he do? Looking for some Cyclone lock-ons. But now that those tanks are just going to get difficult, that orbital is getting low. We should be able to repair that, I believe, from the natural very shortly. SCV should be preemptively there to deal with this. Oh no. Byon, what was that? He could have had SCVs preemptively underneath. But, I mean, maybe he's just afraid of it. Is the tank fire going to reach? Maybe? Does that tank reach across? It might have done. Either way, I mean, I think you should have tried, right? Because now you're just in a position where You do not successfully save your third base. That's already a big win for Kua. One of your advantages as the defender is gone, having an extra command center available. Vikings and Ravens patrolling about. Tanks gathering through. Still got the 1-1 upgrades and the stim pack all coming online. Just have a chance to push in toward the natural expansion here sooner or later. A couple of units still out on the left side, and we're going to drop an interference matrix down. That siege tank going to get caught. The Viking going to get caught right there, as we are looking for the matrices to help break out of this. We're going to hit 3 out of 4 matrices on tanks right there. We just don't have the damage output. Byon's getting absolutely swept. Army supply is already gone. And now he pulls the STVs in very late to this battle. It is not even going to be close. Byon gets completely shut down. Q with a convincing 2-0. At least in this second game, convincing second map. In the first game, it was a 17-minute game, so probably a little bit more back and forth, a little bit more competitive and feisty there. That will be that to round us out for that one, which means that Q moves on to play Clem in the semis. So we're going to get a Q Clem best of 3 in the upper semi-final. Hero takes down Trigger 2-1, and he's going to advance to the upper bracket semi-finals today as well. Congrats to him. Very exciting. Very exciting indeed. Mess something up. I'm trying to quickly fix something for tomorrow, and I just typoed and then I pressed enter and it updated the whole thing. I was like, not like this. Not like this. Beautiful. Alrighty guys, more StarCraft coming up. Get ready to resume. I told you guys that YouTube wouldn't like the fact I was streaming in the evening, by the way. The YouTube viewership is like about half of what it has been recently at this point of a stream. It just doesn't like change, man. YouTube is absolutely terrified of change. It's just like, I don't usually promote your stream at this time of day, I can't do it. It's so funny how algorithms work like that. That's wild. Alright guys, we're looking to get into... I am on America, right? Yes, I'm in the chat channel nowadays. Yes. We are looking to get into Clem Q then in a few moments' time. I'm just going to throw us a break screen for a couple minutes. I'm going to try and grab... This is literally my tea, so... This is going to be my dinner. I'm just going to grab that and have a bag of crisps while we wait for this next match to start up. I'll see you guys very soon for Clem Q. BRB. She's like, oh, the crisps are gone? I'm gone. Don't think I'm sticking around for no food. Dinner is tea. Yeah, in the northern England, we call dinner, dinner being like the evening meal, we call that tea. That's our tea. Which is why I think sometimes people are like, God, British people love their tea. They have specific tea times. It's like, to me, tea time is like evening meal time, right? Nowadays, I call it dinner, and Helen looks at me, she's like, what is wrong with you? I've been influenced by the non-northern English people in my life. I'm sorry. So in the UK, well, where I'm from, dinner is actually lunch. So yeah, dinner is lunch, and tea is dinner. And I try when I speak on stream, I try and do it the way that most people would understand it around. I don't always remember, to be honest. Anyways, we're getting ready for Clem Q here, guys. Where does supper come in? Supper's still supper. Just supper's like the meal after dinner. You have like a pre-bed meal, right? Supper's like an 8-9 p.m. kind of thing. Countdown, as you can hear, ongoing. We're getting into it. We're going into Tydo Citadel here for Clem Q. Map 1. Let's see how Q's TVP matches up against Clem's Protoss on this patch. I haven't casted a lot of Clem Protoss versus Terran on this patch, so kind of excited to see a little bit of what it looks like. Get this on the way in. It's cool to know, yeah. So TLDR, if you ever hear me saying tea time, I don't mean it's time for me to go and have a cup of tea. Yeah, that's like I say, I swear like so much of the confusion about that comes from that, but anyways, on the bottom right side, our red Protoss player is going to be Team Liquid. So Clem is a Liquid matchup, because obviously in the upper left side, the other 4-lettered Terran player from Liquid that begins with a C is going to be Q. Let me find a observer to stalk, and we will get ourselves into Tydo Citadel for this opening game of the semi-finals in the upper bracket. Again, there is a lower bracket going on as well. We'll talk more about that when we get to it. Once we're kind of done with the upper bracket, we'll show you guys where things are. But of course, bracket command is available if you want to check it out. Loco with the raid. Hello, all you Locovians. Hope you are having a great day. Hope Loco didn't abuse you guys too much today. Hopefully you didn't play any StarCraft 2 ladder. I know what you're thinking. Why would that be abuse? But have you seen Loco play StarCraft 2? It's painful to watch. So I do feel bad when his chat has to see it. But otherwise, welcome. Thank you. Hope you guys are having a good time. What's up, Mickey Verix coming in with 1,000 bits. I swear down, every time Loco raids me, somebody literally puts bits in the channel. It's like a good look. Like Loco raids, and suddenly someone's like bits. Like every time, I swear this is a thing. Thanks so much for the bits, Mickey, and thank you so much for the Prime sub, Crappe, for the 4 months. Appreciate it. Isn't Loco GM? I mean, I too can Photoshop a gold border onto the screen where I needed to show gold. You know? Yeah. People believe anything in this day and age. Unbelievable. You seen this guy's YouTube thumbnails? He's a master of Photoshop. You think he can't change his freaking StarCraft 2 border color? Unbelievable. You guys think this guy's an amateur, and that's why he's so good at it. He gets away with everything. I know, crazy. Alrighty, guys. Factory coming up, Tech Lab coming through. We do have our Adept is shitting around a little bit as we take a couple of moments. And we have ourselves Nexus and the Twilight Council coming on through. And yeah, we just take a couple of moments to see what's going on. The Adept Chrono Boost out, and the Command Center coming up. Warp Gate on the way. Clem and Q just getting settled. If you guys are just joining us, this the Monday night weeklies. I don't usually stream this. Usually Roddy, Steadfast, some week Ripple stream this. They're all in Vegas. Yeah, like the same. Me and Loco, we were not the cool kids invited to come along to the StarCraft school trip to Vegas. So, Because been streaming. Here I am casting this one. Is there no one else casting this in English today? It's so wild because, like I said, usually I don't cast this because the Monday evening tournaments are just, they are absolutely covered in other streams. So that's usually just not worth casting it. But yeah, kind of wild that there's just no one else around. So it's such a weird, such a weird kind of thing. But yeah, happy to fill in when everyone else is slacking off doing other things and actually taking a break and stuff and having some fun. So yeah, welcome. And we are in the semi-finals of the upper bracket. Clem and Kua. Heroes in the other semi-final probably will play against MaxPax unless there's an upset there. I believe MaxPax currently playing against Solar, so that is what's going on. As we have a couple of adepts in the Stalker gathering up for the moment. Pro pulling back, Robo Facility coming through. And Clem's build looking pretty standard as Kua plays 1-1-1 into pretty fast extra couple of barracks. Getting himself set nicely into the Byon establishment in the near future, so getting that on the way. The Cyclone and a few Marines inside, gonna come down toward that bottom right, getting themselves active. And yo, Valkasha 76 on the 3-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you so very much. Also, clicking that Prime button and helping us run more StarCraft 2. Super appreciate you. Thank you so much. Medevac gets in, but is instantly deflected by unit positioning, so Kua does not get very far along on that one. The Stimpack building by from Kua, the Liberator and a few Marines still building on by. And we get ourselves a couple of gateways coming up from Clem. The Observer halfway done, Nexus about to complete. And Marines in the Cyclone unloading in that corner, hitting that pylon for a couple of moments. Stalkers get a few shots off onto the Medevac. Again, Combat Shield and Stim both build a Marine Marauder Medevac all on the way through. Our Stalkers are heading to the upper left-hand side as they set up out the front of the natural expansion charge on the way. 2 more Stalkers building up. Forge producing, battery building. Let's see what Clem can do in terms of applying some pressure, but he has that third Nexus, so he's not in need of doing a lot of damage or anything. Just, hey, you've got the Stalkers, you may as well put them in a position to try and get something done. A couple of probes going down the other side. It's Mr. Liberator who shows up and gets some kills. 2-3 workers going down immediately. And that will be it, as the Stalker Warpins will handle it fairly quickly. Bit of lost mining time. Clem deals with it pretty aptly overall, I'd say. 5 worker lead still for Clem at this point in time, as the bunker will go down, and the Bio continues to chase. Clem playing Toss now for fun. Clem has played Protoss exclusively in versus Terra matchups for about a year. This is not just for fun, this is his... He did this in eSports World Cup. He does this against everyone. He does not play TVT, so... This is Clem's versus Terran race of choice, and yeah, it's been going very well for him. He is probably one of the top 3 PVTers in the world. He's extremely good with this. There's a +1 combat shield and the concussive shells all coming through, so getting a lot of upgrades online here on the side of Kua are going to help him in the near future, so we get that all up and running. And yeah, I mean, Kua keeping Clem honest here and there. A few workers going down, 7 in total this game. Now starting to push at the front and trying to make use of some of these upgrades we've just gotten onto the field that we can, you know, maybe take better advantage of at this stage. The Marauder's going to hit, the Stalkers take some shots, we can drop a force field or 2 in return. Marines going down, Marauders taking damage, and we are going to continue to chase. A couple of Zealots taking shots as well. +1 upgrade still coming by. And yeah, we see Clem continue to chase the army of Kura away up to the top for the moment. Marauder gonna get chased down. The rest of the Bio coming across. The Stalkers have to blink the other direction for a few moments. And again, a couple of Water Mines in the barracks all coming online, getting all of that up and running. Marine Marauder Medevac +1 on the attack upgrade building for now. So again, just getting everything going that we can. I mean, Kira's army looking pretty hefty. Lots of Bio involved. So I'm gonna first of all lose that Observer to the scan, but secondly is heading into that Robo base. So opting toward the Colossus. PVT recently has been much more of a choice between do we build Colossus or do we build Storm. It has not just been that, hey, we're definitely gonna build Storm because that's super good. We've seen pros players really rotate between them and really kind of mix in each build into their builds and into their series. So yeah, and the overall kind of aspect, I would say it's been pretty fun to see the pros players mixing up their strategies and actually, like I say, doing different things. You know, it's not such a one-dimensional kind of choice of what you do as what it was for the last couple of months. That said, Kyo's going to just go diving into this main base, and Clem did not see a lot of this, so Clem has a lot of units across the other side of the map, and that's going to force SCVs to be pulled, but he's got a full army to deal with over here. He's going to say Kyo actually has to start unloading these units. Medivacs will get chased. Okay, that's fine. That's enough units, and Clem should absolutely not still be fighting this. Like, Zealots going down and letting you kind of, do some damage with the Stalks is fine. I don't think we should be sticking around. We kill 17 SCVs on the other side. Colossus about to show up. Can Clem really stabilize so well against this? I can't believe he's still fighting here. It feels like Kyo's not really dealing damage to anything. Mortal and the Colossus again in reach now, starting to do a lot of work. And we really are just on the tail end of these units from Kyo, and that's going to be a shutdown and a pushback, and honestly, I honestly don't know how he didn't do more there as Kyo. I don't know how he didn't kill more stuff. Felt like that should have been more impactful. He's going to jump out over here now. Maybe lack of units could be an issue for Clem. Mobility around these bases and rotations around these bases could be a problem as Kyo jumps onto that low ground, hits this location. And Clem, obviously up a lot of workers, means he is down in army supply currently. Should just let this fourth base go down, because let's be realistic, he did a lot of damage on the other side of the map, and he knows that. So there's no need for him to maintain a fourth advantage right now. What's important is staying alive, and obviously trying to keep the fourth alive could be an issue. He pulls back nicely with those Colossus, keeping them safe. Do we not have a battery? No battery on the... Okay, there's a couple batteries on the map. I'm just thinking about how we could get these units healed up so we can keep fighting soon. But for now, Clem does push Kyo away, equalizes the army supply, and with the economic lead that Clem maintains in terms of work count, maybe that's just enough. Chasing right now, the bio unit's back into the center. We see, oh no, the lift on the medevac is not going to be punished. The empty medevac went down, the other two get away. I felt like that happened in slow motion. I was waiting for the next Stalker volley to come through, and it just wasn't enough in the end. Took a little while for those Stalkers to fire that first shot off as well, I suppose. The Zealot Stalker Colossus is going to be moving up, and we have ourselves the Marauders just going to dive the Colossus. Clem getting very, very aggressive with these units. I agreed with him chasing at first. I think this might be a bit too far forward to be on the map with just how low the Colossus are specifically. If these were full HP Colossus, they have a little bit more kind of wiggle room on the micro, then I don't mind him being here. But yeah, I think he kind of pushed the button a little bit too hard there and kind of invited Kyo into a chance to turn this around and to play cleanup and to switch this one up. 5 SCVs will fall. We have the Marine Marauder still coming over. Prism and a couple more sentries coming out as well. Bio being pre-split, Clem is very well known for being aggressive in these scenarios, and Kyo is expecting Clem to advance forward. Clem's going to come from the far left-hand side, taking a little while to swing around there, but might be, I think, setting up the Prism to come in from the right side during this. Going to blink back away from that first mine, but we actually unburrow the mine. Good micro from Kyo to begin with there. There's now the rest of that bio trying to step forward a little bit. Ghost Academy coming up. The Viking Marine Marauder still building. Prism loads a few units up. The Colossus and the Thermal Lance coming around. Prism getting ready to make a play in toward the main over these next few moments. Just going to get straight onto that. Those rocks going to start taking some shots. And yeah, a couple of Vikings still coming through. The Zealot going to get grabbed over on that right side. Watchtower going to be taken for a few moments. The armor upgrade building. And again, a couple of Zealots getting straight in after some SCVs, trying to get some damage done. Engineering Bay and Armory both coming up. A couple of Zealots will go. They're going to get rid of a Marauder. The extra Zealots going to get up to the top side. The Vikings going to go in after the Prism. Three SCVs going down, still the rest of the army still trying to push up at the front. Bit of bio going to be there. The Colossus getting chased the other way. Vikings going to get rid of one of those Colossus. The Stalker's trying to get underneath. The back and forth so far, it's pretty decent. 5 more Stalkers in production. Extended Thermal Lance on the way out. Gateway and the Nexus continuing through. Yeah, I mean, Kyo's going to be able to push Clem away, and he's going to keep himself alive here. Clem a few Zealots into the main base. Still pushing at the front. The Zealots in the main need a bit more time to hit, I think, and actually distract Kyo. Then he could probably push in at the front more comfortably. Clem following the Colossus up with the Disruptors. It's just going to be having the Disruptors coming up now. The next Colossus starting up. +3 attack upgrade on the way. The Zealots in the main got a handful of SCVs. Kyo pulled back heavily. That's what I mean. I feel like if we actually dealt with those... if we let the Zealots go in first, then we push at the front, maybe Clem could have actually had some success against the split army of the Terran player, but that opportunity never really came around in the end. And you drop the scan in to see what's going on. A couple of Ghosts, Vikings, Marines coming through also. +2 attack upgrade building from Kyo. Dark Shrine also going to be added on next as the little bit of bio there. Just gets rid of a Zealot. Yeah, a couple Ghosts, a couple Vikings coming through. 2 upgrades coming about. The Prism is going to be right there as well. It's going to be setting up with the few Zealots for now. And Ghost just moves through with those couple of upgrades. 2-2 on the way out on the side of Q here. Zealot, Stalker, Colossus all gathering together. Certainly in the center of the map. +3 attack, Disruptors in production, +2 armor on the way out as well here currently. Bring a lot of this into place. Stalkers come up. When SCV goes down, that missile turret will be halted in production for a little bit. We still got ourselves the Vikings, the ship weapons all coming through. And a bit more army still from Clem stepping towards that upper left side. Still looking to try and pressure in. Been a fun game one. This is about 15 minutes in now of this opening game, and definitely competitive. Some crazier moves early, leveled out, and Clem maxed out now. Cure maxing out soon. Especially with Ghosts on the way, you definitely kind of like it a little bit for Cure because Ghosts have been pretty darn good lately. It's definitely causing the Protoss players to complain a little bit. Oh no, they didn't beat everything again. You know, it's been a while since they've cried, but Protoss cries have been heard recently about them Ghosts. And so you have the hallucination coming around that top side. What can the Ghosts do right here? And it's going to be a Disruptor shot in. Sun's Tower taking a little hit. Stalkers get to the front. The bio will be no Stalkers back. Disruptor shot to try and zone. It is interesting because obviously the Ghost did get, you know, that 25 HP buff. Obviously they got made into light units. So the idea was that the light change initially made them worse versus Colossus. And then you give them the 25 HP back so that Colossus still killed them in the same number of shots. The problem with giving them the plus 25 HP is that obviously Disruptors don't one-shot them anymore. And because of EMP and the high Templar radius, storm radius and range change, Ghosts are going to be a little bit easier to use in this matchup than before. So the Protoss complaints about them are somewhat justified. Like, it is going to be more difficult. The question we really have to ask is, are they making it impossible to kind of play against? Such a fine line with those units as those Disruptors actually do pretty well initially. That one goes off as well. A lot of connections in, but Clem took a lot of damage at first, and he lost a lot of army supply to begin with, so he can't really turn around and kind of capitalize on the good Disruptors. The good Disruptors more so just save him on the back of what was otherwise a pretty much a failed fight. The Vikings get rid of the Colossus quickly. Now it's just Zealot Stalker. I don't think we can fight this much bio with just Zealot Stalker. 2 new Disruptors on the way, and I do fear that Clem is going to end up in a scenario here where he's basically Zealot Stalker Disruptoring. It's a very scary comp to play with. As Kira is just going to finally establish his 4th base. Might be a target for Clem with the Shadow Stride DTs. That Shadow Stride just completed, and that harassment of Dark Templar is one of the things he can really lean upon here to give him a chance and an opportunity to still play this kind of composition of Zealot Stalker Disruptor, because the DTs can force you to split around and have to go and deal with a lot of things. The Zealot Stalker Disruptor can then capitalize on the Terran splits, can capitalize on the Terran defenses, and so on and so forth. More Vikings coming up in production. A couple of Ghosts on the way. The Marauder, 2 ship weapons, 3-3. There's the DTs. It's good again for the missile turret and the wooden one. Initially, obviously, Ghost can EMP though. And the one thing with the DTs, they're super expensive. So you don't want to give them up too easily, because the last thing you want is to just lose out on your Dark Templar and just have that expense on your mind. You want these DTs to switch positions, dive in, get damage done, dive out. Try and preserve those Dark Templar. Again, they are not cheap. And if you're going to see success in this kind of game setup, you need to get those DTs to be efficient, and efficiency means keeping them alive. So it's not really it for Clem, though, as they are going to be chased, and that does maybe open the door for the Disruptors on the right side to jump onto that right side base, and that's exactly what they're doing. Curious, are you going to turn around? No, he's going to keep on chasing. This base just disappears then, so he just keeps on chasing. He's in kill mode. Clem has 40 supply, or 30 supply less than his opponent. He needs to play defense, but he actually doesn't have a lot of his defensive units left over. He has 1 Disruptor. That's really not enough. Second one building. He might never get out. A lot of these units are hurting. That Disruptor shot actually could have been better. Clem could have changed the direction of it towards the end. I will say a lot of these Terran units are kind of low HP coming into the fight, but man, there's just so many of them. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough that Clem can really fight against this. Pulls the Disruptors into the corner, going to fire again. Going to get a few units in the front. Extra Zealots coming in from the other side as well. From that right side, Clem looking for the defense. Army supplies have evened out a little bit. Now the DTs are going to rejoin this battle as Clem needs everything he can to get damage done. He's going to force the lift, and the retreating Kira backs away. Kira does not even kill that base in the end. He's going to see this gold base that Clem has up during this as well on his retreat. And Kira is now a 3-base Terran player playing against a Clem who is all of a sudden defending that main army push that Kira is putting pretty much all of his marbles onto, right? He was basically saying, yes, these units can push, shove, and do so much because I have a really, really sizable army advantage at this stage. Crazy business. The DTs continue to pull away. Zealot, Stalker, Sentry. Coming back around the left side. Guardian Shield will pop. It's going to be seeing the Zealots charging through. The Stalker's going to have to take a step back instead. Byon still charging down that left-hand side. Going to get a jump onto this Nexus here. Going to start to work our way through this and knock that down. So the Nexus will be taken out. Zealots, Colossus, and the Stalker still being brought into play. Zealots going to go counter-attack. I mean, losing the gold base is whatever. Clem is still a 6-base Protoss without that location. So he can survive without that, much more so than Q could survive without his 4th. And that 4th, by the way, that's been replaced is the natural expansion relocated. So it's an orbital. In some ways, that's cool because it means that you can just lift up the orbital against DT harass. But if you lose that orbital, that's going to be a lot of your scans or kind of just baseline scans so that you rely on. And they're going to kind of go back the other way. TT just swiping, Ghost taking some damage, and EMP gets a bit clean up on the Dark Template for the moment. Again, Nexus and a couple of simulators building through. There's Zealot Stalker. He's just going to push straight forward here. DTs are going to chase. Biomedevac gathering up. And I mean, it just looks like the kind of fight Clem's going to win because all of a sudden Q has no Vikings available, so the Colossus do a lot. And we'll step back. Not a lot of Zealots in the front right now. Q trying to split and take a better fight as he chases. Both players are 3-3 upgraded, so upgrades are not a factor here. DTs is going to find a chance to jump onto a couple Bio units, kill a couple, blink away. Just trying to preserve themselves. And again, I don't mind it though. I love the swipe to reveal themselves and then blink. Gets a scan out. And now going to come in again. As Kyo's just going to say GG. Apparently no scan. Ready to kind of drop onto those Dark Templar. They're just getting kills. And that's going to be GG. Kyo ran out of money in the end. Losing that 4th base was a big factor. He actually was a low SCV Terran player for a long time in this game as well. So he did end up genuinely in some difficult positions there. And that really came back to haunt him in the end. That's part of, well, kind of one of the big reasons why this one was not really sustainable for him. GG, and we are going to go game 2 with Clem leading 1-0 in the series, guys. Just making sure we get into this lobby. Mothership, so this game 2, Mothership coming up once again. Mothership being fairly popular, actually. People are playing it quite a bit, which is very nice to see, to be honest. So awesome to check that out. And we are going to get ready to go very, very soon. Chat, a couple people, by the way, I'm seeing some of the grab taps coming in for people installing a couple of the games. We did mention this earlier, but we are currently sponsored by GrabTap. You know what? I'll do this talk after the break or so because I'm currently in ads, so it doesn't really make sense. But TLDR, if you can hear me, check out GrabTap, !GrabTap. Even just a couple people installing games is currently funding the stream. Every time you guys check out and install a game and stuff like that from the GrabTap link, it straight up supports the channel. And we are currently sponsored, so even just the sponsorship going well would be a big thumbs up right now to help us in the right direction. So do check out that. I appreciate you guys. And we will get back to this very, very shortly as we are heading into Mothership for our next game. So kicking this one off, getting this one on the go. Getting ready to rumble. Alrighty, thank you for checking out. It was the Obs last game. I think I was on the TKL cameras. Can I use the same observer as last game? I can. Do you guys like him? I'm pretty sure I was on TKL. I mean, Indy's here now, though. You guys prefer TKL over Indy? I think you guys are mad. It is going to be Clem top left-hand corner, though. Maybe we should play Guess the Protoss. Guess the Protoss. Guess the Observer is curious. Terran in the bottom side. Ghost OP. Thank you for paying the points for the balance wine. Appreciate it. Yeah, TKL's good too. There's a bunch of people who are just good observers, honestly. I honestly think you guys would be shocked if you saw me observe. I don't think any of you guys would guess it was me observing. If I observed something, I didn't have to cast or produce at the same time. using the channel points properly. Yeah, you love to see it. So yeah, Mothership, this 3-player map that actually does not have a lot of the negatives that a lot of the 3-player maps usually have. Because of its size and the way it's laid out, it actually doesn't have a lot of that rotational advantage. So I actually think this is a 3-player map that is going to make the map pool. And obviously Last Fantasy did, but that was just a mistake. No one wanted to play Last Fantasy. I actually think this map will get played if it became a ladder map. I genuinely do. Because, yeah, believe it or not, the majority of the time, 3-player maps and not being played is nothing to do with people just being like, "Wee, 3-player map." It's actually more so just the map layout being very advantageous or disadvantageous based on the RNG of the spawns, so. Has anyone seen a Storm game so far? No, we haven't seen any Storm today, but honestly, I'd say Storm is still being played like 50-50-ish with Colossus builds. Kind of depends on the pros play, and kind of depends on the map, I think, a bit. And maybe even depends on the opponent a bit too, so maybe 50-50 is not true. Maybe more 60-40 towards Colossus, but Storm has still been a pretty big factor in terms of what we see in the world of PvT recently. Is there air blockers on the dead space? Yes, this is dead space. So it's just yeah, the top right is not advantageous. I actually think that's becoming my biggest complaint about this map is obviously the air blockers are needed to make it work. But I hate air blockers that block off what is naturally clickable places on the mini-map. I always feel as though we see so many players derp out with it. And I'm like, well, maybe the players should just get good, right? But I understand their pain. It feels like you can click there. Your natural tendency is to be able to click those locations, right? Let's have ourselves the blink on the way up, the robot facility coming through. As Clem going to take a very similar opening to the last time to the last game for the moment. You see Q coming online with the tank, the Marines, the medevac, the barracks is on the way through as well. Gateway comes online at the front, the robot facility halfway done, and that Stalker just going to ramble about for the moment. Couple them together. Not really anything to move across the map for or against just yet. Here is on the map with a handful of Marines. He leaves the Cyclone back for now though, so... Was the Cyclone? Yeah, Cyclone's already over here. Apologies. So Cyclone already kind of chilling at the front. And that's going to then join up with these Marines, and we'll try and see if we can poke around for a little bit of damage, looking to drop in toward the main base. Marines and the Cyclone pop out, a few probes get pulled away, a couple Stalkers. And step over the right-hand side and chase after the medevac. Yeah, good volley off on it because we went back for a unit there, not the crispest of escape micro on the side of Kua. But good defense from Clem. Obviously, that's pre-blink, so it's always scary. If you're out of position, you will take damage there. But now that blink is completed, you have a little bit more leeway to be out of position. Those Stalkers with the blink, I was going to say they were kind of headed towards striking the medevac and kind of catching it on its way home. Doesn't happen, but yeah, that would have been a little bit disastrous just to lose the medevac when it's so necessary. Maybe still will. Medevac boosts forward, but straight into the Stalkers. And the Stalkers intercept the medevac. And that is indeed the medevac then going down. That doesn't mean we're kind of lacking units to defend here right now. It does mean that Clem doesn't have to leave any Stalkers at home anymore, though. And obviously, it is still going to be, you know, one less medevac for any future push and so on. Like this blinking as well. You got two SCVs. Blink out without losing anything as well. Lovely little play from Clem, just finding a good corner to blink in and get something done with. Can't really do much at the front because the double tank siege is going to be very powerful and very difficult to get, you know, truly jump on or anything. I think Clem's fine, you know, fine with this right now. He got rid of that medevac, got rid of those few units. Hard to say he's really anything but, you know, content with where this position leaves him at this far. Again, up one in this BO3. And not a bad start for this game number 2, looking to make it to this Monday night weekly final. Still, excuse me, sorry. Marine's still building. I started talking too quietly, didn't pick up on the mic. Yeah, it's been a lengthy day for me, to be fair, so voice is apparently given out, even though we've not really casted much yet. As the Marine tank is going to move up, we are going to see that Observer is looking to play a getaway, just about escapes. Combat Shield will be building on the side of Cure. The charge of the Templar Archives coming up and online from Clem as well. The Stalkers do take a moment to take their blinks backward and just get themselves out of trouble. Byo still shoving their way up toward those Stalkers, so again, absolutely looking to get a little bit feisty, looking to get involved as we know that this is coming. The SCVs are pulled. Clem sees it coming as well. Gets some Stalkers around the back. We will see Siege Tank 4, though, is already joined up with the main portion of the army. So that's 4 tanks that can siege the main base, or towards the main base. Obviously, the Natural is where they'll siege first. That's kind of a big deal. 4 tanks is difficult to break down if they're in position. Clem can try and hold this round force fields. That's his to charge up, get rid of a few SCVs, kind of just freebies so far. The more SCVs we get rid of right now without anything else kind of, fighting at the same time, the better, because then the SCVs are not doing much tanking. Stalkers around the backside kind of walk in, but they get blasted by the tanks, because like I say, 4 tanks are going to be very powerful here. I love the Archons, though, the Immortals as well. These are the things that do sit as the tech units that can truly come into this and deal with this, I would say. So, expecting that to be a sizable factor. The Immortals still coming up, Gateway still coming through. Stalkers still wanting to get in after a couple of those Marines. The Medevac doing some healing overhead. 6 more Marines and the Siege Tank still coming up as the Marines are going to continue to step by for the moment. Looking to get in toward this upper left and into this Natural. Tanks will siege. And they're going to trap a few SCVs and Marines in. Clem just says, you know what, come towards me a little bit. He can probably get rid of some of those bunkers. We'll see how soon he wants to go. Sending some Zealots around. Looks like he's just going to go for it right now. If he can get enough of these Immortals in range of those tanks, that would be massive. I don't love that the tanks are so close together, because if the Immortals get on top of some of the tanks, they're going to be on top of all of the tanks. He loses a lot of army, but he does maintain a mortal count, so the replaceable units such as the Zealots and so can be brought back up. We're actually just chasing forward the Marines right now, as he just says, Cure, that there's not enough splash damage for Clem to really defend against the Marines stepping up, and he may not be wrong. The Immortals obviously tanking, but it doesn't matter if the Marines are just doing enough. Having to pull further back, giving the tank's position onto the Natural now. Your Robo facility is down there too. We warp in 3 High Templar, so maybe an Archon or 2 in the near future to try and help us with another wave of this, but we've got 26 to 46 army supply. It is not looking pretty at the moment. Extra gates coming online, the Archons coming through. A lot of that setting up for the moment. Let's just see the Marines going after the Nexus. Here we go for one last bust through from Clem. If this one doesn't save you, then you really are in trouble. That Mortal is struggling to get on top of the tank. Obviously no Prism Micro or anything, so that Mortal is kind of doomed as well. The Archons are going to struggle to fight Marines because of the range issue, and I think Hero has done what he needs to take this series to 1-1, tied up in the BO3. Byo turns again. I mean, like I say, he already lost the Natural here as Clem. Is there a defense? He's half the army supply. Like I say, the problem with Archons is they're just such unreliable defensive units. If they start fighting, then Q's going to stim back and just pull away, and the Archons will forever be chasing. They'll never truly fight. And I think that is going to be the big issue in the end, is Clem will kind of get Q to turn away for a little bit, so Clem gets a little bit of time looking for value with these Stalkers. Obviously lost the Natural, still has the third, still has the worker advantage, 49 to 28. I'm shocked that Kira is turning around as heavily as he has done. I mean, Clem's going to even begin Storm, so he's going to give himself a chance to play into Storm here. I don't know why Kira's falling back. I don't know if he just feels as though he's done enough. I mean... Okay, Clem loses a bunch of units there. Not great. I was going to say... I was about to ask about Kira knowing about that third. I guess it doesn't matter in the end. But, yeah, GG's Kira does bring it back, and we go 1-1 now in this BO3 semi-final. Yeah, I don't know why he wouldn't have just pushed toward the third base. I understand pulling back to some extent toward reinforcements. I actually think that's a moment where your Marines are just good to go. And it felt like he was going so far back that it was almost opening the door for Clem to actually have time to get back in, but it doesn't happen. Clem taps out as a few units go down, and Kyo will get it done in the end, and we are going to go to Throne of the Dunes for Game 3 of this series. A lot of people join this lobby right now. Here, MaxPax is the other semi. I don't know if anyone's casting that, but it doesn't feel like it, because everyone's in game with us at the moment. On the lower bracket, I told you guys we'd mention it a little bit, but basically Percival is waiting for the loser of this series, and then... Percival lost to Byon. Byon beat Percival, and so Byon is waiting for the loser of this series or next series. I actually don't know where they dropped down. I actually think Byon's waiting for the loser of Hero MaxPax. Solar and Geralt are playing, and the winner of that will play the loser of this series. If the players drop down in the order that I think they do, so something for us to think on. So we ready ourselves up into Game 3. Throne of the Dunes coming up. We get into our third map of this best-of-3 semi-final. One and one, Throne of the Dunes, top right corner. Red Protoss player here from Team Liquid is Clem. It's been actually a pretty darn good semi-final as well. Back and forth. First game, aggressive second game, ties up the series. Bottom left-hand side, the blue Terran player is Cure. I always love jumping into someone's camera and they're just having a real moment to look around. The beauty of the map, you know, really taking the sides, taking this. It's Ryung as well. Ryung's like, Ryung is a full-on streamer now, man. He's like, he doesn't look at this map from the competitive point of view. He's like, hey, look at the decoration. Look how cool it is. Isn't that nice? Oh, funny. All right, onto the indie cam as we have barracks coming up, getting the assimilator coming through. Taking the culture. Yeah, exactly. Taking the culture. Alright, gateway finishing shortly. Barracks on the way up. Get this game 3 set up very soon. Just going to see the SCV and the probe going to nibble at each other for a couple of moments. A little bit back and forth. This Reaper will now start up as well. This map's massive. Yeah, I think Throne of the Dunes is pretty big. I think it's one of the bigger maps from the TLMC, if I'm not mistaken. Next on the Sabacore, just coming through. Again, just gonna have the factory and the command center coming online. And just gonna be seeing the bunker coming up as well, so we get that going. Reaper coming by. Twilight Council building as well. Can the Zealot deny the expansion? Probably not. Reaper is onto it soon. There's already 2 Marines here. This looks like one of the safest defenses against the Zealot you'll see. So it really does just have to run back at this point as the Adept trying to move forward as well. And yeah, Stalker and the Warp Gate still building into place. The Twilight Council's halfway done. And the Reaper just hops back into the bunker for the moment. After the barracks coming through, command center settling in. Just going to see the Hellion coming about, a couple of Adepts getting going as well. A couple of Adepts will come around. I'm just going to be seeing the Blink coming about, Robo Facility on the way. Well, obviously just a little bit of the Adept harassment, pretty well dealt with by Clem. Doesn't really leave much opening for Cure. And Blink coming about. Yate and the Robo coming up. Continue to settle down. Sitting in there, a couple of Devs trying to move through, a couple of Marines stepping over. Again, Robo Facility finishing very shortly. Blink is halfway. Siege Tank and Marines producing by as well. Seeing that Barracks and Command Center coming up. SCV still building just for the moment as we have ourselves the Blink Chrono on the Twilight Council going to be done very, very soon. And that will complete here on the Twilight Council, so we get that Blink completed. That will be a chance for them to get active. Now, Clem obviously is going to be up against that fast triple CC of Cure. So Kira is going to be hoping that Clem does not come with as much aggression. That said, the Prism is going to be out this game. We are going to be on the 3 gates, so we actually do have a chance to put some pressure on. We'll see how much Clem can find. See if we can get some damage done in these early stages as Kira looks to play defense initially. Shot coming on the line, the Stimpack Marines and the tank coming through. And to see those few Stalkers still settling in toward the bottom side. Ready to jump toward the main base. And yeah, Prism loading up a few of those and taking them straight into the main already. I'm straight under this siege tank, by the way. So Clem very aggressive. It's going straight to the main. Only 4 Stalkers. The tank is not going to go down. Just doesn't quite have what he needs to get it there. But if he went to the main base with all the Stalkers, maybe there would have been some potential. But it's just the Adepts out the front. The rest of the Stalkers are actually back at home. So playing defense against something that's never arriving. Now Clem will bring a few more forward onto the map. He is taking that 3rd base as well eventually. So Clem gets himself well set for the next stage of this. So see if Stalkers unloading, the older commanding corner. Can be taking some nibbles, but double tanks gonna mean that Stalkers really can't stick around for much. The defense really is spot on by Kua. And Clem gonna see, you know, knowing it's triple CC, he's gone double forged. He's gonna get 1/1 upgrades on the way, so he's gonna be playing a very high count of Zealot Stalker. He's gonna have a lot of units, and again with very good upgrades, and might just be looking for that big swarmy kind of effectiveness. Especially if Kua tries to get to 3rd base and there's just a swarm of Zealots jumping on you as you try and play defense on a 3rd base with tanks. Could be a huge opening for Clem to get a lot of damage done. So a very different scenario for Clem, where at this point in the previous games the tech was on the way, or at least attempting to be on the way. This game it's just pure gateway units and the tech is really in the upgrades. This is quite old school kind of yeah, it's pretty old school TVP really, with this whole kind of double forge fast upgrade style being something that dominated the meta for a very long time. It has not been anywhere near as common as of late. Stalkers get some good nips, and they force a little bit of a stim to come through just to push the Stalkers back. Exactly what you want to be doing already. Again, Clem does still have the Prism, which is going to threaten the main base. More importantly, he can use that Prism to come back over here. And I was going to say to actually just get straight into reinforcing that main army, but yeah, the warping over here is going to be big to begin with. Zealots are going to get rid of that siege tank. Not a lot of defense at all in the main base of QOs. We're going to go after the tech. That's just concussive shells, not the biggest of deals. What can the Stalkers do at the same time? Clem is looking to get around the other way. He's going to start unloading Zealots over here, but that's a lot of Marines. I actually think he's going to be unable to really find much of anything. Maybe on the natural there would have been the opening, but he did not find the chance to step forward to that natural for the moment. Two upgrades coming about, the Immortal and the Concussive Shells coming in. Let's see, a few more Zealots is going to warp straight in here as well. Still keeping the pressure up. Again, you can get a lot of warp-ins here as Clem, but he's playing a very low-tech army. It's all in the upgrades, so if he doesn't succeed with this army right now, I don't know if this is looking great for him, because he's getting cleaned up in the main base. Kira's on the move across the map. He's kept a lot of his units collected together. I don't think Clem has enough to actually survive as Kira looks to get to the other side here. Observer goes down. I think Clem is in trouble. I think this is falling flat on its face right now. His attempt to be aggressive initially has been well fended off. So a few Zealots warping in. I mean, we're right now just one armor upgrade ahead. Two upgrades would be amazing. As we show up with a few more Zealots, that's not going to do much. We got a quick cancel on a 4th that was barely beginning to build anyway. We're just going to fight here. It's a lot of Zealots. Can the armor upgrade make the difference? As we take this fight in, obviously, again, no Prism or anything as well, so not a massive warping on the other side to distract and to punish Kyo for moving across like this. That's why losing the Prism was kind of rough. And it's so many Zealots. He actually just runs those Zealots the other way, by the way, and is just going to let the main army be reinforced here in the end. Looking for a cancel on the 4th base. Cleans up a couple of those mines that he set up with the hallucinated probes a few moments before. Doing a good job here, Kyo, raising the depots, keeping these SCVs alive, and the Zealots end up being kind of, I don't want to say donated, but I mean, they did work. They forced this army to turn away. He actually recalls a chunk of them. I like that. Preserve some of those units. We do get a few units over here. A little bit late to that blink. That could have probably had the medevac if he'd gone for it immediately. He just saw it too late with other things going on. Yeah, Clem actually doing a good job, though, because it brings Kyo back home. He's cancelled the 4th base, right? So he's keeping Kyo from kind of advancing through into the next stage of the game for himself. I mean, that said, ghosts are on the way. That's going to be huge. Clem is on his way to a Dark Shrine and 3/3 upgrades, but ghosts are so good against this unit composition because it's so reliant on the zealots and the tankiness of those zealots. If you EMP through those zealot shields, they are going to be way less effective way sooner. They're just going to get ripped apart much more quickly, so there is a problem coming up for Clem. I love the upgrade still, but I do think he's the one that needs to make things happen right now here in this Game 3. Well, the Stalkers get caught as well, so Q getting a good catch over there. It'll take down a bunch of those already. So I was trying to come down over this side. Q gonna get jumped on. Is Clem have enough to truly kind of take this fight? Here running all the way to that corner where he can obviously choke things up and get these Zealots messed up a little bit. I wonder if we've got enough Stalkers to really kind of punish these units, because obviously the Zealots can tank for a long time, but the Stalkers need to be the ones doing the damage if the Zealots are choked up. Extra Stalkers did show up in the end. We have a lot of these units low HP. I tell you what, these Medivacs are super low energy. Every stim right now, Q, and having the stim consistently is really starting to hurt, and Clem's even going to start targeting down Medivacs as the Zealots take the attention of the Bio army. Gets all the Medivacs there pretty much. A couple of new ones starting to arrive. One was super low HP that didn't quite go down, but the consensus is there is that we're playing denial on these Medivacs. As Q looks for a 4th base, Clem 5 bases behind it all, on his way to those 3/3 upgrades as we've mentioned already, and that will maintain the upgrade lead to allow him to keep taking fights like this. I'll try and peel around the left-hand side. Just a few Stalkers that get there in the end. Doesn't have a lot of the Zealots here right now, so maybe needs to wait. Actually has the Prism heading into the main, maybe some DTs mixed amongst the bases. Could be a great way to be a distraction and to be annoying. And 3/3 upgrades coming about. Some DTs available soon right now. Just regular DTs as we are going to warp a couple more Zealots into the main base. A lot of Bio already running over here, so it's not going to be too easy of a cleanup. Or too difficult of a cleanup. There's still units that pull in over there, but I don't think Clem has found the chance to really jump on any other kind of portion of this in the meantime. That's a big choke point there. I wouldn't have minded the Stalkers and the Immortal taking a while to knock down that set of rocks and just to kind of use that as another way to run Zealots up. Now Clem actually finds Kua kind of walking forward with a portion of this army, jumps in, gets a couple of the ghost kills, mistake by Kua, who is now down 20 workers in this game, is now down army supply in this game, and what even looked like a good start initially for Kua is now going, unfortunately, quite wrong quite quickly. Let's just have Command Center coming through here as well. Marine Marauder Ghost coming about, the Vikings on the way. Zealots will charge through, and a couple of SCVs are going to begin to go down. Never mind, looking to get in after those Zealots. A few more Zealots going down as well. Zealots just coming up. If we can get up that ramp and get a full surround, I mean, the Zealots on the right side as well, looking to threaten at the same time here currently. Marine Marauder Medivac still the production tab. The Starport, a new one on the way as well from Kua. Try and get extra Medivac production. Maybe because he's losing so many Medivacs, maybe because he's afraid of the Colossus switch as well. Wants to be able to spam up Vikings nice and quickly if necessary at any point of this. Could be a reasonable response. Wouldn't mind shot good onto a couple of Zealots, pushing them back the other way. Bio upgrade's going to come across, a couple of Zealots going down. Some moving and cruising. Extra gates on the way about, Nexus on the way through. It's Viking production still from Kua here. 3/3 upgrades on the way from Kua, man. If he could finally even out the upgrades in this game, that would be amazing. Has not been able to do that at all just yet, as a few extra Vikings and Ghosts still coming along. Clem's doing a great job of just mass expanding behind all of this, by the way. Just, you know, we've maybe not mentioned it or looked at it too much because there's been a lot happening on the Kua's side of the map. Clem just has base after base after base, which means that he can just re-establish Zealots. He's going up to 21 gateways, so he can just rebuild units super quickly into these fights as required. And that's going to be absolutely huge for him, obviously, as the Vikings join with the Medivacs, pull back over that right side for the moment. Again, 3/3 coming through, add a +2 ship weapons in as well. The Zealots begin to charge up, Stalkers take some damage. I don't know how pretty of a fight this is going to be, but like I say, you're warping in 18 Zealots already. They are back at home, so the concern for Clem now is, how much do you lose retreating away? WardiTV is going to come in from the other side, just forces a scan. Yeah, Clem losing a lot retreating. I mean, his army supply is way down because he's again got mass workers. Warping a lot more stalkers. Can he find a fight and help him out? He's going to have 1 or 2 more fights before the upgrades even out at 3-3 apiece. And that's if they fight soon. Obviously, the 3-3 is sticking along for the Terran, so Q just doesn't go until 3-3 is ready. This is a moment where actually Clem is not counterattacking as well, so he's not going to have any pressure on the 4th base that Q begins to establish. It's been one of the things that scared Q away from kind of sticking around previously. A big Stalker blinking. Need them to start doing damage ASAP here while the Zealots are tanking. And again, this is one of the final fights there. The upgrade differential will be in play. After this, it's going to be fair game when it comes to upgrades. Remember, the problem for Q is he doesn't have the money to rebuild it all. He has no bank going into this fight. He got maxed out, and that was his goal, to then push and keep on pushing. But he has no bank, whereas Clem's already worked his way through thousands of resources rebuilding into this army. Can he keep it going? Resource lost about 6k favor to Q. Needs to keep that efficiency up. Cancels part of that warp in. The Zealots are in front though, and these Stalkers are just doing so much damage behind it all as well. A Liberator or 2 show up. We can get rid of that very easily with the Stalker count still. And you can see Q is just going the wrong direction. Like, yes, you have to kite against these Zealots. You can't just give up on that super easily, obviously. But yeah, this is just not going the way you want it to. Stalkers get rid of the Liberators as they're coming into play. The Zealots in the front. Now we're talking down Medivacs as well. GG says Q. Clem will get it done with a 2-1 victory. Throne of the Dunes going in his favor. And it is Clem to move into the finals to play some TVP, because it was either Hero or MaxPax coming out on the other portion of the bracket, or the other side of the bracket, I should say. And we don't know who that will be still just yet. Let's head on over to... No, we're already on the American server. They've been in game for 12 minutes. That's probably a game 2 or 3 already. Meanwhile, on the bracket, Solo beat Geralt, so let's just have a little look at what the bracket looks like here, guys, and show you guys exactly what is going on. So it looks a little bit like this right now here in the Monday Night Weeklies, as we have Clem. Let's refresh it. Clem obviously advances over Q into the upper bracket final. He will play Hero or MaxPax. I think Q will drop down here to play Solar, and Byon will play the loser of Hero MaxPax in that best of 1 lower bracket. And then obviously we're waiting for Hero MaxPax to come out of game so that we can go and watch the upper bracket final, because we will stick to the upper bracket until there's no upper bracket matches left. Realistically, by the time we come out of this upper bracket, it's very likely that this lower bracket is just on the lower bracket final as well. So, beautiful. Awesome, so that's what's going on. That's what's happening here in the Monday Night Weeklies, guys. And yeah, Hero just came out of games. We might even have an update there for you all. On Hero MaxPax, because they've not reloaded the game just yet. But I'll keep an eye on if they go in game. We'll obviously join mid-series on that semi-final matchup, as we're looking for an opponent to play versus Clem. Oh, they are going in game, so we're going to have Hero MaxPax in game 2 or 3 here in a couple of moments, guys. So we will get a game 2 or 3 between MaxPax before we get the upper bracket final versus Clem. Let's get in here and we'll check what this score is going to be. It's 1-1. Perfect. So it's game 3 here between MaxPax and Hero as we get this ready to go. Let's get this rumbling on out then. So it's going to be Throne of the Dunes. It's funny, we just come out of one map and we go straight back to it for the next game in a different series. Let's get this going. Is Clem even able to play TVT? Like when in a big tournament, he can't just change? Well, pretty much no big tournament nowadays forces you to lock into a race for the entire tournament. That's just not a thing anymore. GSL did force you to do that, but that's not a factor anymore, I believe. They even GSL removed it. So this is game 3, as in the bottom left corner is going to be the blue Protoss player Hero, taking on in the upper right the red Protoss player MaxPax. Again, we're tied up 1-1 in this best of 3 series. Throne of the Dunes. Let's see what we get. Will it be MaxPax or Hero to take on Clem in the upper bracket final? It will have to go through that lower bracket. That lower bracket's scary as well, because it's just the best of 1, you know? So going through the lower bracket's super scary, because anyone can win a best of 1. I imagine that's going to be a big thing to kind of keep in mind as we look at the results there and see who makes it through to the final couple of matches today as well. Reno played Boros in GSL only after they allowed him to race. Only after they changed their rule, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if you had to be the same race for the full tournament in GSL or if you had to be the same race for the full match. But either way, whatever it was, they removed it and changed it, which encouraged them to be able to play off race if they wanted to. Just for the series? Yeah, that probably makes sense. Anyways, pretty much no major tournament right now is going to force you to play the same race for the full tournament is the point I'm getting at, so Clem doesn't really have an issue in that regard. Is this the final? Nope, this is the upper bracket semi-final. After this, we have the upper bracket final. A little bit of admin work to finish up in the lower bracket, and then the grand final afterward. Does GSL still run? We don't know. We had GSLs this year already, but it was tied into EWC, so I think a lot of that might just come down to whether we have EWC or not next year. Which is basically just up in the air. No one has a clue right now whether that's the case or not, so unfortunately we don't know in that regard. Stargate is going to be finishing very soon from MaxPax, as he's already got that faster expansion as well. Hero playing the double gateway. What is he going to do? So interesting, MaxPax playing his kind of like deluxe kind of PvP build, which is just expand with a Stargate, feel safe, feel good. Hero knows that this is a big thing MaxPax likes to do, so what does he do about it? Does he play a later Stargate straight into Phoenix? Probably not at this stage, realistically. He's probably looking towards something else, whether that be the Twilight Council or Robo Facility. It is going to be the Twilight Council's choice. Obviously, a lot of Stalkers out. Blink obviously starts to make a lot of sense already as well. And so Twilight Council comes into play, and a couple sentries to go along with this. Obviously, defense against this first Oracle is important, although MaxPax is really worried about defense himself right now, using that Oracle to stasis ward right off the bat, and then we'll send it across the map to poke around, but it means he does have one defensive stasis. We can see that Hero's not maybe looking to, play into that at all, so it doesn't really matter too much, but MaxPax doesn't know that, so he's just taking the precaution of putting the stasis ward down preemptively to start things out. Oracle down to the bottom side, and actually we'll catch some workers transferring, so actually does find a good position and just a good time to show up. Gets a couple of probes. MaxPax again up in workers already because that faster Nexus is going to be at a 5-worker lead right now, and on his way to his own blink. So look at this game state. You're up 4 workers, you're down a little bit of army supply, you've got the Oracle to maintain map control with, you can have the Oracle to threaten workers with, and your blink is what, about the same time pretty much, so that's a good recall though. That's a great recall, my goodness. That recall had to be right when it was. Any moment of hesitation about that, and that Oracle dies, and he's afraid of running it up the left side because he knew Stalkers were going to be there as well. Very nicely done. Blink coming up on both sides. Next coming through, the work's on the way. Add a couple of batteries on as well. Islands coming into place. And get ready to go. Stasis is going to pop one Stalker as Hero will try and threaten with his large army supply advantage here. Doesn't have Blink just yet, but you don't need Blink to start kind of poking around. You still have the number advantage, and you can deny MaxPax taking this fast to third base, right? So already looking to put some work in and get some work done on this one. We'll get rid of the first pylon on the battery. And now we work on the Nexus and just, look for canceling this third base to even that part out. MaxPax going to be supply blocked. Pylon's about halfway done, so not able to add to his numbers for the next couple of moments. That loss actually kind of painful for him. And as Blink is about to be ready here, we will be able to maybe put a little bit more pressure on. Hey, there's no Blink just yet from MaxPax, so a good couple of force fields from Hero could have done a lot there. Didn't find it, but does find it now. And look at how many Stalkers of MaxPax are stuck in the back, unable to take advantage and fight. And that's going to be a major issue as a couple of these Stalkers do go down. Great advantage taken from Hero, who's going to be doubling the army supply of MaxPax right now. Still been a little bit catch up on workers, but we're at that point where on 2 bases, you're pretty much saturated anyway, so we're pretty much going to catch up anyway, and it's now a faster third base from Hero with that previous cancel. The blink back there from MaxPax saves himself from losing a Stalker. Good blink back from Hero, stops anything else happening. Now the question comes into what happens next. Dark Shrine from MaxPax. Hero's going to have a Robo. It still depends on him building the Observer and keeping the Observer in the right place. DTs will have options to get damage done here more likely than not. So, obviously, I mean, if they run straight into headfirst into an Observer, then no. But there's at least a chance for them to make things work for themselves now where it might not have been able to happen earlier on. DT still continuing up. Oracle moving around. Obviously, MaxPax does not need to go into a Robo as quickly himself in case of DTs because he has the Oracle, so he is able to detect with the Oracle if needed. Whereas Hero did need to get into the Robo facility just in case of Dark Templar a little bit more quickly. Has his first Observer out, and the Stalker's moving across already. As that Stasis Ward will be placed as well. MaxPax tries to be the one to poke, and obviously this opens potentially the doorway for the DTs to run in on the left-hand side. Now the Observer sees this, so Hero will see it. We'll see how well he deals with it. He's going to walk headfirst into the Stasis Ward, though, and that gives MaxPax an opportunity. And these DTs are causing chaos because I don't think Hero actually saw the DTs because he was busy actually chasing that army down. So yeah, I think this is a little bit of panic movement from Hero, and now trying to save the situation. Recalling a few Stalkers, 7 workers already down. Hero had a lot of army supply, but yeah, big problem there was actually maybe these Stalkers should come down the right side. Maybe they would have got jumped on. Maybe they could have actually cornered this army in a little bit. That would have been an interesting little move. It's a risky move though, and you're still kind of stabilizing on the back of those DTs. Work count's going to even out. Army supply still favoring Hero. Upgrades evenly timed. It's the charge that's a bit faster from Hero. I think Hero's better off overall. All said and done. I think he's better off overall as the next Stalker warps in. And you have our charge about to finish up. +1 attack coming through. Gates and cannons coming up as well. As yeah, +1 charge just all coming along. Stalker's going to head over to that right-hand side. Stalkers blink in. 1 Stalker going down. A couple of shots coming through. Stasis Ward going to get placed right here as we are going to have ourselves Stasis catching and a few of those Stalkers already dropping down. The charge continuing up as well. Just seeing the rest of this army from Hero heading up that right-hand side. Gateways coming into position. Nexus in the pylon building as well. Just have 1 more Stasis up in front of the natural and 3rd base. MaxPax has taken a good few fights to get himself back into this PvP and really has now evened out this army supply differential. It really feels like a wide open game at this point. This feels like anyone's for the taking at this stage. There's no one that really kind of stands above the other. Stalker's hitting the DT. It's going to go down. Oracle still overhead. The Immortal coming about. Dark Shrine Nexus coming on through. Let's just get a couple more warp-ins from Hero on that bottom 6 o'clock position. Extra Zealots warp up. +2 attack going over. Stalker's still taking a chance to step up right there. 1 Zealot coming around. I mean, that's a lot of units from MaxPax. Hero is going to be elsewhere. And is, with a few Zealots here, going to get rid of this cannon and force a recall onto this base. It's all of the Stalkers that get recalled there. There's a few Stalkers still in the center here, but Hero's too far away to really take advantage onto them. So MaxPax plays clean up on that harassment. Now we get caught. So there is Hero with his highest Stalker count, getting back into the center, getting a little bit of a catch, and getting a little bit of work done. The +2 attack upgrades on either side, the Immortal and the Dark Shrine. Building as well from Hero right here. And we have that Observer, just taking a little bit of a move around. Just keeping a couple of eyes on things for now as well. Called it Hunted, and DT running about. We've seen another Stasis going down. Stalker's going to get up to the top, going to get caught by the Stasis. A pretty huge deal as we have ourselves the chance to push through this Nexus. This Nexus goes down as well, so we're going to just base trade. I like MaxPax in a base trade because obviously he has the DTs that could potentially help him out as well. Stasis already helping him a little bit there as well, as obviously 1 base down for Hero. No bases down for MaxPax yet, but obviously Hero moves along and tries to play catch-up in that regard. So full base trade mode. Army supply is currently very similar. Obviously, we'll see who maybe sneaks in some extra warp-ins. Hey, Hero, if he denied the Forge, could be kind of big, right? Playing +2 versus +1 on fairly equal army counts. I don't know if he's... I mean, he will see the Forge right now, but does he want to prioritize the Forge? It's a difficult question. I actually think yes. If you notice it's still upgrading, but maybe there's just a bit too much going on for him to make that call. And it looks as though +2 attack. I mean, does it have a chance to finish here? He's going to naturally just get onto it in a moment. It's counting down. If he made a play for it, he maybe could have got there. He goes into the main base. He's going to let that upgrade finish, so he's not going to worry about that. To be fair, if you waste time denying the +2 and your opponent gets an extra warping off, that's also kind of, that could lose you the game. Right now, MaxPax actually gets supply blocked, and it's going to be Hero on about a 13 army supply lead. And so you're going to be seeing the cleanup in that main base happening. The bottom base already, Heroes re-expanding elsewhere on the map. Stalkers continue to work their way through this main. Just going to get rid of absolutely everything here of MaxPax ASAP. It's going to be his priority. There is one observer in the game from Hero, and that is scary against the double DT. I love the Stasis Ward as well. That Oracle from early in this game provides you actually a pretty huge advantage. Stasis Wards at this point could flip a game immediately. MaxPax has 14 workers as well, so Hero does have to be the aggressor. And this is going to be tough. It's coming about. The Stalker Zealot moving around. DT settling in. It's going to be having our Nexus still building up. I mean, Hero can't sit back because he's only got one probe, whereas MaxPax genuinely will begin to mine. So yeah, Hero has to be the one to try and make something of this. And Stalker blinks away. Like I say, the Stasis Ward defense is big. Can't run straight into the Stasis Wards though. Needs to kind of be aware that there is in fact the Oracle right there. 2 TTs still on the map as well, so we have to be super cautious with the Observer. You lose that Observer, and you're kind of doomed. I wouldn't mind him kind of keeping the Observer back a little bit more. Putting on surveillance mode here just to try and give it the chance to target down the Stasis Ward. Going to see one Zealot pop in the first Stasis. Oh my god, it's just a couple of Zealots to catch. There's a better Stasis Ward that comes in the end. Hero did a lot though. He actually traded with a lot of this army, and he is making his way through this. I mean, this is MaxPax in trouble. Hero still has the Observer as well. Yep, it's going to be enough. Hero is going to get it done. Ooh, little base trade action to wrap us up in Throne of the Dunes. MaxPax is eliminated, and actually maybe could have got something down, but yeah, just gets eliminated. GG's. That is going to be huge. Didn't the Obs go down? It was MaxPax's Observer that died. Hero's Observer was still in the back, so it was MaxPax's Observer that died. Obviously, the Oracle could revelate the Observer still and maybe get a catch on it, but in the end, it does not matter. GG's, and that will be that. So we know it's going to be the semi-final of Hero versus MaxPax. So yeah, that will be coming up next. It does mean that Solar and Kua are playing a best of one. MaxPax and Byon will play a best of one to see who gets into the lower bracket semi. And then, yeah, we're going to get into Clem versus Hero. So we got Clem Hero coming up in just a few moments. Get ready to roll. Alrighty, we will go in a couple momentos. If he revelates in a detection for DTs and MaxPax wins. I mean, it's not an insta-win. But yeah, it would be pretty bad. I mean, you can revelate. He still has to kill it, right? At the end of the day. So you still have to get the kill. I mean, he also had the Observer to just, have vision on it already. Just got to kill it. And in the end, Hero did leave it pretty far back. So yes, we will go into Clem Hero here, guys. Upper bracket final. And, yeah, Clem Hero upper bracket final. And then after the upper bracket final, we'll see what the lower bracket's like. I would guess that it's probably going to be in the lower bracket semi-final when we come out of the upper bracket final. So more than likely, it's the upper bracket final, lower bracket final, best of one, and then a best of three. Oh, and then the grand final. The grand final is best of 5, and then there's a best of 3 if the lower bracket player wins. There's a reset match. So there we go. We are just waiting for Clem and Hero to get vetoed up. We'll get into that TVP ASAP, guys. Obviously, we get to keep the games moving. We want to watch StarCraft. That's what we're doing. That's what we're going for. Looking for StarCrafts. Oh. Even if you kill the orbs, the stalkers can still do a lot of damage if the DTs don't have blink. Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, like, even if his orbs went down, there'd be a chance, but also Hero doesn't have building potential anymore, pretty much. So you can just also send the DTs to Hero's base and just right-click the Nexus, and then Hero's on a timer, and all you have to do is run around the map with with probes, building pylons everywhere, right? So yeah, it's just a case of that. I presume Hero and Clem are in the process of videoing, guys. Again, it'll be best of 3 upper bracket final, and then the grand final is where the best of 5 kicks in. We'll talk about that more when we get there, but for now, Clem, Hero coming up against each other very soon. Lots of cool matches in that lower bracket, honestly. MaxPax solo for a game. Is that a rematch, MaxPax? Oh, sorry, Kyo solo for a game is fun, and then MaxPax Byon. Yeah. A couple of fun games. There's a lot of cool games in the lower bracket, just obviously you don't get to see them because everyone's casting the cool guys still up in the upper bracket and so on, so... Fun, fun, fun. Anyways, guys, we're just waiting for Clem and Hero to host up their lobby and take us into this upper bracket final matchup. And yeah, we've got a busy week of StarCraft 2 as well, so if you're wondering what we're going to get up to this week, it's going to sound and look a little bit like this. So, let me scroll down to my schedule. So, we're going to be starting up the WardiTV October event. So, tomorrow we're going to have 2 open cups. So, it's going to be 2 $75 cups. The top 4 of each of those cups will qualify to the WardiTV October. But they are just open cups. So while they act as a qualifier, anyone can play. So if someone wins the first one, they can play the second as well. Because honestly, I just want to get some good StarCraft in. So there's potential for, you know, a couple of cool cups tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, it's going to be OSC mid-season playoffs broadcast. It's going to be 4 or 5 best of 5s. And then on Thursday, we're going to be doing the OSC King of the Hill again. And then on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're going to be doing the WardiTV October tournament, groups A, B, and C. And then on Sunday, the Crank tournament starts, the team tournament. We will start to do some of the Crank tournament, maybe on Sunday evenings. I'm busy usually, but we will then start doubling up the Crank tournament in the next week into our WardiTV October playoffs as well. And that's what's going on. Basically, we're here for the next 10 days. A couple weekends from now, I'm away for Saturday and Sunday, and then we are back and just basically streaming StarCraft throughout from there on out and just not stopping. So that's what's going on. That's what's happening. As we are counting down into Clem Hero best of 3 upper bracket final. The TLDR of what I'm trying to say is if that sounds fun to you, make sure you hit the follow button on the stream. And if you're on YouTube, I haven't said this at all yet today, but do like and subscribe. See when we go live in the future, catch more of our streams and our content. Those free clicks go a long, long way. The subscriber surge that we've been having on YouTube's died off a little bit now, but if you're not subbed, do continue to hit that sub button on YouTube and hit the like. It really does mean a lot. And of course, follow on Twitch, as I mentioned, as we get ready to jump into this Hero Clem best of 3 upper bracket final. As we have in the bottom right hand side, the blue Protoss player is Hero, and he takes on the red Terran player Clem. Man, it's so nice not having to do any admin work or anything, just like sitting. It's always so nice when it's just like, just get to sit and watch the games, you know? I don't have to worry about how the tournament's going or what's happening. I just have to make sure I get in the games. Always nice. I'm just thinking this because I don't have to be upset. I don't have to be the one worried that Hero's up super late playing or whatever. Like, you know, ain't my tournament. I just sit back and chill. Oh, lovely. How was the NFL game? Yeah, it was pretty good, actually. It's kind of a weird one because, like, I'd say the first half is pretty good. And then for, like, basically, like, the last little bit of the first half into, like, the entirety of the third quarter, just nothing happened. And it also took forever because it was just penalty, penalty, penalty and stuff. So, it was like good into like into good at the end, so it was a bit of a mixed bag, but a fun experience as always. Cool to see some guys playing. VPN stops lag. Sometimes just the VPN can change your routing to the server that you're playing on, and the routing just works better. It's just because the Blizzard servers are a little bit here and there and not completely brilliant nowadays. So. Yeah, sometimes it's just about changing your kind of the way that you connect to the server. It's really weird. It's like sometimes like when we're on Korea and it starts lagging really bad for us, but for no one else, it's just like, yeah, our connection to Korea just sucks because we're going through a certain route or something. So yeah. To play on Korea with less lag, use a VPN. I mean, it doesn't really reduce ping. I mean, some VPNs can reduce your ping. This is more so like dealing with like spikes of lag and stuff like that. It doesn't like straight up reduce your ping. It's usually like if the game's spiky and stuff. Sometimes, I mean, I have heard some of the Koreans have a VPN that allows them to play more effectively on the European server and stuff, so it's not as bad, and it does just in general, like, so VPNs can make it better. But yeah, usually it's more of like getting rid of the spikes than it is getting, reducing the ping down. But like I say, sometimes it can reduce ping as well, weirdly enough. So I have heard of that happen a little bit recently. VPN doesn't reduce pings. I mean, that's what I thought as well. But then apparently, like, if you use a VPN, a bunch of the Koreans can play on Europe with like 200 to 250 ping instead of 300 plus. So if the ping is being caused by bad routing, and the VPN changes the routing, then it can. So that, like I said, that's what I thought, but apparently it actually can. Maybe in theory it can't, but because the Blizzard servers are so messed up, it just works. maybe that's what it comes down to. So yeah. Coming about, we're going to see our Adept and our Warp Gate coming up as we get settled into Game 1 of this upper bracket final. So obviously, winner of this gets straight through to the... winner of this gets straight through to the top 4. Sorry, I'm trying to find... Give me a second. Just give me a moment. Let's try and find the prize split. It is just... so it's $200 for first place, $100 for second. So obviously, win this and you're through to the finals, and that's $100 guaranteed. Lose this and your top 3 guaranteed, which is $60, and fourth place will take home $40. So there's a slight change in prize money for third and fourth place, simply for the fact, that there is obviously double elimination. So there is a distinction between third and fourth place in this cup, than compared to like a WardiTV Monday, for example. In a perfect world, the VPN would always be extra overhead, but in the real world, not the case. And it's not a VPN, it's a root optimizer. There you go, guys. There's so many answers. There we go. Cool. we're getting so technical, man. Like, God, I barely even talk about the StarCraft 2 games this technically. Like that. Do you guys not hear this? The stream where we just say what's on the screen. We don't get technical and analytical and explaining things. We just see VPN, do less ping, good, thumbs up. Reaper Hellion gonna move around. Liberator is in production, so Clem looking for Lib to put some pressure on. Lib's actually been brought back into play a little bit again recently. As the blink comes over, the Observer and the Stalker coming by, the Reaper and Hellion will continue to move about as the Adept goes chasing. Hellion and Reaper going to get into that main as we are going to get rid of one probe already. So first probe goes down. Stalkers do not waste time in knocking that away. The Observer coming about. The Stalker's going to come back over. Again, a couple barracks, Engineering Bay, SCVs, and so all coming through at the Tech Lab on as well. And we just again have a couple more Marines coming into play for the moment. So bringing that straight online. The Robo Bay and Forge coming up as we speak. Have that Liberator just chilling, just going to sit over to the sides. Again, that third Nexus is coming up from here already, so getting that placed in a position that Lib just waiting for its moment. Clem is quite a patient player when it comes to his harassment, and, as long as Heroes sat at home with all of those Stalkers, Clem has zero reason to really throw units at him. Like, this is already a win for the Terran player. Like, you're not having to deal with the Stalkers harassing you, hitting you in the face, or anything like that. So yeah. We're gonna come in. Okay, I mean, Clem, I was really making the point that you're doing it all right, and then Clem's like, you know, I'm just going to fly it in right now. To be fair, I think by now you're expecting the Stalkers to be out on the map. Seeing all those Stalkers back at home, you can see Clem's instant response is cool. You are applying zero pressure at all, so he just cancels the bunker. He's getting bunker number 2 ready, so he was a little bit unaware of what's going on. That Liberator flying in actually does give him the info that all those Stalkers are back there, so seemingly that's going to be okay enough for him. So in this case, it actually gathers him some info. It's an expensive bit of info, but maybe he just felt the need for it as well. Like, it's one of those scenarios where it's like, either I'm being attacked right now, or I need to know I'm not being attacked so I'm not overcommitting to defense, right? So you kind of get a win on either side. Or at least a positive, whichever way you look at it. It may not necessarily be seen as a win. And so you have the Thermal Lance +1 and Charge all building out. Cannon and a couple of gateways still being brought through. The Bio and the Medevac joining the Cyclone, going to sit on the edge. And yeah, a little bit of Bio still coming up. Sim Combat +1 coming through as well. Bio, going to take a moment just to step forward, and we do have the Medevacs just coming by, chilling out overhead. Still got the +1 Thermal Lance coming through, and the advance down to the bottom right corner begins here from Clem. So bring that straight down the bottom right side. The extra gateways coming into production, the Forge coming online. +2 attack will start, and again, extended Thermal Lance charge almost finished. I mean, Hero didn't do much in this game, so we're already talking about mid-game and mid-game tech here. Does begin to produce a couple of Vikings as the Stalk gets blinked the other direction. That Forge is about to be done as that one Marine will also go down. It's going to be a nice grab in a moment. Stalkers jump. I mean, let's see Clem getting away with those Medevacs. He's getting a lot of pressure through the center as well. It's 2 sizable armies. Heroes all the way out to the right side. I mean, he knows Clem's here. No, he was shooting at things. Clem backs away in the end, so Hero's not going to be too out of position in the end because Clem doesn't attack. Maybe he would have been fine on that natural anyway. He had some units. He had a Colossus, has a force field, so would have been able to probably keep himself going. Not bad. Thunder will drop into place. Just going to get that 4th going immediately. Install some units up that right side. Zealot Stalker Colossus already making their way across initially. So it's actually Hero to start taking some kind of presence on the map. This is kind of the point in the game where Protoss will say, hey, if I can stand on the map, I can basically pin the Terran down and I can begin to expand a lot myself. Well, they can't really do much about it. They're forced to keep units at home. They're forced to keep units defensively placed. And if we're playing like that, then, you know, I'm kind of okay with the situation and everything. So I think a little bit of that is coming through right now as the Bio takes a step back. Colossus will fire. The Widowmine is taking some shots. Will go down. A couple Marines taking damage as well. A few Marauders trying to step forward. Force fields actually block those Zealots from doing much else. They also keep, I mean, they keep the Bio away. It also kind of stops their Zealots from getting through. Looks like the 4th base will go down, cancelled here. Something we can keep that alive unless Clem finds a fight on this right now. Which he's going to try to. Again, he's fighting in the choke, which is where the Colossus are going to absolutely excel. Cancels the command center, gives him the choke kind of back, right? Because it was the choke caused by the CC. And he will get in a better position now, being out on the other side of the command center, which he rebuilds in a very similar place. So still going to put that in position. It's kind of interesting because you kind of want the choke defensively, but when you're trying to fight in there, it really hurt you because you had to come through the choke and the Colossus were already in position, which is obviously very painful. And yes, that was a kill on the command center, guys. So no cancelled CC. That's a 300 additional mineral loss compared to what it maybe should have been. Hero falls back. He's already building a 5th base. Top right-hand corner, by the way. He's going to throw that one down. Maybe a little bit oddly placed rather than maybe expanding out to the left instead, which maybe would have been the more kind of traditional kind of direction. Q2 coming up, +3, +2 on the way out. Observer speed is building. So Hero even going to get himself that obs speed to give him a little bit more kind of movement around with the Observer, a little bit better chance to move his detection wherever it needs to be. We do have gateways, the Nexus, and the Immortal production continuing through, and Hero steps into the center of the map, thinks about where exactly he will go very shortly as the command center loads up. Bio Viking moving over to the sides, a couple of Immortals on the way, Nexus both building, and gates coming up and online as well. Actually just lands in the front again, trying to create choke points and make it a little bit better for you defensively here or there. As you do have the Stalkers making their way around on the left and looking for a chance to move up. This is just going to hit that factory and clear up space. Obviously not no melee units nearby just yet, so the range units will clear that out, and that is one factory going down very quickly and not really doing much of anything. Again, 3T upgrades very soon done here. I mean, we're about to finish 2-2, so it's still only going to be the one attack upgrade at the moment. And yeah, we are just sat waiting for whatever's next. You're going to have the Prism speed is going to be coming up as well. Observer goes down. Observer speed means nothing if you fly straight into a turret still. Believe it or not, the Observer's not so fast they can't just fly straight through one side of a turret and out the other side alive. If only Observer speed was that good. Oh my god. Observer's literally faster than race cars. Commenson is still building. Clem is... I mean, Clem's just setting up bases and bases. He's happy to play defensively. That's one thing that got a lot easier with that recent patch, right? You know, the defensive play, as Hero just has a Observer right there that gets caught. The recent patch obviously makes that Ghost being able to outrange High Templar defensively means that you take a lot less storms if you're playing defensively. So you can play more defensively than you could before. And that's something that Clem is clearly leaning on here with the extra command centers. Obviously, Hero just taking the map, by the way. Like, Nexus coming up like crazy. And Hero tries to find his way in with a couple of Zealots, but I don't think that's going to go very far. Clem is nearby. Prism goes down. The question mark here is how do we set up next from Clem, right? 4 base is fine, but he needs to find his way to base 5 eventually. And I'm not saying that has to be right now, but this is actually not going to be a super simple map to hold a 5th base on. It's really going to draw you out into a much more open space, and it's really going to stretch you out on the map, and I think that's going to open a lot of doorways for Hero, who does not need to attack into a 4-base Terran. 5-base Terran is really a big boost to the economy and keeps you going for that a little bit longer, that it does actually begin to make a real big difference. So yeah, Clem adding on a bunch of CCs, and that's all well and good, but he needs to find out where he's going to put that 5th base down and figure out how he wants to defend it, because it is going to become... It's going to become difficult, basically, right? Like, it's going to become tough. Like, Hero right now already taking every other base on the map almost. There's a couple of bases still free, one of them being the one that's just down from Clem's base. I imagine this is probably the next location Clem takes, but that's a way easier position to attack into for the Protoss than these bases, right? Like, this access point and this access point versus, you know, these access points, right? So, like I say, the next base is much tougher for Clem, but it is likely going to need to be a big factor. Going to be seeing the Zealots coming through. We are going to be seeing a couple of Vikings stepping forward and trying to deal with the Colossus a little bit. Some damage being dealt. Vikings trying to get through again. Stalker's just about holding off the Vikings, getting a few shots. Hero lost a lot of supply there, dipping down to 180. There's the instant rebuild of Zealots. To deal with that, he has cannon walls in that bottom left. So a handful of units ain't going to make much difference. Good EMP. It's a lot of forces right there. What's Hero playing with? He is just playing the Immortal Colossus, and that's it for now. So just basically just massive units. A lot of kind of gateway focus, really. And then just a few tech units kind of sprinkled in there. There is always going to be the concern that that army then can, you know, be overwhelmed. But if you take a very good fight here as Clem, and you overwhelm that army, sure, you can overwhelm it, but then how does the rebuild go? A lot of questions we can really ask as the Bio takes a chance to stem in. After a few of those Stalkers, Observer goes down as well. Need to scan out and see what's ahead of this force. So far, Clem with some good pickups. Yeah, do you want to have the tech to kind of take some better fights here as Hero? Do you want to just maintain kind of low-tech units that you replace instantly? Obviously, the whole point is right now you're outmining the Terrans so heavily that you can afford to just throw cheap units at him repeatedly, right? And that's the idea. So let's see if he sticks to that as the Vikings get rid of the 2 Colossus, and then the Bio army of Clem at this point should start to do pretty well. I mean, the few Zealots are going down, but there's the next round of Zealots already warping in. You can see Hero at 170 supply, and that's after a major Zealot warping. A couple of Widow Mines placed defensively here, helping a lot, softening those Zealots up. It is 3-3 upgrades on either side, so it's an equal upgrade game at this current point. Another scan coming through, the +3 ship weapons coming up, and as well, Marine Marauder Liberator still coming out. The Ghost is on the way. More Viking shots going toward the Colossus there as Colossus continues to build for the moment. 3 more on the way through. Zealot's going to take a chance to jump onto some of those Bio units, continue to push. As we have got the Zealots over there looking for the planetary fortress. Vikings are going to land down. I mean, this is the sort of fight where you can do very well here as Hero. I thought the right side base was nearly down, but Clem saves it, kills those Zealots off, kills a couple of Mortals left behind here, and Hero's supply plummets. It was super low. The instant rebuild of Zealots, again, really reinforces this instant. I mean, we are 25 gateways. But Hero is working through thousands of resources at once, and Clem's fights are good enough that he doesn't have to rebuild too much at once. As such, he is able to keep himself alive in this game and keep himself kicking right now. EMP is going down, chasing Zealot Stalker away up to that high ground. Colossus trying to get forward. They are going to try and be a part of this next few moments of the game. Disruptors in production. 21 new Zealots get warped in. Hello, how you guys doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. The problem is you're just still throwing units at the brick wall that is Clem. Now, Clem doesn't have a lot of money left in the bank, but Hero is also running out of money too. He can't utilize every gateway on the map anymore, and that's going to become the issue here, especially if Clem can get rid of those Colossus. I mean, I like the Colossus coming back online. Liberators are currently sieging on top of the rest of this army, though, and you can see Hero again plummeting in supply, and this time I just do not think there's a way for him to replenish what has been lost. He's on 15 army supply. Okay, he killed 16 Stalkers, but he's only got 1,000 minerals left. Clem maybe doesn't know it, but he's actually in go mode. Like, he can absolutely just send this across the map, especially as you have to warp in Stalkers of all things. Like, they ain't cheap. And yeah, Clem has done a great job of just making sure all these fights are really solid for him. 11,000 resource lost in his favor, kept that 5th base alive, and Hero felt the desperation. I really think that actually Hero was in a case, like, don't get me wrong, he was super rich, but I actually think he was in a scenario where he couldn't, well, he didn't have to stick on just gateway units. I actually think he could have been much better teched. I actually think he was in a scenario where he could have been much better. Like, he set up well from the gateway unit pressure. I think he could have started slowly adding some better forces to this instead of just running it with the gateway units. I get the gateway units are kind of, you know, a big part of the play of this, but I actually think he was in a good enough place to actually just make a move otherwise, because Clem was clearly playing so defensively. I just don't think this mass gateway style works in that scenario. Like, if Clem's playing defensively, then you don't need to keep him at home with the mass gateway units. You can just fall back and you know, fall back and tech up and keep him at home with the fact that you just have a really good army, because he's already choosing to stay back at home. Resource lost now at a 14k difference. It's going to continue going heavily in Clem's favor, who is now maxed out and actually building up the bank. He has more in the bank than Hero does, and Hero's not even maxed out right now, so problems, question mark? Yeah, absolutely. And Clem's going to take advantage of this situation, take that base in the upper right. I love what he's doing, just playing it safe. It's another location Hero has to hit down, essentially. And while it draws Clem out a little bit, he's in a position where he can actually allow, you know, he's allowed to be drawn out for once. So the only thing I think is, I do wonder, does Clem know that he's actually in a position here where he can probably just... Yeah, I wonder if Clem knows if he's in a position where he can just kind of send this, is my question. I mean, he's got to be kind of realizing it, right? He's seen these armies are nowhere near as large as they once were. A Disruptor Shot connects but doesn't do too much, and there's no follow-up on the Disruptor Shot either. Vikings on the ground, Clem pushing forward. As the Vikings go down, you could react on Colossus, but we're not even really killing Colossus as the Planetary Fortress finds a pylon in the background. Get rid of that, and Clem's obviously now going to start going through all of these bases. So working our way through. Nexus is going down, gateways, pylons, cannons going down. I'm just going to see the Zealots on the left side trying to run through, but a few Liberators left behind is going to make it difficult for them to find a good entry point. Maybe those newer bases of Clem, but as you move toward those, you're moving toward Clem's main army. He's actually going to run up toward the natural expansion. Clem going to eat a Disruptor Shot there. It doesn't kill anything because it's all Ghost Marauders, and they can tank one Disruptor Shot in this day and age. And so it's again trying to find their way through over here, and Clem just keeps on sending and setting up the Liberators to keep on dealing with it. So just continues to go about that. As you have the Zealots pulling back the other direction. Couple scans coming down quite nicely here. The Lib's still setting up. Continue to push on through. A couple of Disruptor Shots will fly, but not quite strike. This army from Hero retreating away to the bottom right side for the moment. Again, extra Libs coming up, plus 2 vehicle plating coming online. And this army wants to go for a push. Like I said, Clem making his way down. Big army around the upper right. That's a lot of bio units here from Clem setting up. A lot of liberators. I mean, Hero gets maxed out on 0 gas in the bank, by the way. Like, okay, 19. He's just realized now that he's mined out his gases and he has no gas income, so he has to build new assimilators on those bases. Because he's only just now realizing the issue. But Clem's now taking the upper right side of the map, so he's just taking another base. Because Clem says, I just don't want to overcommit in, doesn't want to misread the situation. He'd rather just secure himself a better and better position. Hero's army in fairness is not going anywhere, so... More liberators just sieging the Zealot. Destructor Stalk again pushed over the sides. The Byon going to come chasing as well. Can show you army values. 2k more minerals for Clem, 3k more gas right now in the army value. So yeah, it's pretty sizable difference there as well. And that's obviously why Clem's army continues to do well, because Hero chose to be on this. I mean, obviously he's had different tech units at different points, but he's never been on like a truly teched army, right? Let's see the Bio going in after those cannons. Liberator will set up. Zealot Stalk is still peeling away for a couple of moments as the rest of the Zealots get up to the top side, looking to go after that planetary. And this planetary up, the Zealot's still surrounding, and that base is gonna go down. Percival back the other way. He's gonna see a couple of them already sieging once again. The Stalk is gonna be there, getting underneath. Zealot's still charging through over on the other side, the planetary fortress. Trying to make the defense happen. Going back the other way. Going to get on top of this Nexus. Take that out. Still got the rest of these Zealots trying to come through as well. I mean, again, how do you really do anything here as Hero? Answer, you really don't. You're not set up to anymore. This is a go next game kind of angle. Has been for a little while, probably. Obviously, you got a lot of bases, you got money, you got units, you stay in it, and you fight with them, but it would have taken a little bit of a miracle for Clem to screw up some of these fights enough for Hero to truly step back into this game, I think is the reality that we're looking at here. Ghost Snipe still landing very nicely. Go's going to come through. He's going to see that sentry popping up with the Guardian Shield. More Liberator Siege, and this army just going to dive on this, but again, the reality is that the army of Hero cannot possibly do enough. It's now a 24,000 resource loss difference in the game, 57 versus 33, with 24 minutes here in on Winter Madness. And yeah, it's just a case of Clem running around, killing bases, and getting Hero to leave, as he's sub 100 supply, doesn't have money left. Clem takes game 1 of the best of 3. How's the low bracket looking? During this time, guys, MaxPax took out Byon and Cure took out Solo. So MaxPax Cure play a best of 1. The winner of that will play the lower bracket final against the loser of this. Title Citadel for map 2. Look in the lobby. Please load in time. I feel like they've had to start while I'm loading or something. Clem's not even in yet. We are good. Get ready for game number 2, guys. Taito Citadel. They should transition into Sky Toss. I mean, okay, so Hero should have probably done a lot of things, but they also needed to happen like 10 minutes ago. Like, Hero made a choice to be like, I am committed to this. And that's fine, but it didn't work. And the only reason that he didn't die sooner is because Clem played, honestly, pretty cautiously. Like, Clem probably could have A-clicked Hero 10 minutes ago. Realistically, so. Top left-hand side Hero is going to be our blue Protoss player in this game number 2. Down a game. Clem, our red Terran bottom right, is from Team Liquid. And he's up 1 in this BO3. Yeah, Hero just chose to play 25 gates and gateway rebuilds, guys. Like, at the end of the day, like, that's a style and it can work. We just saw Clem win against, Cure with it. The reality is, as well, is that you've got to keep the Terran pin back. The moment that Clem won that one fight so decisive, like, the thing is, as well, I understand that Hero can't break into the 4 bases of Clem, but he shouldn't be able to get to the 5th base as easily. Like, Clem took one good fight, and then it was a 5th base, and then the entire game just spiraled from there. Like, there was just no opportunity at that point. So, Hero's game plan basically went down the drain with one fight that gave Clem a base that we kind of had to make sure he never really got. Right? Or make sure that he at least paid a lot to get. So yeah, just didn't really find the tech out, and also didn't really find the setup or the situation to stay locked in on what he was doing. Plan Center coming through, Cybercoin production. We're on the way, Zealots building because we are Proxy 2 gating Hero getting very aggressive for game number 2. And this Reaper, is directly on a scout to see what's up. And you're going to run straight into this. Well, you couldn't have scripted that one better here as Clem, who against double gate should cancel a CC. Bunker high ground. Wall finished. I mean, this feels disastrous for Hero because it got scouted by the Reaper. 2 Stalkers on the way. I mean, this isn't just like one gate proxy, the other gate at home. Like, this is commitment with 2 gates on the map. I mean, Hero will probably try and expand behind this. But the reality is that this is already looking very good for Clem because he's going to deal with this part of the game very well at least. Now, that doesn't mean we're done and dusted or anything, but like I say, it's going to be a good start for Clem. Nice place to be so far. Results coming about. Stalker's going to gather up. We have a recall back home because I can only presume we're afraid of the Reaper, but the Reaper is not actually coming, so yeah. Recall's home, but for no real reason. Just going to start expanding. And Clem has an expansion coming high ground as well. The problem that Hero will run into here is obviously he's committed to this early, and this early commitment of the couple gateways proxied is going to slow down his tech. So when it gets to the later stage of this game, Clem is already going to hit tech, and Hero's not going to have tech, and that's going to create some awkward timings as well. When it comes back along, a couple Stalkers will shoot at said Reaper. Couple hits coming through, Reaper gets turned around the other way. Depths and Twilight counts are still building up. And the Siege Tank and a couple of Marines being brought in, the Twilight Council completing. Okay, we're coming through, and there is the Blink starting up already. Here from Heroes, getting that Blink on the way, the few Marines going to try and fight the pylon, but the Zealots and the Stalkers will say no. Siege Tank arriving should make this a much easier cleanup, and it is worth Clem getting rid of this pylon because he won, depowering 2 gateways right now is a lot of Heroes production that will then be lost. Tank is here, by the way. It's sieging on the high ground, maybe. Defensively, nope, it's just popping out, getting in position now. Going to start firing. I can get rid of the Cyclone. The Marines are going to stick around. The Stalker's going to try and dive the tank. Remember that they are no Blink Stalkers. Tank can be saved in the medevac, and that is going to be meaning that these Stalkers have given themselves up. Not for nothing, but not for quite as much as they wanted, right? At the end of the day, they wanted more. And I think recall should still be on cooldown from those early Stalkers recalling those. So these Stalkers should truly just be stuck. Clem is struggling to get to the corner because I guess I thought the tank was kind of being blocked by the bunker. Doesn't really matter, he was setting it up elsewhere anyways. We lose a lot of units. Does that open the door for Clem to get to that pylon? I think it should. I mean, Clem doesn't have a lot of Marines. He's maybe a little bit afraid of just how many units Hero can make. I do think that after clearing out as much as he just did, it should open the door for him to just sort of send it. Has not committed to that just yet, though. Now, you can see the tank is setting up to cover the area on this low ground where Clem would push you to deny these gates. There's going to be 4-gate Blink from Hero. I mean, Clem getting a couple extra barracks up Engineering Bay. I don't think at this point he's going to get rid of that pylon anytime soon, so looks as though we're going to get away with keeping those gates alive as Hero, and we'll be able to utilize these as part of this Blink Stalker pressure. It is no Robo, though, so there's no Prism. So the Warping will come from nearby, but there's no high ground vision just yet either. I'm not sure what we're going to do to solve that. It does make it a very one-dimensional 4-stalker play, or 4-gateway stalker play. Just going to throw the Nexus and the Robo down. Probably, I mean, the thing is as well, you're probably building 4 gates, because when you do lose those 2 gateways, you still need gates at home anyway. So he's going to get a bit of pressure off the 4 gates, but it's not going to be overly committed. Obviously, we're outside the realms of regular build orders right now. This is kind of throwing things together a little bit and just seeing what we can try and do for the most part. Bunker coming up, a few Marines gathering. Stem combat and +1 coming about. We settle ourselves in. Charge halfway done. Hero looking for the next step of this game for himself already. A lot of upgrades coming through from Clem. Obviously, you get to Stim Combat +1. That's your real power spike in this game. The Raven does make its way across the map, and we'll look for some harassment. These Stalkers just looking to try and hold the front door a little bit as well. Raven ready to, again, throw some harassment down. Not going to find anything there just yet. Still got the upgrades coming through. +1 Stim and Combat Shield all building. A couple Stalkers will hit the Raven and get some damage done. So we actually blink to the low ground, looking for the second order turret. Got blocked by Stalkers twice. The battery doing a good job there. Clem is going to move out with everything else at the same time. I mean, the upgrades are done. Wouldn't blame Clem if he just tried to go straight across the map and try and find something. I was going to say interest in blink, but he just wanted to try and get a tank. These gates are going to go down. It's going to knock us down to 4 gateways in total, so still not bad for Hero. Obviously on 3 bases, going up to 8 gates would be nice, but it's going to be a little bit more complicated because of the setup he started with. Hero does try and swing around the right side, as there is a command center just floating across there. It's going to land in position. And that third CC is going to start up. So, third CC in location now. There's the +1 and extended thermal lance. Continuing to come in play, getting the Colossus ready. As the Stalkers blink through, sees with the Observer units moving out the right side, going to look for a counterattack here. That mostly has a few units and probably can just push this back, and that's huge because it means he doesn't need to necessarily turn around with the main army. He turns with the main army because I think he's expecting Hero to blink away with these Stalkers, and he believes he can trap them. He's going to actually run out of units on the right-hand side in the end as Hero... Yep, he's going to see these units, and in the end, I think Clem is still going to clean up most of this. As you can see, Hero has to try and blink away. I don't know if that was worth pulling back for us, Clem, versus just sending it the other way. I think he was going to be able to put himself in a good position by sending it, but still not the end of the world. What's up, Gromwald? Thank you so much for the 50-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. Is the Stalker going to hit? The Raven will take some damage. A few shots going down as you have the armor upgrade and the Ghost Academy coming up as well. More Widow Mines and Medivacs. Marines and Marauders still producing through. That Colossus is not meant to play like that. The Hero's got a lot of units anyway. But, yeah, this is going to be kind of about it. I mean, the Zealot counterattack is kind of interesting. Widow Mines are going to do a lot of work on that, though. I actually think that might just be good enough. Those mines did a lot. There's one Colossus in the background here that's still alive and putting some work in, but it's going to have to work more than overtime to bring this one back. As Clem's position is good. Obviously, those extra tanks are going to be an issue. Third base already going down for Hero, and this is falling apart as we speak. Close to attack, and the Colossus coming about. Extra Zealots coming through. More Zealots warping in. Let's have ourselves the... But I will continue to push it back. Pylon the gateway dropping. Just going to see another pylon over here, taking a few more hits. All those units coming about. Vikings on the way in as well. As you see, the Zealot's going to try and charge on forward, looking to get after the rest of the Marine Marauder. The Zealot are still getting picked away at. The tanks are going to be sieging. Pylon is going to be knocking down, and that is going to be Clem taking the 2-0 here over Hero. So Hero drops down to the lower bracket final. He will play a best of 1 against either MaxPax or Q. No result on that on the bracket yet, while Clem will wait in the grand final for whoever comes out the other side. MaxPax and Q have been in game for 10 minutes. Is Indy in game with those guys? Or is Indy in game with us? I think Indy may have been in game with us, but let me double check. Appears in game with us. Not sure if anyone was in game with MaxPax Q. I'll do a quick check of some of the streams, but I can't imagine they were. No, it doesn't look like it. So I don't think we have I don't think we know just yet what the case is going to be, but yeah, we're just waiting for MaxPax and Cure to finish their game currently, guys. I'm going to take a couple minutes and step away, and when we come back, we'll hopefully have a MaxPax Cure result, although I think MaxPax is in a replay, so we probably have that, and we'll see who's going to be playing against Hero in just a sec. I'll be right back. Hello, guys. Good to see we're fighting, as always. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Hello, how are we doing? Hope you guys are doing well. Thanks for joining us today. Appreciate you all. And yeah, just waiting for them to figure out this map for whether it's going to be, server and stuff for this Hero versus MaxPax Best of 1. And we'll get ready to go. So just as we have a couple of minutes while waiting for these guys to get set up, guys, just a quick mention once again where we do have our sponsor GrabTap right now, exclamation mark GrabTap in the chat. I'll give you guys a full show of the site and stuff at the end, but yeah, if you weren't here earlier, the TLDR initially was that I woke up this morning to a Discord message from the sponsor basically saying, hey, did you start promoting it yet? No one's used it. So, and we're 6 days in, or like a week in almost. So do check it out, exclamation mark GrabTab. Basically, if you're familiar with any of the content or sponsors that we've done in the past with like a bunch of different games, it's basically those just kind of all tied into one platform. So you guys can actually, instead of me being like, hey guys, we're going to go and download X, Y, and Z game today and get to level 5, you guys can basically have a look at the variety of games that are available, pick to play on, you know, your computer, Apple, iOS, or Android, depending on what you want to do it on. Each game has different options based on which one you pick, and you can basically just play the games, and sometimes just something as simple as installing these games will earn points that will help benefit the stream and support us monetarily. But also, you guys, if you get enough points, can turn your points into rewards. So check out the games, play the games, and you can maybe get yourself some gift cards and stuff while also supporting StarCraft 2 on the stream. So check that out. As we are just waiting for MaxPax and Hero to host us up. So yes, do check out the GrabTap, guys. I'll put the link. Oh, the link's just there in the chat already. Chillwind Jedi has got it for you all. Thank you so much. And yes, check it out, and appreciate you guys for taking a moment to check it out. Like I say, it's super appreciated. Like I say, it helps support the stream. The sponsors obviously do a lot to help us keep running the StarCraft 2 content as well. It's a great way to, you know, TLDR, it's a very good way for us to not have to run all the content just on our own accord, you know, and ask you guys to send money to us or whatever. So, yeah, do check that out. Again, go and decide what you want to do. Decide what you want to check out. Pick whichever game you want. Play it a little bit. Complete a couple missions. We appreciate it. It is good to show engagement. Yes. It is great to show engagement. Exactly. Hero is AFK. Hero is back. I think they're figuring out the map. We can get this underway very shortly, guys. And again, we will get into MaxPax Hero. And then we'll get into... We'll get into MaxPax Hero, then we'll get into the winner versus Clem in the grand finals. Awesome. Awesome. Do. When next game, as soon as Hero and MaxPax are done vetoing. Apparently Hero's already been AFK and returned, so there shouldn't be much else to delay them at this point. Should just be able to go. Do. Hey, lobby's coming up, guys. So it's going to be a best of one here between Hero and MaxPax played on Winter Madness. And the winner will play Clem in the grand finals. Clem with that upper bracket advantage, so he just needs to win one series. The player from the lower bracket must win 2. The first series, a best of 5. If the lower bracket player wins, then it's a best of 3. So, one map PvP into at least a best of 5 at TVP, if not more. GLHF gets gold, and we are hitting ourselves in game. Do I think Disruptors with 4 supply look too weak against 2 supply ghosts with 125 HP? Probably. Make Disruptors 3 supply? Why not? I honestly don't think changing the 1 supply count on a lot of these units really matters a lot, to be honest. Yeah, I think ghosts maybe when you get like super late game and you mass them up. I don't think changing Disruptor supply to 3 is actually going to change much, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Alright, lower bracket final. Winner gets to play Clem. Loser is out. In the top left-hand side, the red Protoss player is MaxPax, while in the bottom right, the blue Protoss player is going to be Hero. What does the winning history look like for these guys, or for this tournament series? Let's have a look. Wow. Hey, they've had some Zergs win. That's something. That's something the WardiTV Mondays doesn't have. So Clem has won 9 times. Hero has won 9 times. And then MaxPax has won 5 times. Classic once, Raynor once, and Solar has won once as well. Damn. Classic won when none of Clem and Hero played 1 time. Oh, that's wild. So this is also a Clem Hero MaxPax kind of show. Raynor beat Clem once in the finals too. Yeah, it's kind of wild, isn't it? I mean, we kind of expect that, but at the same time, it's still crazy to me that these guys are just so dominant in these cups. It actually is amazing to me that Hero is so dominant in this one, considering the fact that it's freaking, you know, it's what, like 4:30 a.m. in Korea right now, if I had to make a quick guess off the top of my head. Like, man is literally playing through the night. I mean, clearly he's just got that degen sleep schedule, but like, yeah, playing through the night. It's the normal pro gamer sleep schedule. Yeah, but is it in this day and age? Is that still a thing? The Koreans still on that degen schedule? All the Koreans complain at me the moment I make my cup 1 hour later. They're like, no! It's like, haven't you heard? It's 9 p.m. It's too late. Ay. Well, obviously we did see this one earlier. It was 1-1 when we joined it, so we only saw the game 3 that Hero did just about win out in the base trade. They played obviously in the upper bracket semi-finals, so as always, Hero MaxPax is very much so a game that can go any which way. Hero lost the coin flip, so he does not have server preference. That's going to be MaxPax this year. And, I mean, take that into note maybe. But I think that this is one of these matchups where actually that kind of thing can make the big world of difference, you know? So I'm going to see a bit of a similar start to what we saw back in that final game of the series from the semi-final, which was that the Stargate comes up from MaxPax off the 1 gate and expanding, while Hero will play the double gateway into Stalkers. He's going to have 4 Stalkers starting to go across the map quickly here. Going to need to get unsupply blocked, and then 2 more Stalkers can come online, and they can play defense against the Oracle showing up would be the plan. We get that ready to go in the next few moments, and we get that set ready to begin. A few Stalkers stepping up to the upper left. Like I said, they're going to have good numbers here, but there is a battery. Battery's going to have some work to do. Stalker's happy to sit here and try and drain it of energy. But yeah, the battery does a lot of work. Onto the Stalkers now for a couple of shots. Back onto the Zealot as it gets close. The Oracle going to arrive on the natural initially. Stalker defense is in the main base. Last time MaxPax did catch a couple of probes transferring around. In the end, great micro here from Hero has only taken a little bit of damage on the couple of Stalkers so far. And the Oracle gets turned around, and Hero is still controlling the low ground for a few moments. Trying to deny another battery from coming in. He's actually just going to step up. He's going to get rid of 1 Stalker, but there's the Void Ray. That's going to be the defense, as we are going to lose 1 Stalker. Trying to retreat away from that. That is the defense made by MaxPax. As a little cancel comes down. And the blink is going to start from Hero. A little bit ahead on that blink timing, because MaxPax had to stop and make a Void Ray. Maybe eats into his gas a bit, so a bit of a better lead this time for Hero on the blink than he had last game. Still going to be fairly close, but obviously Chrono Boost can maybe change that a little bit too. So there's a little bit of a factor to think on there, as that Oracle just sits in between. And a couple of probes, Stalker and the Blinks all coming up and get settled in. But now the Oracle trying to move about. Stalkers moving about themselves as well. And Stalkers and the Void Ray continue to gather, and we have ourselves the gate coming up, probes on the way through. And Blink going to be done very shortly as the Nexus comes online from Hero, so we get that Nexus brought up. And just getting ready to go straight into that 3rd base, so Hero looking to expand quickly this game. Just get on top of that Oracle, obviously does not have the Blink yet to jump on it and truly kill it with the Blink. MaxPax throws down the gateways, so he's going to obviously add gateways. He wants to get aggressive onto the 3rd. So that's the idea. We'll see, we have going to have a lot more units then from MaxPax than Hero, because Hero's invested into the economy on this game. That faster blink is good if you can get something out of it, but I don't know if he's got enough Stalkers here to do much with it, and in that case, we're going to go fast charge as well, try to get to some Zealots quickly. It'll be cool, but again, it's going to be how long can we last here as Hero, how long can we hang on in for? Put some shots onto this Nexus. Looks though MaxPax is going to step towards this. Go for that cancel. Is not going to get the cancel. And just 5 Stalkers not really providing enough damage to really achieve much on the other side just yet. Plus 1 charge coming through the robotics facility. Still on the way. The couple of assimilators coming online as well. 2 Stalkers warping on the right side. A lot of Stalkers making their way to that right side as well. Robot facility still coming up. Gonna start picking our way through the pylon here. Knock that down. And get a little stasis in position. 1 Stalker does set that off. Gives you a bit more freedom here as Hero, who does get rid of the Void Ray early. trying to retreat without taking too many losses so far. That one super low Stalker never got battery healing it. The other Stalkers were taking priority. There's another Stasis Ward behind all the rest of these. We've got to be super careful about that. You can't chase into Stasis Wards. Getting caught in Stasis Wards will lose you this game. And of course, there's no room for error in this best of one. Loser out, winner into the finals. Stalker will ping at the pylon in the upper right-hand side. Couple hits continue through. Again, charging the +1. Coming to bat for a couple moments. The charge is just about to finish. On the side of Hero, a few Zealots can be nice, but they're also very kiteable by the Stalkers, right? So you got to kind of really be on the right army to introduce a couple of Zealots in. A couple of Zealots right now, I'm not sure they really do much. Those Stalkers just blink back, they never really take shots from them. The Zealots get taken out, but it does kind of give you some tankiness to the army, which maybe is nice as well. Tell you what else gives you tankiness is that Immortal, and there's so many Stalkers on low HP right now. This Immortal has so much potential to kill him, but not if it's out in the open. Hero with the misplay, and MaxPax jumps on it, claims the Immortal, now heading in after the Stalkers. Oh, that was a big loss because that Immortal did not provide the value it was looking for. Hero on some low HP Stalkers of his own, and as both players take a step back, MaxPax is going to take a +1 attack upgrade soon, so he's going to play catch up on that upgrade as Hero already has his +1 working on +2. That's definitely helping Hero as well. That Stasis on the top side is about to fade. Obviously, they don't last for as long anymore, so they don't stick around forever. And with a new Immortal out, I think this should be the end of it. This should have been the end of it on the last Immortal, but yeah, leaving it out on its own accord is obviously not exactly ideal. So a little bit of a mistake from Hero. This is a funky game then, because MaxPax has a third. He's now going to be taking a fourth in his favor as well. They're both heading into interesting army places because Hero is adding on Immortals while MaxPax will not add Immortals. And that makes two very different armies, especially as charge lots come up. How much do you value those Immortals as well? Some great questions to ask as we have MaxPax stepping forward once more. Still has that Oracle, keeping that alive throughout. Very impressive. Not making sure it doesn't go down, keeping it in the back, and so we can keep on stasis warding and giving us chances, you know, basically putting chances on the map or opportunities on the map for Hero to make a mistake. And that's what's going to be very cool about it, is that is essentially just a chance for Hero to mess up, you know, connect onto it, and then boom, you're in trouble straight afterward. So there's absolutely a possible problem. As the Oracle loses the Stasis Ward, they're going to lose another, so a good removal of the energy of the Oracle. Not letting any of those Stasis Wards get online at all. This is where the Zealots are very useful. They're going to tank some of these Immortal shots. Now the Stalker's blinking back defensively, leaves the Immortals in the front, so Hero's value on the tech units is going to be lost immediately. Guardian shield up, a few Zealots slipping into the main base. MaxPax doing a great job here of maneuvering around very nicely. The few Zealots attach themselves to the Nexus on the right side. We're going to work our way through the pylons in the main. The Zealot's still getting busy. Stalker's still taking damage. Another Zealot coming through, +2 attack. Is going to be finishing in a moment from Hero as well. I mean, that's going to be a nice little upgrade lead, but does it make enough of a difference right now? We're going to blink onto that next Immortal, taking that out. No blink back available here. Gives Hero a chance to equal up the supply a little bit. Man, he's really bounced back supply-wise, but he's losing pylons, so he's losing power to gateways. He does not have warping potential very soon here. If he had warping potential, I mean, I can only imagine that would be better for him. He is spending his money for now, at least. He does start +3 as a part of that. MaxPax is now actually adding Immortals of his own on. Those Zealots still around, still getting probe kills in that main base. Hero unable to get a warp in to deal with that, I guess because he's still busy over here and also because he lost power to his gateways, so it's kind of awkward as Hero now is struggling worker-wise. Losing 11 probes on the tail. Like, I think everything else was okay, but losing 11 probes at the end, I think this is too close of a game to lose the 10 extra workers in when you're a little bit behind, and that's just one more way in which you're behind now. Now MaxPax continues to pressure. This base is going down. That would put you a base ahead as MaxPax, and that might be the point at which he just gives up on attacking completely right here. MaxPax a moment from +2 attacks are going to even out that upgrade disadvantage. Has one Immortal in the back, just enough Stalkers to keep on going. That battery doing a little bit of work as well. Some extra Stalkers showing up. There's going to be a couple of Zealots going through now from Hero as MaxPax takes a second to step away. His own Zealots warping in. Taking it in turns to kind of trade out Immortals. One guy has an Immortal, it gets killed off. The other guy gets an Immortal, it gets killed off. It's been back and forth in that regard as Hero comes in, Pylon gets knocked down. And we are going to continue to see this group of units taking some damage, +3 attack on the way through from Hero as well. Stalker still blinking forward, getting a move on. Get rid of the Nexus over on the right-hand side. Still a few more Stalkers ended up being jumped onto there. We have ourselves the +3 of the Immortal still building, but this is getting troublesome. Hero's basically chasing the Stalkers to win the Stalker fight, but he's going to completely ignore the Zealots back at home. What in Zealots with an Immortal? I don't even know. I mean, honestly, MaxPax might be able to just turn onto that. It might be an okay trade for him anyway. He just decided to do so, but now it's another Warpins. It's been taking a bit too long. Again, MaxPax through this 4th base, just mining. 15 worker lead. He was going to try and add a Templar Archives. I mean, if he even has the gas to afford a couple of Archons, brilliant, but like, it just feels like an expense he's not really able to afford right now. And could have really done with maybe before now if you were going to build it, although it's not been super Zealot heavy before this point, so there has been some Zealots, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if we needed Archons before now we're just going to get them anyway. General supply upgrade advantage is probably not going to overcome the supply advantage of MaxPax, who commits in here. Stalker's taking a little while to do anything meaningful, really a lot of time wasted on Zealots at first, and the 2 Immortals of Hero get a lot of time to hit and strike and get some good work done initially. Some success there. Still got the Immortals building on both sides. The Prism is going to step over to the front of that 3rd base. Being more High Templar. Building through, make it 4. 3 more Zealots coming through as well. It's going to be the Archons morphing in. Hero, can he genuinely get to just a better army with those Archons and make up for everything else? He's down 2 bases. I'm going to say, like, I'm really grasping at straws. I'm making up things that are probably just not going to happen. I don't think that's going to be the situation. I don't think he's going to bring himself back into this, but you got to kind of say it out loud as like a possibility, you know? Like, there's got to be some sort of a chance that something like that could happen, no? It's not completely impossible. I mean, I think it is against someone as good as MaxPax, but I mean, Hero's trying for a reason. He thinks there might be some weird way in which MaxPax messes it up. A few more Zealots join this fight. The Stalkers are doing their thing. Hasn't been able to get rid of the Prism just yet, which would get rid of some of the micro potential. The problem is it's just Archons, those 2 Archons left. They obviously get kited as well. GG's. MaxPax works his way into the finals. There'll be no 5 AM gaming for Hero. He can go to bed just before it. And yeah, it will be a MaxPax Clem final, which means we'll be heading over to Europe. Pretty cool game, but MaxPax was able to get enough done on that pressure, enough done on that aggression, and just kept it going, kept those fights coming, and was able to make it happen in the end. Those 3 Archons are good units, but not that good. Gosh darn it. We found ourselves what we need to freaking buff again for Protoss. Something else to be buffed. Let's get to it, guys. Intern, let's go. Alrighty, guys. Heading to Europe for our grand finals. Obviously, best of 5 into best of 3 if MaxPax wins. So if Clem wins the best of 5, he wins the tournament. If MaxPax wins the best of 5, we play a best of 3. The winner of that then wins. That's the upper bracket advantage in this event. As we get ready for map number map number 1 of this grand final. Will hopefully not be too long video on anything, no server discussions, just need everyone to hop on over to Europe and we can go from there. Get that ready to build. Love it. Alright guys, hope you've been enjoying the Monday evening cast. Obviously something different from me. I just knew that the usual English casters for Monday Night Weekly weren't going to be here, so thought I'd jump in and give you guys the games this evening. Also makes up for the fact I was obviously not here earlier to do my own Monday Cup, so it gives me a stream, which is nice, and that means I actually only had 2 days off streaming. Isn't that lovely? Nice. I really thought it was going to be another like 3 days off, but it's actually only 2 days off, and that's very exciting. I'm going to be live every single day right now until the end of the month. So yeah, StarCraft planned every day. Lots coming up, lots happening. Exciting times. Even more exciting is when Clem and MaxPax got done vetoing. You can look at what this best of 5 is going to look like. See which of these maps get played. I'd love to know how much the maps are getting vetoed in this tournament, just to see kind of where a lot of these just to see where a lot of the kind of new maps are kind of being felt out by the players. Like, is there any that are being vetoed all the time? I mean, obviously we've not watched all the games, but from what we've seen, are there any maps that haven't been really played today? Satellite Years, that one actually got vetoed a lot in the tournament as well, so I don't know if Satellite Years is going to make it. Yeah, Andromeda has not been seen at all today either. Like I say, it could have been played in some other series we've not been watching, obviously, but and 10,000 Feet we've not seen at all today either, so has been kind of narrowed down to a few maps. What's interesting about this final, guys, is we play the best of 5, and if we need the best of 3, it gets played on different maps. So you can't repeat a map in the best of 3 that's being played in the best of 5. So there is a little bit of an additional rule there. Obviously makes it kind of interesting. Clem could lose 5-0. Yes. If he gets 3-0'd and 2-0'd, absolutely he could. And yet MaxPax can only lose 3-0. Or 3-5 at worst. Or I don't know. I mean, MaxPax could lose in the second matchup, and then he could be like, he'd have to win, so 0-2, 0-4, 3-4 at worst. So if you think about it, theoretically, MaxPax is the better player because he can't get 5-0'd, whereas Clem can. I think that says it all. Living the cast tonight, Wardy, watch here on this gloomy winter evening in Wales. Hell yeah. Oh, I talked about Andromeda. We're actually going to see it for map 1. Obviously, best of 5 might bring out some different maps too. But, yeah, let's get into Andromeda here as we get ready for game number 1. Yeah, thanks so much for tuning in as well. I will say, I know I don't usually stream at this time, guys, so usually I stream more through the day. If we stream later on, like if I stream at this time, it's usually because I'm still live from earlier. It's not every day we do a 9-hour cast, but, you know, that typically is what usually happens as we wait a couple moments, probably waiting for Clem to change his race because he was set as Protoss. Gonna flip on over to Terran. And we're going to get ourselves ready for this final, guys. So, TVP, best of 5 to begin with. As we get set to go, Andromeda will be our opening game, as mentioned, and waiting to see. They didn't video in public, so I can't tell you guys what the next maps are going to be, but I'm excited to actually see what the full map pool turns out to be for a best of 5 here. And did they play last week in the finals of this event? I don't think so, right? They played in the upper bracket final. They played Andromeda, Old Republic, Taido in a best of 3. And in the best of 5 against Hero, he actually played Andromeda, Old Republic, Throne. So I wonder if we see something similar. So I wonder if these videos are pretty interesting. Alright, so a couple of moments, guys. Everyone's here. We're just waiting for the players to ready up. And we'll kick off into this final. Get this wrapped up, and then I can go have some proper food for the night. I was like, I didn't really want to eat before, because it was just a bit too early, and I was like, man, how well we're going to make it through this? But I've managed. Decided to get some food after, as we are heading into Andromeda. In the bottom left, we will have ourselves the red Terran player, repping Team Liquid. This is Clem. And it is, of course, best of 5. And in the top right, our blue Protoss is MaxPax. So again, just to reiterate at the start of the cast, just in case I put this on YouTube, this is the first thing the YouTube VODers would hear. And if you are one of those, hello, like and subscribe, appreciate you guys. But yes, this is a best of 5, but Clem came from the winner bracket, so he has the winner bracket advantage, which in this series means that he only has to win 1 series. So if this best of 5 goes the way of Clem, this tournament is over and Clem wins. If MaxPax wins this best of 5, we will reset to a best of 3, and then there will be a best of 3 series. The winner of that will then be the winner. So MaxPax needs to win a best of 5 and a best of 3. Clem just needs to win the best of 5. Simple as that. Okay, Starlight coming through, probe on the way. Rex and the gas coming into position here as we get started. SCV coming through. Let me take a few moments to settle ourselves down into this one. Refinery coming up over on that side as the probes are going to be nibbling away up at the top here at the SCV. So some damage being done. And the probe going to get turned around the other direction for a moment or two. So nothing too crazy just yet as we get settled in on Andromeda. This map's Actually interested to see where this map goes. I think this map's going to get a little bit of a cool iteration on it because I think they're going to change a little bit of the main base size or so. They already changed it from the original kind of version, but I'm not sure if it's going to get changed again, but I thought it might. But yeah, this map's actually one of the... I thought it was pretty cool during the TLMC. I guess we'll see how it plays out here in this TVP matchup. We're going to be pumping through in a few moments. Factory is on the way. And Clem playing safe, getting that factory before we expand. So that's going to be a factor. Some MaxPax games in this meta, from what I've seen, have been pretty aggressive. I know last week they did play some super late game. They went to like 30 minutes plus. A Mothership, if I'm not mistaken. But generally, the games I've seen otherwise have been pretty aggressive, kind of 5 to 10 minuters. Wonder if that's going to keep up in this final today. And yeah, just going to be seeing the Reaper still moving about, the Adept coming through, and the Hellion and Reaper still building about as well. Stalker on the way by, Warp Gate coming through, the Twilight Council is producing the Adept, who wants to try and get towards that Reaper, as the Reaper gets a few shots off on it, takes a hit, backs away, second Reaper out. We're going to a third Reaper and an additional Hellion still, so a lot of early game units, and MaxPax will see those units coming with that Adept Shade. Clem's going to run past, and yeah, he's going to force the recall by threatening the run by. And I think that's actually very cool, because that's one way to get that Adept just to turn back home already. Adept did recall into the main base, so diving up into the main is maybe not the call for Clem. The low ground was difficult to do anything on, though, because the low ground is where there was a battery. Going to get 2 probes initially, make it 3? No, not even, just 2. And the next Reaper and Hellion just going to sit at home. Not sure if I love that. 2 Reapers and a Hellion, 2 probes, force the Adept back and a recall. It's okay. It's nothing amazing, right? At the end of the day, I don't think anyone's overly upset. I don't think MaxPax... I think MaxPax is fine with it. I think Clem's probably a bit more upset, if anything, but... yeah, he would have, like, you know, maybe one more probe, a couple more probes, he would have been, you know, much happier about how it all went down. See Uplink coming through, Robo Facility coming about. Next, Gateway still building. Let's see the Reaper Hellion coming out through towards the top side. Adept going to try and shade forward. Hits going through so far, getting some damage done. The Adept will get in, get the SCV. Just gonna have that Widow Mine and burrowing for the moment. The Hellion and the Reaper pulling back over that side. That is going to be the Hellion in trouble, very nearly going down. Just about escaping away. He's able to just about keep itself safe. Stalker's come back across, and the Adept going to try and shade as the Hellion gets a shot. Is going to go down now. That will be a cleanup as the couple of Widow Mines will take position here. The SCV's chasing about. Just going to be having the Stalker's going to get a little bit stuck in this corner, man. They are going to get caught up over in this side. I mean, just no way out for them, so they are going to go down. Marine from the high ground helping. Widow Mine's still available here, so there's truly just no way out. The Reaper can obviously chase for the kill as well. At this point, maybe MaxPax should have tried to set off the Widow Mine in case it was on cooldown before it got dropped or something. I'm not sure that would have really been much of a factor. Prism showing up. 3 gates out on the map. No third Nexus yet, so not ideal. You lose a bunch of Stalkers, and you're now looking to be aggressive. I mean, no bunker ready yet either from Clem, though, so you could argue maybe he's a bit underprepared, as that Prism has just walked in the extra Stalkers. I mean, the Widow Mine drop, gonna have to do some work here. Tank not ready either. We're in a little bit of trouble here is Clem. I mean, this has been a little bit of a chaotic start, and now Clem is the one who has to come up with an answer. SCV's pulling, bunker will cancel, and we can get our siege tank on the high ground out and sieged. The Widow Mines don't even do anything. They force a warp in at home. Okay, so warp in at home is a pretty big factor, because that is going to slow down any aggression over here. This could be 8 Stalkers here right now. Instead, it's still just the 5 now. The 4 reduced down by 1 tank shot there. That does connect. SCVs can get to mining. We can start to rebuild the bunker on the front. And during this, the Marine count has been growing, getting closer to dealing with this. Oh, we blink to that left side. Of course, at this point, we have the Prism, which means that at any point in time, you can just lift into that Prism as an escape mechanism. I love the double Widow Mine burrow, just in case the Prism flies out over in that direction. That's an amazing catch waiting to happen. The Urzadon's like, I'll help you out, Terran Play. I'll block your Widow Mines on the floor. Fun. As, we'll see if we can force him kind of out that way. I wonder if with the Viking we could maybe force him out in a certain direction. We're going to get by the Terran defense here and into the main, so it's going to be a bit awkward, and now maybe the mines won't quite be where they want to be. As, yeah, Clem did not quite catch this move from MaxPax, and he's now fully into the main base and fully set up for the moment. That's the auto turret into the Viking. It's not going to be enough to get the kill. It's a good few shots, but we're a couple hits away still from getting the kill in the end, so that will not be good enough. And Storm on the way, charge building up. A few more gates, Nexus coming through. The Observer is dead. picked off. A few Marines there as well. 6 SCVs go down. Stimming +1. Continuing through. And Storm, a couple of High Templar all coming up. The Widow Mines are going to unburrow. Where are they going to try and go to? The Reaper going to the upper right-hand side as well. Widow Mines pulling back, +1. Stim pack, combat shield building in. And the Storm and the Charge coming up as well here currently. It goes in after the probe. Is going to be able to get a connection on that. Probe will go down. As that comes through, the battery going to do a little bit of healing. The Marines, the Viking, the Raven gathering about. The Stalkers going to play defense against the Reaper over there. Just going to be able to take that down as well as the few Stalkers here. Still trying to push in for a little bit of possible damage. This army gathers together. Stim +1 in combat, all building through. Back out to the right side. Still got upgrades coming online. Clem has dealt with this so far, but now, as he gets upgrades, we'll see what he can do next. He's also on his way to that Ghost Academy very comfortably, so Ghost is going to come up early in this game against what is a Storm-based play from MaxPax. Clearly, MaxPax has had amnesia and forgotten that Storm has been made unplayable, so unfortunately it doesn't look, well for him in this game one, but we'll see if he can somehow still magic up a result. This commentary was brought to you by Twitch Chat. I decided just to base my opinions from Twitch Chat all day, so... just trying to appeal to the masses. Makes sense. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you like this, if I regurgitate the things you like to hear. Thumbs up. And Prism into the natural. So things are going to heat up a little bit. I mean, Clem is down a little bit of supply right now. Defense is going to have to be good, and the dive onto the right side is going to be a big factor. And we are going to jump in straight over there. Actually, interesting, we get the auto turrets down. It absorbs a lot of the damage so far, but 11 SCVs fell as well. It's a pretty big deal. Another nice Storm actually going to go in towards those Marines, soften them up in a big way. Narcon goes down. Do we have enough to charge onto those units? Like, those units are all low HP from Clem. And the end, MaxPax has the Prism into the main base too, looking for a little extra. The Viking will try and force that out. We're actually going to get rid of the Prism. Clem will defend, but 19 dead SCVs. As he has just had to deal with a lot of Zealots that have taken a lot of time to get rid of, basically, is what it comes down to. And he's now 20, 30 workers behind there or thereabout. And that's the issue for Clem, is that the economy is going to be drained. And does he just need to sit back and play defense on this one now? I mean, you see a few additional ghosts coming up, the armor upgrade coming through. Robo facility is on the way. The extra gates coming in. The medevac going to get to the top. A few Marines will begin to unload already. Bring those straight out into the 12 o'clock position for now. Ghost Marine Marauder building. +2/+1 extended thermal lance coming by. A couple of probes already begin to go down as the medevac comes around the top and over to the right. It's a very interesting little bit of deco on the top right of Andromeda. I haven't really noticed that before, as Clem still tries to play the chasing game. As that feedback goes in, I don't think this medevac is long for this world, and it will in fact fall. "20 workers is just an issue. Like, being 20 workers down right now is the big problem for Clem, because his army supply has been okay at points. It's still look competitive, especially with Ghosts out, but I mean, 20 worker count is brutal, and it's been down for a little bit. It took a while to establish the third. We're going to try and get toward the fourth base, but I'm not sure how quickly we're going to get there. I think MaxPax has put himself in a good position, but let's see if he can play it out. Switching to Colossus, something Clem may struggle to deal with because he's not rich in this game as well, right? So he doesn't have a ton of money to throw around. He is getting a second starboard. He's beginning to build Vikings. I think he's expecting this switch, and he is prepping for it, so he does know. And I like the switch, though, because like I say, it's forcing Clem into more things. More things is expensive. So I don't mind that at all. The water turret is not bad either. Raven finds a way in, gets those water turrets off, and most importantly, I think, finds its way out as well. Clem looking for the EMPs. Heads toward the High Templar initially. Not all of them getting caught. A couple of them getting their storms taken away, but that'll be about it for the moment. Still seeing the rest of this gathering up. The Zealot Stalker Archon Colossus pushing through. High Templar still joining in. Command Center lifts off into the sky. 2-2 upgrades will build from Clem. Marine Marauder Viking all coming up. The refineries will take some damage. Feedback still coming down onto those ghosts. The Vikings take a few more shots. And now, I mean, it's just a question of laser beaming and SCVs repairing, but the Storm will zone those SCVs for a while off the base. It's putting his fourth down into position. Can he survive through the next couple of minutes and get that fourth online and maybe truly stabilizing this? It's tough when you have the Protoss army attacking you right here. Nice Storm zones. The Terran on the top side will limit where they can go to. SCVs going down that Storm as well. Storm's still active, and so a few more SCVs go down as Clem is going to find his way forward, going to try and chase into this. The Vikings will get busy. No Storms remaining right now that was available right in the front. The High Templar that are chasing forward are right in the back. Clem has to pull back a little bit. MaxPax is rich behind us, though. 2k, 1.5k. Again, he's had bases and economy for days in comparison to Clem. I think we're really starting to see that becoming a big old issue here. As another Storm comes down, the High Templars are getting caught in the EMPs. Another group of Zealots going down, coming through. Do get rid of the Colossus, that's why the Vikings have landed to the ground, but again, the money that's in the bank for MaxPax gives him a chance to just move on through. Zealots will charge up, the rest of this army coming straight in. EMPs go down, Stalker's trying to get in, the medevac gets dropped as well. We're going to see a few more High Templar and Colossus also building through. The Zealots are charging forward, looking to get on top of that Bio army as well. Because I'm in the main base, Clem's going to tap out. He has no answer to this, as well as everything else going on. GG's. MaxPax does find himself a win in that opening game. It was an interesting start. I really felt those first Stalkers that went down in this game kind of leading us to believe it was all doom and gloom for MaxPax, but got a lot done with the Stalkers after that, kept this game alive, and now takes us to a 1-0 lead. As it will be Clem to try and bounce back on Old Republic for our second map of this, as soon as we are in-game and ready to rumble. So again, set up in just a second here. Game 2, I'm going to start counting down. And we'll go into Old Republic here in just a couple of moments. So yeah, get this one up and running, guys, and get into our second game of our finals, of course. Like I say, MaxPax takes the first map. If he wins out in the series, we do reset into the best of 3 after, so you can keep that in mind as we head to Old Republic for map number 2 of this series. I'm looking to bounce back. Again, a lot of that, this kind of last game kind of really just coming on what happened super early. MaxPax establishing a big lead. Getting the chance to run in and kill so many SCVs was the big problem. And was able to play it out and successfully close it out from there. Clem is down a game in the bottom left. MaxPax up by a game in that upper right. Game 2 now underway. Storm looked pretty good this game. Well, you've got to consider that Clem decided not to win the game early, and hence gave MaxPax a lead enough to make Storm useful. Right? Can't just go presuming that Storm is going to be able to be used in any old game, you know? This one definitely doesn't really count towards balance, because MaxPax just did too much early. And like I said, that would have been fine if MaxPax had played well, but Clem just decided not to win. He wants to play more in practice, clearly, so... yeah. That one doesn't count. Am I doing it right, guys? It's fun acting stupid. It really is. It's really fun. It's like, how dumb can I sound? Go. Probe shows up, is going to go nibbling at the SCV, and that's going to be taking some nibs. As the side cores on the way through. Barracks finishes, Reaper on the way. Gonna get that orbital command on the way up as well. And we got that rolling here as a couple of SCVs pull through. Gonna go after that probie also. That commences and it drops down into place. CC drops down, Cybercore coming up, our Nexus building by, and we just have the Reaper is going to be from Clem coming through. No faster factory this time, so going for the faster expansion. I think it's going to pay off for him, right? No fast salad or anything from MaxPax, just the Adept on the way. So yeah, that Reaper going to be out. First Marine coming through. Everything looking pretty reasonable in that regard for the moment. Twilight Council is going to be joining us here as the tech choice from MaxPax. No real surprise. Blink is still very much so the go-to opener of the Protoss. We have started to see Stargates have a little bit more kind of prevalence in the matchup, and in a best of 5, especially if this goes to the afterward best of 3 as well, I would actually genuinely really expect MaxPax to probably kind of switch up into some amount of Stargate. Even if it's just for a game at some point. I mean, I know he's really the kind of the Blink guy, but switching to that Stargate for one game can throw the Terran off. It takes away a lot of the assumptions you can make as a Terran player otherwise, right? Just takes a lot of that away from you initially as the Adept shades about and just looks for some opportunity. The Hellion coming through for the moment, and the Marines are going to be there to help push this Adept away. Back over to that right-hand side, which is also going to feature the Reaper coming across. And that Adept really is just running out of there for the moment. Adept and Hellion are going to trade against each other for a few shots. Reaper shows up. That is going to be a dead Adept. Adept, more like a dead. It's been a long day, sorry. This Adept is going to come up and it's going to actually kill that Hellion off. So actually gets one more very good shot just before the recall came, before the repack could come in. We get one more Marine, but the Adept unfortunately is too close, and those Marines get that killed as well, and that will go down. And we have ourselves the Blink and the Robo Facility coming through. As mentioned before, the Reaper did show up on the other side, but does get turned around. Third Nexus coming into place. The confirmation of that from Clem would be nice, just so you know that the timing of this roughly and the rough idea of where we're at. It's looking pretty neat. Again, a couple extra barracks coming through. Siege tank and more Marines in production. The Engineering Bay is building up now on the side of Clem, so we bring that over. Refinery coming up. Blink about to finish. The Stalker comes through. The Nexus and the Gateway coming about. Making a couple of gateways, actually. It's going to bring both of those online. Stalker still producing along for a couple of moments, so we bring that straight through for now. Let's get that on the go. That Blink finishes. Stimpack and +1 both building here. So much zooming in and out. But you don't need like being bounced around when you're watching StarCraft. Unbelievable. Hey, what's up, Glist1? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you priming us up today. Thank you for supporting the stream. If you guys are enjoying and you want to go one step further than liking, subscribing, and following, consider priming us up or subbing regularly. Helps us to keep on running StarCraft 2 events of our own at WardiTV. I appreciate you guys supporting. If you choose to do so, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. And thank you, Glist1, for instigating a mini sellout with your Prime sub. Thank you. Raven coming back home. Decides it's not worth sticking around on that other side. Did not find much opportunity to do anything in this game as the Stalkers around the bottom right are going to look around. They're going to go Blink across. Temple Archives is on its way through here from MaxPax, so that's going to be done in the next few moments. To bring that Temple Archives online, the Prism and the Forge all coming in. The additional couple of gateways are going to be a big part of the next few moments. And the Stalkers are looking for the chance to blink into this main base. Stim, Combat, a couple Medivacs coming through. The Bio units nearby, joining up and gathering around, waiting for their opportunity as we have got everything joining together. Storm is researching from MaxPax, so he is getting this going for the second game in a row. Again, definitely has been more Colossus play, but this is what I mean when I say it's not just been Colossus play, right? We have seen a good mixture of kind of the styles of play from the Protoss players. Some of them have been going Storm still, some of them have been going Colossus, so it's been a bit more kind of, like I say, it's a bigger kind of breadth of kind of choices rather than just kind of honing in on one single idea, which is what a lot of the last few months of TVP looked like. So we do get that on the way through. Storm the +1 coming up, then Concussive Shells, Marine Marauder, Medevac coming by. The Raven gets rid of the Observers. The Stalkers will fire. Gets rid of an SCV, and a couple more shots coming through. Hot donkey. Thank you so much for the 64-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the streams. Thank you so much for the 64-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Couple tanks gonna unsiege. Clem just taking that third base. Was meant to have landed, but took a moment or two not to land. Oh, good play from MaxPax. Great blink. Clem is going to be able to go over there, but that blink's going to be close to cooldown. He does not chase. Good catch from MaxPax. Like I say, it was a good blink underneath. Targets the Medevac, so you can't really just lift up and get away. Little misclick from Clem as well. Sent him back the other direction for a moment, so a little scary. And to clean up that Zealot, everything else pulling back toward the top side. Robo Bay Forge, Robo Facility Nexus, Extra High Templar. Continue to build through. And yeah, Medivacs, our bio unit's just going to start spreading out a little. To unload a little bit more bio behind the natural there for the moment. Hey, what's up? Edia25, thank you so much for also using the Prime sub on the channel. Appreciate you. Thank you for clicking that Prime button. Showing everyone else how it's done. Thank you so much for being awesome and supporting the stream. Thank you so much, Zealot Stalker. Looking to run in here. There's a lot of mines. I don't think we can really run in there as MaxPax. I don't know if that attack on the left side really looks all that scary either. Prism in the main base is scary, but can we actually get a warp in from it? Just 4 Zealots seems manageable. And the Marines are there with Stim and a Medivac, so it's a defense for now. But mine's going to go off, hit the Zealots nicely. First Storm is good because it stops the Terran from chasing through to get onto everything else. So MaxPax maintains there, but that was a beautiful 3-point defense from Clem. Holds the right side, holds the natural, holds the main, holds the right side again. Really could not have asked for much of a better setup than that defensively and give Clem an option, an opportunity, or a chance and an opportunity to kind of get to this next step. MaxPax clearly felt like you get something done there, but very quickly came apart. He is switching into the Colossus, so multiple Colossus on the way, Thermal Lance coming through with upgrades on the way out as well. You get Viking Ghost in production from Clem, and all of those tech units are going to be making an appearance sooner rather than later. Army gathers, the starport still building, so Clem getting ready for his second port of Viking production. Army just gathers up right here. I'm just going to be seeing the Prism actually being spotted by the Raven, so we see that Clem will notice that's coming in a second time. We do have Ghost right in the front right now. Uh-oh. Take a little bit of damage. Friendly fire from the Widow Mine initially. And MaxPax is trying to push up in that direction specifically right now. One Storm comes down. Missile Turret and Marines deflect the Prism very nicely so far. Again, good defense from Clem. Well positioned. MaxPax getting set up to base 5 behind this. Clem is going to try and put his 4th base down on location now. And if he can take a 4th while MaxPax sets up onto his 5th, that is fine. Now, he's not going to actually get his 4th forward just yet to the low ground, but he will be able to put it between the bases. He will be able to set up for that soon. +2/+1 still coming in. We get the extra gates building. Goes Viking on the way as well from Clem. Bring that up. Couple command centers coming through the CC. It's going to, again, try and get to that low ground. That does invite this next fight because, I mean, MaxPax has stood right there looking to take this engagement potentially. That shot. Stalker's taking damage. Vikings coming around. Gonna see the Liberator firing up. The Bio going to start stemming in. Going to run through that first storm. We can do that. He actually stops it for a moment or so. Now chasing down. The Immortal going to be in some trouble. Very nearly going down, but not quite. The 2-2 upgrade still about halfway done for Clem, so a bit behind on upgrades right now. Nearly lost this command center, but does just keep it alive. Needs to be careful. He's floating it forward, and the SCVs will have to go low ground to repair it. He's going to put it right down in front of all these units, and now the SCVs... That's just a mistake from Clem. Bad play from him. Doesn't happen a lot, but that really is just a mistake that did not need to happen. As he loses about 7 SCVs there, and the command center now still burning as well. I get you're eager to take the 4th base, but flying it back over there with low HP... Yeah, that was probably not it. Gonna fly it down here again now. At least has a bit more HP available. As you do see once more MaxPax stepping up to try and just play the denial on exactly that. You can just keep Clem off this 4th base as long as possible. The longer he stays off of it, the better you are set up. With 5 bases back at home. Clem coming forward with the Ghost, trying to get something done initially. Scanning ahead, looking for the AMPs. Good feedback so far. Looking to get a snipe off. Snipes one of the High Templar in the background in the end. Now we have the army just going to collect together, and it looks as though this is going to be it. We actually have that Cloak Ghost. Just no detection here. Getting some absolute work done right now. So the Ghost chasing forward and actually just targeting down High Templar in the army of MaxPax. That forces MaxPax away, and that Cloak Ghost is actually going to give Clem the freedom to settle on the low ground and actually take this forward base now and get that up and running. What a big turnaround that is going to be as the Colossus trying to step through. The Vikings will get rid of that immediately this storm. I was going to say Clem steps out of nicely. I wonder if, again, he could have maybe chased more aggressively there. I think he's afraid of the extra High Templar still in the back. I think he's afraid that they have energy still and that he's not able to he's not being able to get his Ghost in reach of those at all. Bio Viking coming through. We just have the army coming over. A little bit of Bio setting up. A couple of Zealots will take some shots. Zealots gather up. 3-3 upgrades on the way through from Clem. The +2 ship weapons coming over. Fusion core building by. The extra command centers will come online. The starport will come up from Clem as well. Give himself access to even more starport production, especially at this stage. A lot of liberators may be necessary. So beginning to prep for that eventuality, or just obviously rebuilding Vikings possibility too. Right side, we're going to get rid of the Zealots and the High Temple and the Prism there. Does that mean we have enough on the left still? Yeah, it does look like, honestly, not enough anti to really deal with the Vikings. Surprised we didn't lose a Colossus there, to be honest. That looked as though that Colossus was going to be, it looked as though it was going to get knocked down. I actually saw the Vikings probably chasing for both, but Clem pulled back, wants to keep everything consolidated. And MaxPax, a couple of losing fights right there. Losing on the left side, cleaned up on the right side. And right now, we're going to maybe lose this base as well as Clem works his way through the stack defense. MaxPax was on his way home, but more towards the top of the map rather than to this right side. And yeah, he's not going to be showing up with this army. This base will go down, so no 6 just yet. That's just going to remain a 5-base Protoss player as Clem is moving himself to being a 5-base Terran, so he's definitely improving his position in this game. There's a lot of pressure on MaxPax by MaxPax early to keep Clem off that 4th, but the moment Clem freed himself to the 4th base, this game has started to take a bit of a turn, and MaxPax recognizes that he knows that this is probably going to go into a later, later tech kind of stage game, and so we see Tempest on the way up, we see Stalkers in production, we start to bring a lot of that through now instead. Very interesting to start seeing that production coming online in comparison to kind of just continue to go with what he's got. So he really believes he's going to need it, and he probably does, especially because we see the Liberator range coming up. Lib range is one of the very likely scenarios Clem builds into, or Liberator is very likely what he builds into, and MaxPax knows it. So he preps for that next stage of the game already. I mean, Orbitals is Clem on? He's on 7, probably going to 8-ish soon, I think. He's got 4 new CCs on the way as well, so maybe even more than that. As the Liberator trying to do a little extra. Colossus firing. Liberator's taking a few more shots. Stalkers get underneath. The Liberator goes down. Command Center there will be cancelled. Oh no, Clem's on -1 CC. Obviously, the Viking count being high is obviously a big kind of bonus against the Tempest coming in too. That's another reason why the additional starport we saw earlier is going to be important. Rebuilding those Vikings against this Skytoss army now is one more thing that we really do need to have prepared here from Clem to make sure that we're comfortable in the later stages. Two ship weapons coming by, +3 ground armor from MaxPax. Clem's going to start building some nukes. He's going to get some Ghost Academies coming online. Ghost is on the way over, and Clem pulls himself back over into the center here for a couple of moments. Yeah, 2 more Ghost Academies says, hey, I want to nuke. He wants to nuke and not stop. You can not look back, basically. As the EMPs come down, the Oracle going to sit overhead. See the Ghost Academies still building through. Command Center still coming online. Fire will just go and knock down the rocks. Just going to be seeing this little push through. And again, a little bit of a shove. The couple of Tempests getting chased. Storm going down. A little snipe coming in as well. Getting a High Templar. And the rest of the Vikings and the Ghost still coming up. Upgrades coming through as the Oracle goes down. Revelation already dropped on most of these units. We chase forward. Storm's going to come in. Does Clem respect those Storms? Kind of and kind of not at the same time. He runs through, but doesn't feel like he actually wants to run through. The Vikings are ready to go again, though. We do have more Storms available. Going to need a layer of those so far. You know, the more that we can layer that, the better off we're going to be. You know, the snipe going down on the High Templar, make it 2. Make it a double. Vikings move forward again, looking after those Tempests. Going to get rid of one. Up in the skies, a couple of Storms coming down. The Vikings having to turn away again. Bio still settling down over to that right side. Clem maxed out, MaxPax 185. Clem's been making himself some good progress towards those bases. And has been honestly winning a lot of these fights now recently. In this later stage of the game. Look at that resources lost, 21k to 10k. The efficiency from Clem's army has been very, very real. A Ghost walking into cannon is not ideal. Get the feeling we are expecting to drop some nukes with that bad boy. at some point soon. Not if we keep walking into freaking, yeah, not if we keep walking in cannons, but that was nice. He actually snipes down the High Templar, now drops the nuke onto the static defense. And that's a good nuke because it doesn't need to, well, it's a good nuke because it doesn't need to hit the mineral line and need the probes to be there. It's a nuke that's just looking to take advantage of the static defense. Beautiful EMPs, and that army is in trouble. We've got one storm available. And getting everything EMP'd is going to make this very, very difficult. As the Vikings push through, the Tempests go down. And we are going to see the Nexus falling, the pylon dropping, the probes falling as well. Mothership on the way up. I'm not sure it's going to change the pacing of this one, as Clem has got a lot of units left after winning this fight and is already poised on the front doorstep of MaxPax's armies. So absolutely potential there to maybe continue through. It looks as though Clem is going to start making a few steps forward right now to push on into this. Archon going down, the Zealots dropping, the cannon's in trouble. And Clem pushes his way right through this. This looks like we are getting ourselves a 1-1 series. Tempest Immortal coming up there, plus 3 air weapons coming through. Nuke's going to land on a couple probes maybe, if that. One probe goes down to the nuke, not super exciting, but it doesn't need to be super exciting as Clem is now rotating around the left side, looking toward those other bases of the Protoss player right now. MaxPax going to be in some trouble in the top left. I'm actually splitting his army a little bit as well, deciding to go from a couple different angles maybe. And MaxPax is just draining money. He's had to rebuild so much. Resources lost 34k to 12k. The efficiency has not been there at all. There's a jump through, a couple cannons going down. Another sniper on a High Templar. Is going to be seeing the Tempests coming through. The rest of the Solid Storm coming over, looking to play cleanup. Time Wolf going down. I was just going to be seeing the Ghost in the back. We'll go down as well. So I mean, this gets cleaned up. I'm surprised Clem isn't hitting elsewhere at the same time. This really felt like the prime moment for that kind of split push. Kind of expected this portion of the army to be doing a lot more in that moment, but obviously it has not been. Tempest shots coming through. Medevac loads up to try and protect. It's a nuke over to one of the bases on the right side. We'll check on that in a second. For now, though, we are threatening the fight forward. Uh-oh. Yeah, no vision available, no detection available. There's the nuke coming down, going to land, and it's going to be a bunch of probes that go down there. It's going to be 8 workers going down for the moment. The Liberators start to get chased. That's going to be everything just going down. GG's, MaxPax taps out, and Clem takes game number 2, ties us up 1-1. I can't wait to read chat about this. It's going to be great. I feel like people about us talk about how Terran is unbeatable late game. Here's an interesting question. Genuine question that isn't even necessarily based on the reality. Just wondering what you guys think of this, right? A lot of the time in the past, Protoss has been in late game in PvT, I think, very good. What if... Okay, because what I feel like might be happening a bit is that Terran is actually pretty good if you get to late game TVP, right? And getting to late game TVP might be the problem. So, is it one of those scenarios where Protoss dominates kind of early mid game? I don't even know if Protoss dominates mid game, but is it switching? Is this matchup switching to the point where Terran is good early, Protoss is really good mid to late, and then Terran's very good very late? Is that like the complete reversal of what we used to expect from this matchup? And this is only theoretical because one game doesn't prove anything. I do think there's been times where, you know, EMPs and Vikings have been looking good, but there's also been times where the Terrans get stomped in the later game too, so... Not sure yet. Terran starts strong, has good early to mid game. I don't know if they... I mean, do they have a good early to mid game, Protoss? Terran? I mean, I think early game Terran's good, but I do think Protoss, honestly, is very good mid game. Like, the rate at which they can expand and take control of the map and stand on the map with their tech units. I think it's hard to say that Protoss does not have the better mid game. And that prolongs through the first tech units of the Terran coming out as well, for sure, no? Like, that's exactly what it was in the last patch, and that's kind of the one thing that shouldn't change at all on this patch, is that Protoss mid-game is very powerful. Hey, thank you so much, Barkmauer, who came in with the Prime sub while we're in the closing stages of that previous game. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. As we are now tied up 1-1. Game 3 here. On 10,000 feet, one of the maps we hadn't seen today so far, if I'm not mistaken, so excited to see what it looks like. I've been enjoying this map. I enjoyed the games on it. Thought it was fun. Protoss mid game is a lot weaker because you can just take a casual stroll through storms now. That's not why Protoss mid game is good. Protoss mid game was good when you didn't build storm early game anyway. Protoss mid game was good when Clem and Hero showed us that you can stand on the map with one Colossus already and start pressuring and applying pressure and basically letting the Terran not take map control and expand behind it. Man, people are just actually ready to fight about Protoss versus Terran. It's amazing. Actually incredible. You know what, the best thing about the Protoss versus Terran balance discussions in chat and balance fights in chat is that the Protoss feels so strongly about it on one side and the Terrans feel so strongly about it on the other. And I really genuinely think that means it's balanced. Meanwhile, the Zerg are just sat in the corner, just dying. There's like 4 Zerg players left in the world, no one cares, as the Terran and Protoss go to war. I actually think TVP's looking pretty good right now. I genuinely think it might be pretty... I actually think it's going to be a pretty fun matchup to watch. I really do. We talk about the Reaper save. I can't because I was too busy reading Twitch chat, so I missed it. I just seen you guys get excited about it. I'm too busy reading chat. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'll pretend I saw it. Wow, God, isn't Clem just a king of Reaper control? Like, you know, some people are known for their Reapers, and some people are just known for their micro. And that's an exact cause of, like, it's not about the man with the Reaper, it's about the man who can micro, you know? Sometimes it makes you wonder, is Clem a human? Yeah. Moments like that make you... And just maybe, we should just start making maps not have Reaper jump-ins. Because it's ridiculous that these Reapers can stay alive and just provide scouting for the Terran player. Crazy. Madness. I actually didn't see it. I'm going to have to look it back later to get serious here. Because this is Stargate opening. MaxPax is going to switch it up. As Clem plays Marine Tank Viking. The potential for a push early. And he's already coming across the map. So we'll see how well we can do defensively with these Phoenix. The Phoenix have to lift up the key units here. I'm worried that there's not enough damage output on the ground for MaxPax. Like, I'm worried he's just going to get overwhelmed by the Marine Cyclone. He needs to buy himself time. He does warp in a few Stalkers there. That's going to be a big start. Now now the depowering of the gateways. We get rid of that first Phoenix pretty quickly. Second lift goes off. We target the wrong Phoenix there. Siege Tank goes down. Is it worth getting rid of the third Phoenix? We nearly did. Fourth Phoenix shows up. We'll lift this Cyclone as well. And this is turning into a defense that Viking should turn and kill off the low HP Phoenix. What do we do, MaxPax? Flying that in for no reason. Does get the kill on the Viking, but I think he could have done that with the one Phoenix anyway. Maybe not. Maybe Marines get there and it turns it around. The defense from MaxPax holds this off so far. Has to replenish the Phoenix count, though. That being low is going to make it difficult to hold future waves of aggression because you were very reliant on lifting. You were very reliant on lifting up those, siege tanks with the Phoenix and using those Phoenix as a major part of your defense. That is indeed a great defense as Braddock lags out. And that will take us a couple of moments to get back on track. We all know Terran are the biggest whingers. Really? Because, like, Terrans didn't actually complain like this. Pros have complained the moment that things got changed and they can't just insta-win PvT. Meanwhile, Terrans only really started really whining about PvT after, like, 3 months of it being kind of an unplayable matchup. I don't know. I feel like Protoss are the biggest whingers right now. Like, if there's a world championship for whining, we did it. We got Protoss a major championship. Don't get me wrong, I think Terrans usually are the biggest crybabies. But, like, right now, the Protoss players are really making a good job of, like, taking that title off the Terrans. Honestly, like, it's been pretty crazy the last couple of weeks. It's actually kind of wild. Every race has an equal amount of whiners, you think? I don't know, man. I really wish Slowly was here. She'd be loving me riling up chat like this. Ay. Tell you what, guys. How about, instead of me getting baited into silly conversations, how about you guys just talk in emotes? Because I can't stop myself from replying to stupid comments about balance. So, I'm just going to put you guys in emote mode for a while. Alright, Clem, gonna come pushing up. Marine Tank Viking on a shove as we do see that couple Phoenix. Actually gonna dive into this. That one Viking already low does go down. Nice job from Clem. Keeps it alive a bit longer. Force the Phoenix to dive in. Great control from MaxPax though. Those Phoenix get low. Will not go down just yet. The Marine Tank continue to pull away once more. Just gonna be seeing the tanks gonna aggro back to the medevac, but it's looking a little bit dangerous. The Phoenix gonna lift up a couple of tanks in the end. Viking's still trying to get after the Phoenix. The gateway units on the ground are doing what they can. This is just seeing the siege tank going to get force fielded. We are going to have, I think, MaxPax pushing Clem all the way back. Resources lost here is going to favor MaxPax, but it's equal. It's interesting because it's equal work accounts. Obviously, Terrans had mules. Clem is only just now seeing MaxPax get to a third base. So I wonder if this is kind of okay for Clem. Like, I think he's behind, but I don't think he's dead. Like, I don't think this is one of those cleanups where it's like, oh, the defense was made and now there's just absolutely no chance. You know, I don't think we're at that sort of stage where it's like, okay, the defense was made, this is it, it's done. I think this is like, I mean, maybe if MaxPax can attack in right now and win, then obviously yes, but I actually think if Clem holds this right now, he gets some upgrades, and I think this is a game. How many SCVs are we going to end up losing? He's going to push this back. The Viking's going to do good to deflect the Phoenix, and well, 7 SCVs, that gives MaxPax that kind of typical, you know, Protoss worker advantage. Clem is building a third CC behind it all, and I think we're going to stabilize into a game here. Plus one and Storm both building up. Gates and the Robo facility coming through as well. All of our upgrades building up from Clem as we speak. Next down that right-hand side, Stim Combat +1, all building up. We got a couple of barracks coming through. The couple of SCVs are going to get jumped on already. And Storm, the +2 attack upgrade coming about. The Viking's going to get over that right-hand side. Just going to get straight onto a couple of the Phoenix here as well. So we're going to see those getting cleaned up right away. So Phoenix getting pushed away. MaxPax down on army supplies. Clem is going to have that third command center to try and take into position. Now that's going to be a problem, right? Getting this third in position is not going to be easily done. High Templar available and Storm is now an option. So Storm's going to be a big factor as the Garden Shield pops the Phoenix. Flying up, Storm going straight down. A couple of Widow Mines going to go down. We do not unburrow and relocate them. There's our Phoenix still going in after the command center. High Templar is going to get rid of. High Templar drops the Storm, but we do get the kill on it. As MaxPax keeps on pushing through. Clem, can he find a defense here? There's one Storm available still. There's a lot of low HP Terran units right now. Storm's going to keep Clem from the top side. MaxPax is going to run around the bottom. We have the Zealots on top of this army. Oh, I like the Force Field. Get the Archon involved. Low HP Terran units against a Splash unit. Ain't going to go well. Army supplies equalizing still, though. And does Clem actually have a defense at the end of this? Yes, but at the cost of a lot of SCVs. And even then, there's going to be more Zealots showing up, and that might just be too much, especially because we're going to get on that mineral line, and those SCVs are going to keep dropping. I don't think Clem has what he needs, and it looks like MaxPax is going to fight his way through to a victory after the initial defense was very good. I felt like Clem maybe had a chance to stay in this game. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite happen. He's not quite able to have enough, and MaxPax is going to go up 2-1 in this best of 5. Alrighty, guys. Game 4, as MaxPax is a map away from resetting us into a best of 3. Would you love to hear? And ready to go into Throne of the Dunes. Waiting for Clem to be dragged up into the slot to play in, otherwise we're going to get MaxPax taking on someone else right now. Get ready to go into this next game. You're free to complain as much as you want in YouTube. Yeah, you can. YouTube chat is open. But yeah, Twitch just couldn't behave. The problem is, it's like, in a way, I don't mind reading people complaining and stuff, but like, I actually just can't stop myself, like, from reading the chat and complaining about you guys complaining, basically, and making fun of it. Like, it's just ridiculous. And at the end of the day, you guys aren't here to listen to me complain about you guys or to make fun of you guys. You guys are here to listen to the game. So, emote only mode, more so I don't get distracted more than anything else. So, yeah, it works. What's up, Halion9213? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thanks so much. As we get into game number 4, bottom left, map away from resetting this to a best of 3 is MaxPax. As in the top right, our red Terran is Team Liquid's Clem. And he win 2 and close the series out just with the best of 5. That's one we're on the verge of finding out. Typical Twitch. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not pretend YouTube was... Last week YouTube was really bad. So, YouTube's just better behaved today. You thought I literally couldn't read YouTube chat? No, I can read YouTube chat. I just... YouTube chat moves more slowly, and there's less people getting riled up about every single thing, you know? So... The thing is, in YouTube chat, usually if one person says something slightly outrageous or complaining, there's not enough people to create all-out warfare. Twitch chat is like a battlefield right now, man. Like, people are ready to go to war. It's crazy. Coming through, orbital command and the command center coming up as we take a few moments. As we get settled into play. Command center coming through, the Reaper on the way by. Our Cybercore and Nexus all building up as well, so just getting ourselves established here for game number 4 of this best of 5 series. People are going to move from Twitch to YouTube to expand the battlefield. If people start on YouTube, I'll just start timing people out, because at least on YouTube it'll be manageable. Like, Twitch chat was beyond timing out. Like, basically the entirety of Twitch chat needed timing out, so hence emote only mode. And the Reaper and the Marine will go in after the Zealot, the SCV. Going to take a couple of shots there. Now an SCV over here. Going to be able to finish up that bunker, and that should be done in time for this Adept to be done. Twilight Council building currently on the side of MaxPax. Again, that Twilight Council up and online. We're jumping about. Adept is going to go through. I'm trying to get into that bunker for a moment. Going to get straight through, and Adept's going to go up that ramp. Another Adept coming back around the other side. I mean, again, we just try and be annoying here. That's going to be good damage, though. We get the Adept kills. The Clem is going to get a cleanup already. Clem going to fly. The Adept will take some shots. The Reaper going to step through there as well. There's going to be a cleanup right in the front. Nice couple of... A nice couple of kills so far on STV for Zealot and 2 Adepts. Not a bad early start for Clem. As you are going to see, the Siege Tank and Medivac still building through, getting that set up for the moment. Bringing that by and online. Just going to be having a couple of depots coming about. The barracks on the way. Robo Facility and the gateways coming online as well. So just a bit of everything coming through for the moment. There's the gates and the Robo Facility coming up. At the same point, just going to see the Reaper hopping up. Stalker gets some damage done. Reaper hops back down, goes back the other way. That barracks is about to finish. Liberator tank and the Marines still building through as well. Stalker will warp in. The Prism's still coming up. And again, just going to get ourselves the rest of this building through. And the army of MaxPax starts to move onto the map with the blink. Clem has the medevac down the right side, so they're going to kind of pass each other and 4-gate blink. If we have to warp in Stalkers at home to deal with that medevac, that could be an issue. Any damage taken here is a big deal because you are going to be kind of a lower eco Protoss player in order to kind of settle down into this scenario with the 4-gate Stalkers. But at the same time, you're going to have a ton of Stalkers, so does Clem have a defense against that? One bunker low ground, nothing elsewhere. The Liberator moving out. I don't think Clem's ready for this at all. Bunker's going to die instantly. Second bunker not going to matter if there's nothing nearby. Like I say, this is maybe more so going to come down to what Clem can do on the other side of the map. As those Marines are committed to dropping in. And to be fair, there's absolutely nothing here from MaxPax at the moment defensively. He's going to maybe move around, go toward the main base. Clem has 2 tanks in the main, a 3rd tank that could siege up there as well. And hey, we blink into that main base, and the tanks are going to do their thing so far. They're going to cover each other. There's no way the Prism can drop on top of this. MaxPax has lost 15 probes, and he's just going to tap out of this. We're going to go to Game 5. Clem will keep this series alive, as MaxPax was not ready for Clem's aggression, and Clem was actually ready for MaxPax. He wasn't ready on the natural, but he was very ready in the main base, and he didn't let MaxPax draw this out and extend this. Game 5 of the Grand Final. Again, if MaxPax wins this game, we go to a best-of-3 reset match. If Clem wins this game, the series and the tournament is over for the day. Thank you for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all being here. And some StarCraft 2 with us. Don't forget as well, we are doing the GrabTap sponsorship as well, guys. So if you are enjoying and want to support freely, check out the GrabTap command, which I'm going to type in chat for you guys, because you guys can't on Twitch. And if you do that, you can check out GrabTap, where you can find a way to support the stream for free by checking out the games available and all of that kind of stuff. So check it out. We appreciate it if you do. And you can play any of the games listed, and even just installing some of them will help to support the stream for free. So check that out. Like I say, ! GrabTap, level up, get to some levels in some of those games, help us out, helps us out massively, supports the stream for free, and obviously gives us the chance to run more StarCraft in the future as well. So yeah, check that out as we are going to Game 5 very shortly. And yeah, new games coming up all the time over on the GrabTap as well. There's a couple new ones since I last looked at it myself, so do check it out. And that's ! GrabTap in the Twitch chat, which you guys can't type because you're banned, but yeah. YouTube gets no love. YouTube, you get love. You just, I mean, when I say you get no love, they're not paying me to like link it in my YouTube chat, right? Like it's a Twitch paid sponsorship. I mean, you guys can support the stream still by doing it. Like you will still support by doing it. Just I don't have a way to link it in my YouTube chat right now is all. So what's up, Chromebok? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships over on the YouTube channel. I don't know why they're not going into Game 5 already. Figuring that out. Those gifted memberships going out to Chip Doctor, Song Jim Kim, Never Say That, Darth Fragrance, and Jerome. Thank you so much, Chromebok, for the 5 gifted memberships. Super appreciate your generosity. Thank you so much. Apparently they're all dinging. Fair enough. My Amaranth 336 on the 27-month resub on the Prime as well. Coming on through. Don't know what's going on, but yeah, it is 2-2, right, guys? I'm not crazy. Pretty sure I'm not crazy, but individual notifications. Yeah, I don't know why. That's never happened on the YouTube gifted members before. Hey, what's up, Fear to Clap? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for supporting the channel as well. Thank you so much. It's 2-2, guys. I don't know if Clem's relogging. MaxPax doesn't know what map it is to host. I don't know what the deal is. There we go. Winter Madness getting hosted for map 5 here. Got this underway and ready to start. So a little bit of a delay going into game. I was genuinely like, I genuinely wondered, like, did I mess up the score or something? I had to check Liquipedia. Let's get this ready to go into game 5. Winter Madness coming through again. Thanks for joining us today, guys. Appreciate you all tuning in. It's obviously not my usual time of streaming, so I appreciate the very good viewership. Appreciate you all, and thanks for the subs and stuff to help support as well. Appreciate you guys a lot. It is 2-2. It is Clem MaxPax again. MaxPax wins this game, and we are going to another best of 3. If Clem wins this game, it is over, and he is the champ. So we go to Winter Madness. Alright, top left-hand corner. It is going to be MaxPax. Can he take us to another best of 3 this evening? Or will it be Clem, our Red Terran, closing it out and winning this 27th edition of Monday Night Weeklies? Again, I'm not going to be covering this frequently, guys. This is just because I was away, and I couldn't do my own Monday Cup today, and it just so happened to align with basically a day when no one that usually streams this tournament is actually around. So, yeah. Just a little bit of a fun coincidence. Like I say, it really worked out because it worked out for me streaming. I was back in home for it. So yeah, it just worked out all around. Alright, Twitch chat. I'm going to believe in you guys to behave. Turn emotes off. Well, potentially the last game of the day. Good luck. Getting the simulator coming up. As we just have the racks and the gas coming through, so we get settled down, we get it rolling. I'm just going to be seeing our gateway coming through. So getting the racks coming up, nothing too crazy just yet. We get settled in. Take a few moments initially. Yeah, there's actually a freaking mod here now, guys. People are actually getting timed out. Oh yeah. Unbelievable. Alright, Proby coming around is trying to get this low ground blocked. As we go back and forth, the little Reaper will start. The SCV's chased it away. Nice double SCV job to push that back nicely. Comfortably. Well done for now. Cybercore and the Nexus coming through as well. Just going to get that set up. And you have the probe still moving across to the upper left-hand side, getting set for a little bit of time here initially. And again, Nexus Assimilator and so continue to come through in the early stages. Is this map like Death Aura just without the speed zones? I have not thought of it like that. I don't think so, right? Like Death Aura had a bit more like rampiness to get from one side to the other, hence the speed zones as well, no? I honestly I can't visualize Death Aura super well right now in my head though. So maybe. I'm not good at kind of picking a map out and seeing it in my brain. I can see the color of it and the rough layout, but not well enough. We're gonna get a couple shots off as the command center coming through. Factory building. Just gonna be seeing that Adept trying to shade around and seeing what else we can get up to here. As we move one way and the other, Adept gonna try and really shade into this for a couple of moments. A couple of Marines will go in after the Adept right there, and the Adept will get chased back up to the high ground. So Adept getting chased away. Stargate building through. Get ourselves the Reaper pulling back. A couple probes coming over. That's going to be one probe going down immediately. So one probe falls. The Reaper continues to be chased. Again, Starport coming about. The Orbital Command coming in. The Reaper does escape down to the low ground, and we just have Marines in a factory building up a tech lab. Climb onto that 1-1-1 setup while MaxPax plays the Stargate with the Oracle. See what he can do with this. Obviously, Stargate and the Phoenix played a good defense earlier. Let's see if he wants to go Phoenix after this Oracle here, or what his plan may be. And the Starport swaps to the tech lab. Factory moves over to a tech lab as well. Circle down that left-hand side. Banshee coming about. Cloaking is coming up. The Reaper and the Hellion poke onto the Adept for a few moments. Phoenix still producing. Also do see the Warp Gate not far from being complete right now. A couple of gates, a couple of these simulators, all coming up for now. Oracle is going to activate, and a couple of SCVs get picked off immediately. Second SCV goes down, make it not 3 as we very nearly get the Oracle. Ooh, drops a Revelation on his exit. I'm going into that Cloak Banshee play. Banshee is very good if you can avoid the dissection, right? Obviously, it depends on that Oracle. If the Oracle had died, that could have been nasty for MaxPax, based on the fact we are going to see the, the Banshees on the follow-up here. A couple of barracks coming through. Wondering how aggressive Clem gets. He's on one tank right now, not building a second yet. Just wondering if this is him aiming to kind of play Marine Tank Banshee as a big push. He's actually going to start adding on a Cyclone, perhaps because he knows about the Stargate play now. He'd rather have the Cyclone to help anti-air. He is getting 2 more barracks finished. Are we going to tech lab those or just start building Marines? And an engineering base. This should be a build into the future. And that Cyclone, just a little bit of extra anti-air, especially against like an Oracle. If you can lock onto that, that's going to be a really good way to push things back. There's Stim starting, so it does not look as though Clem is going to get too aggressive here just yet in this game number 5. Phoenix around that right side. The Marines are nearby. Marines want to try and get in after the Phoenix. A couple of shots onto the barracks. Did he cancel Cloak? He did cancel Cloak. He also cancelled the Banshee. Did he lose the first Banshee? Yeah, he lost the first Banshee to the Phoenix, sorry. So he lost the first Banshee to the Phoenix, cancels Cloak and cancels Banshee too. Probably not a terrible choice in the end. Just going to see the couple of Phoenix getting turned around by a missile turret there. Again, plenty of Marine Marauder coming about. Stim Combat and +1 all coming online. And the Marines and the Cyclone still trying to move along for a couple more moments. +1 Storm and Charge continue to come about. It's going to be seeing the extra gateways coming through as the couple of SCVs coming around as well. Stimpack Combat and +1 continue to come by. MaxPax just had the strangest storm off the back of this Phoenix. Not a single game so far where MaxPax has played straight to the Colossus, right? He's been playing into the storm pretty much every single time. Couple Marines going to be there. We salvage the bunker on the low ground. Clem's about to go. He's got the bio upgrades. He's ready to make a bit of a push right now. Has to protect his medevacs from the Phoenix, but he is able to start moving out. Phoenix can obviously look to be annoying in the background. Cyclone going to try and come in and help to chase this around and away. Phoenix do outspeed that Cyclone and get out of reach for the moment. Missile turret will get a few shots off. Should get another lock on. Maybe a scan for the kill. Yeah, loses vision. I wonder if a scan would have given him enough there if he had a... I wonder if he would have had the range to kind of get 2 more shots off. Clem is moving up through the center. Now, Storm is done. How many High Templar are we on? 5. So we have a lot of available Storm, realistically. So... going to be difficult for Clem to just kind of run in and do something. He does have a lot of army supply, mind you. 69 to now 53. That's with the freshest set of Warpins, though. And he's actually moved himself past the Protoss army. Oh, if Clem realized this would be huge. Okay, he sees it now. Decide what you want to do here, Clem. He's going to go and stim a few units forward, look to get those storms. I wonder if it would have actually been better for him to just run up towards the base. Because I actually think that it would have been really difficult. Because obviously Storm is such a big zoning tool nowadays. I actually think it would have been tougher for MaxPax to run back into his own base defensively than it would have been for Clem to just attack through it. And I think he would have gotten the 3rd base. And then what does MaxPax do? Does he attack in? He doesn't have, like, damage output to kind of force a base trade. He has, like, he's reliant on Storm to take fights. So he's not really in a base trade kind of army yet. So I actually wonder if Clem running up top left when he saw that army could have really been very powerful. Yeah, I think that might have been the call, but obviously difficult to make that call in the moment all the time. One Zealot going to set off that Widow Mine, or going to try and relocate that Widow Mine. Not sure how much that will do. There's a couple of high energy Templar here. Storms come down. Clem decides to pull back away from them. SCV's got to be careful about where they run to. They don't really want to run through the storm, which makes it a bit awkward. One more storm there. Is that as out of storms? It might be. Clem pulling the SCVs. I don't think he needs to pull the SCVs into this. I actually think he's okay just the bio units that he has. The Archon goes down. We will actually clean up everything. MaxPax kills 7 SCVs, but all of his tech units go down. 1 High Templar on the left side is going to get sniped. That medevac providing the vision for the snipe to go off as well. That High Templar might have been out of range otherwise. And Clem with the cleanup here. And it's just as MaxPax is trying to make Colossus. So he's looking for a tech switch. Now he's going to start Thermal Lance, Blink, a lot of different things on the way. But actually Clem He's also got rid of Phoenix as well. It's going to have a lot of map control suddenly because MaxPax has no Blink to help him with. So Clem, a lot of potential to get on the map and do things right now. One Marine sees the 4th base incoming. Gives him a good direction to attack him perhaps. He has a few units set on the right side. I was wondering if we were maybe going to run in towards that gateway then, clean that up. Looks as though... Yep, there we go. He's going to see it. I think he knew that there has to be kind of a gateway on the map to warp in from, so is going to find it, gets that pylon, can get his gateway as well. The single Marine goes after the probe to make sure nothing else gets built there for the moment. It's going to be a cleanup from Clem on the map. So gateway gets taken out for the moment. Colossus and the thermal land still coming through. So High Templar going to be the defense for the moment. Like I say, switching towards Colossus. 2 of them on the way right now. It's going to be seen our starport about to finish. 2 more Sense Towers coming up as well. Pull back. A couple of Zealots looking to run through. We're going to get caught. Missile turrets. Going to deflect a little bit in the main base. These Marauders very low HP as well. Could do with getting some heals on those if possible. As 6 SCVs go down, so MaxPax getting a little bit of value over here. Looking to start stepping on the map. MaxPax already looking to take a 5th base down that left-hand side. Clem is moving a 4th base over though. His expansion rate in this game is pretty good initially. NT2 ship weapons coming up. Just going to see the Byon moving across there. Like I say, establish that 4th. But MaxPax is looking to push up. Clem has a little bit of pre-warn with those Widow Mines, telling him that this army is moving up this ramp here. That was the worst attempt of splitting away that I think I've seen from MaxPax in a hot second. We are going to see a feedback or 2 coming down. We do get rid of the High Templar's energy in the front. One more storm there. It's going to be another nice snipe. I think these snipes and return of these High Templar Wiz actually guarantee kills on those. Prism sneaks into the main again though, and Clem knew that that was nearby. Can he actually get rid of these Colossus right now? That might be scary with enough Zealots in front. The rest of the army to the right side needs to come over, and obviously Clem going to be in some trouble in the main base. Needs to figure out a defense to that, as we're going to warp in even more Zealots, so the engineering bay is in trouble there. A couple of Vikings are going to move over, so the Prism will die. Clem sets up on the 3rd, as he's expecting MaxPax to rotate around into different position, but that's +1 ship weapons gone, and now the upgrade going down as well, so it looks as though that is going to get cleaned up. Colossus coming through, Zealot Stalker coming through, the Vikings having to back away. Just going to see the Archon going in after the SCVs. We're going to see the Vikings getting onto the Colossus. There's not a lot of firepower left here, so this main army of MaxPax will go down after a lot of success. He will lose everything. So he wins out in terms of getting damage done to Clem, but he loses everything. MaxPax is going to lose another... Was that the same Prism? Oh, he didn't kill that Prism before when he sent the Vikings toward us. That's a mistake. Big mistake at that, as we do have... Well, the Zealots in the main will get dealt with by the drop-in, so that will be Clem cleaning that up efficiently. There's only a couple Stalkers on the front line, so that should not go very far either, and Clem setting 94 to 52 army supply after this. MaxPax has a ton of money. Can Clem get onto the map? You know his biggest issue right now may just be Medivacs. He has 4 of them. I don't know how much energy they have, but yeah, a little bit of healing on that army may be necessary. As Clem having a 4th base and re-establishing control of that is a big factor for him right now. That was a scary few moments, but he comes out on the other side comfortably. As Clem is going to start 3-2 upgrades. Obviously, losing that +2 armor upgrade does slow his upgrades a bit. Means he's currently playing +1 armor to the +3 attack of the Protoss, so a little bit scary there, but manageable, I would say. Clem maxes out. I wonder if he wants to move on the map at all, or if he's just very comfortable playing into a later stage. Because this might be that scenario where he just feels as though it's tough to know where this game is at, maybe. Like, yes, you cleaned everything up, but it did feel like you took a lot of damage before that. So I wonder if he knows exactly where he's at, or if he just is, again, overall more comfortable building into a much later game scenario where we add on these command centers, we actually get bases to compare with the Protoss. Because in this game state right now, as Clem, do you want to run into like a lower base count Protoss to the usual? Because if he's not building a bunch of bases, is he not just having himself set up to kind of push into you anyway? So maybe Clem's okay to kind of be the one waiting for the fight. We're going to come down from the right side. We are going to see potential for a big storm there. Clem going to eat the front of it, and it's going to be forced back. Now going to have to rotate around to get to the left side ASAP. As Vikings are getting good numbers, going to be able to get rid of a Colossus here quickly. High Templar not far enough forward to come in with the storm against it. Clem with a few units coming down the other side. Only got the Observer there as another Colossus shows up. That's going to sit very far in the front. I think those Vikings could have been doing a bit better kind of getting toward and shooting those Colossus, but otherwise, Clem is going to maintain an okay spot here. Obviously, Storm's available still from MaxPax as well. Still MaxPax playing the kind of movement around. This area here is exactly great for the Vikings, though. This is where the Vikings can kind of shoot from afar. That's definitely at least one Colossus going down. Come on, we hit all the high HP Colossus so far. Now we're going to chase forward. We are just one Viking shot or so away from getting rid of that Colossus. It will go down. We could find the Prism to the left, but now a lot of the Vikings died as well. Clem will have to keep rebuilding those. We do have High Templar in the back, looking to maybe join the Storms eventually here. As MaxPax really dove in on top of this army, Clem pulls back in the middle line, gets the EMP on the High Templar. That opens up the defense, perhaps. The STV's pulling from the left side. Clem does not have the supply to fight this so far. He is having trouble. A couple of the Immortals, the Archon in the front. STV's going down en masse, and MaxPax is winning this fight out. As we are going to see Clem losing 30 SCVs, losing the army supply count. And that's going to be GG. We are going to reset to another best of 3 as MaxPax wins the first best of 5. I actually don't really... Is that just upgrades, maybe? I mean, just a +3 attack upgrade over +2? I don't think upgrades? That's kind of wild, no? I'm surprised that was... I'm genuinely surprised that that was lack of medevacs. I mean, he has so many medevacs, no? At the end? +2 armor done after the fight, so just plus 1 armor for most of it. Damn, well that means we reset to a best of 3, guys. As we'll get that ready, I will BRB. 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright guys, reset into the next match. We can't use maps already played, so it's Satellite Tiers, Mothership, Taito, Citadel, and Celestial Enclave. What a map pool. You guys heard a late game? I think we might see some late game. I got my phone at work just like you guys. Yeah. I do, believe it or not. Alright guys. They're figuring out who vetoes in the scenario where there's 4 maps left and so on and so forth. MaxPax gets to veto a map. Wow. Look at this. Lower bracket advantage, man. Lower bracket advantage. Clem just lost a series and now he gets screwed over. He doesn't get a veto one. Starlight is taken out instantly. MaxPax pick leaves all 3 of the bigger maps in play. I'm not sure if that's great for MaxPax, honestly, overall, but yes, we will see. If you guys are enjoying, again, thank you for joining us today. Consider hitting the like and the subscribe button if you're on the YouTube. I'm tired. I don't have the energy in me to truly sell out, but I appreciate you guys tuning in and watching. Like, subscribe, follow, and sub. You guys know the drill. I'm just gonna try and get us through this best of 3. To be honest, it's probably the best route we can go for, I would imagine. And we will do so in just a couple moments, guys. So, Taito Citadel map 1, Celestial Enclave map 2. Third map will be Mothership, 3-player map if we need to get there in the end. As we go into this, the rematch, the reset. Let's get this going. Even in Wardy's kind of goated. Why? Because I'm tired. Yeah, I'm just worn out, and I'm, you know, Woke up this morning, had to get a train. You know, didn't sleep in my own bed last night. Was in a hotel because I'm online. Yeah, is that all? Fighting through the downsides of having been away yesterday. Yeah, crazy. What's up, Big T 0001? Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It was actually a tough day, guys, because my local card store got a new Pokemon restock, but they open at 12, and I wasn't home until like 3 p.m. And, well, I went down, and I can officially say I'm now the proud owner. Oh God! I'm now the proud owner of a singular mini tin of Pokemon cards. It's tough. It's tough out here, guys. In the top left, our Blue Protoss player is going to be MaxPax. As we reset this series into a best of 3, MaxPax overcomes the lower bracket disadvantage. Clem in the bottom right, our Red Terran player. And maybe he did just lose the game off no +2 arm. I felt like it was the kind of fight you should have been able to do. So I feel like you should have been okay in that last fight, but man, I guess +3 to +1's brutal. So yeah, here we go. One last best of 3 to wrap us up today. You know, last week I watched this tournament, or I checked on this tournament, it was done at like 9 o'clock, and I was like, okay. You know, this week I was like, man, I really think I can go without eating until we wrap up the tournament day. That's my fault. I summoned like a 6-hour tournament, apparently. Incredible. Alright. MaxPax Clem, game 3. Let's see what happens. How unfortunate. I mean, it's like, you guys think that's great, but you guys could have an expert commentary. Instead, all I'm thinking of is food. Exciting. We're on the way out as we get settled into a couple of moments here. Get ready to rumble. Little probe nibbling up at the SCV, commencing and dropping into place. Nothing too surprising there. Cybercore coming in, Nexus on the way, probe building. Just take a couple of moments to establish everyone. Well, now. Reaper coming over, and coming around that right-hand side, again to the upper left as the warp gate comes up, the Nexus comes through. We just have our factory in the bunker coming online as well. Again, that all rolling for a few moments. Isn't longer better than shorter? Oh, I'm not complaining about the length. I'm just saying I'm hungry, guys. Like, you know, I just, you know, I could have eaten before I streamed. I just didn't think I wanted to. I could have asked Helen to make me something while streaming. I just didn't want to eat while casting. You know, I'm just complaining about being hungry. Like, you guys never had a long day at work where you had to, like, you know, wait to eat and it just goes longer than you expect? Like, I'm just being real with you guys. I'm hungry. I'm not going to complain about more StarCraft. I can complain about being hungry, though, you know? I'm just saying it's typical that I end up, you know, making this decision and then again goes like 2 hours longer than last time. Adept comes through, Reaper goes down. It's going to be a nice little catch. So Reaper goes down early on this one. As the couple of Marines get rid of the Adept in that corner. So the Adept will go down, a couple of Marines continue through. And we just have the blink coming by as well from MaxPax. So we get that all set up. You eat while you work, you don't have to talk. Yeah, it's a severe disadvantage. Man, I used to eat more while casting. And then one time, someone in Twitch chat was like, man, I wish Wardy would stop eating while he casted. And I was like, I felt so called out. I was like, okay. I'm sorry. Nah, I'm really turned off from trying to eat while I cast. Like, they knew the whole time. Everyone knew that I was eating. Like, now I try and not eat before and after only. I hate eating during casting now. Green tank medevac all on the way through. Gonna give us a opening bit of aggression potentially. Gonna see that medevac around that right side. Just gonna be getting up that direction as we go and move through. Have the siege tank coming over, and yeah, see the Liberator tank and a couple of Marines coming by as well. I see that Nexus coming by. Just going to be seeing the Observer coming online. Couple Stalkers obviously ready to go. Obviously still got the medevac up the top side as well. Maybe going to try and get something by pushing into that main base very shortly here. MaxPax has a ring of pylons, so he has good vision of it. As we will not warp in across the map just yet. He already has 3 Stalkers at home, so actually he will warp in across the map likely. Or does he just have enough here? He just has enough. So he just goes with the 4 Stalkers looking for some SCVs. He's going to find 3 workers to begin with. Tank fire is good to push that back. 4 SCVs go down in total. Charge building on the side of MaxPax. The tank coming through and continue to get that going. Barracks just moves over and is going to start up a stim pack. Tank and the Marauder continue to come by. It's going to be nice, and that she gets rid of a couple of probes nice and quickly, so a couple of grabs free as well. No damage taken on it. What am I going to go and retarget onto that group of probes? That is 6 workers going down in quick succession. Obviously, some of those workers were in the form of the Liberator dealing damage as well, but that's 11 probes now with the Marines getting a few kills. And the Liberator got a few more. My goodness, what a day to be a Terran player. 5 kill Lib, 6 kills on the Marine medevac drop. Oh, sorry, the Marine mine drop from the medevac. That is a very successful starting point for Clem, who's going to scan the Observer as well, just to rub it in MaxPax's face. He can't see what I'm up to anymore, but he really just saw everything already. Stalkers will step up this ramp. Charge on the +1 coming over. Probes in the gateway coming about. Dark Shrine will produce. We just have our stim pack combat shield and the +1 building from Clem. If he gets to those upgrades, I'm going to feel very good for him with that sort of damage early in this game. MaxPax is coming over and looking to try and find a way to get something done with a few Stalkers gathering at the front, readying the push and the pressure onto this natural expansion. Just don't know what we can really do. This double bunker, the Lib's repaired, by the way, is back out onto the map, so Liberator going up there. We'll see the Prism even, so sees that possibility of harassment coming through if Clem was watching the minimap, which obviously he should be. Attack. Mortal finishing up. Dark Shrine on the way. And we have the Robo Bay coming by too. Salvages 1 bunker. Clem has the stim. Forces the blink across those rocks. MaxPax tries to get everything he can. Down almost half the army supply currently. It's not like he has anything good to show for it either. You know, he is working with 11 Stalkers, a couple Sentries, and an Immortal. So yeah, it's not exactly a great army. It's not like we're on Storm. It's not like we've already got Colossus or anything. Liberator does get caught, so that's a really nice denial from MaxPax, prepared for that Liberator reappearance. So we can turn that around, but man, do we need some unit warp-ins right now. Clem is stimming forward with the same group of units he stimmed and chased these stores with the whole way, so they are kind of getting low on HP. MaxPax is just going to counterattack. If you're Clem right now, okay, you just send it because you've got a bunch of Marines here anyway. Doesn't really matter. He's actually going to pull back and get rid of the extra Zealots. I actually think this is absolutely just a go moment. Like, you did so loads of damage early. He's clearly just warped in a massive warp-in on the other side of the map. DT is going to maybe make this a little bit more complicated. So, DT's to deal with. The Stalkers walking into siege tanks here as MaxPax is just trying to dart around the map in general to find a way to do things. That scan was early, and that DT will be forcing a second scan, so at least gets a bit more value after delaying mining on the third base for a little bit. Another TT there. Clem is moving across the map with a few more units now. One Colossus out, wondering if Clem still has enough to kind of set up the siege and set up the attack that he was looking at before and decided to kind of back away from in the end. A couple Zealots come through, they get the cleanup, and yeah, Colossus +2, Thermal Lens, and Shadow Stride all coming in. A couple tank shots already warning some Stalkers off as well. A single Marine taking a charge up to the top for the moment. It's a Clem chase the Zealots around to the left-hand side. Going to push that away for a couple of moments there. Marauder again in after the Zealot, and the Zealot will take a few more shots. Results go down. Let's just see the army of Clem setting up. A couple of tanks sieging. MaxPax thought about going for it there, but man, there's so much Clem. I think he needs to buy time as much as possible. He's essentially basically going to jump on these tanks. Yep, there we go. He's going to jump on these tanks as soon as Clem moves away from them is the idea, so he doesn't actually have to fight the splash damage. Great force fields. Going to keep the Colossus alive as Clem gets battered into a corner. That was actually very good force fields from MaxPax. I actually thought he was in a lot of trouble there. I thought the Colossus were doomed. MaxPax buys himself time, man. He is going to be still alive in this game, and Clem spent a lot of time running around after units now, and I think we're going to have to go to a later stage of this game. I do not think we're going to be able to just continue on through this any longer. Zeldstalker Colossus gets there, plays the cleanup on the mine. Vikings on the way, Starport coming through, Ghosts on the way up. Armor upgrade still building. It's going to be seeing the Watchtower being cleaned up as well. Bunker coming through, Command Center building into place, the Ghosts coming through, the Viking Marine coming up. And just have the Stalkers getting underneath to grab a quick little Viking kill. And removal is going to help you against the incoming, with the incoming Colossus plays. So, MaxPax now going into Storm after the Colossus is setting up. It's a very, Clem's supply is bounced back up. Man, MaxPax has done a great job of surviving, because I think there's a lot of moments where lesser pros players would have actually just keeled over by now and absolutely just fallen down and been in a ton of trouble. Instead, we are in a continued position right here. Let's go see the army gathering together. +3/+1. Storm on the way through at the robo facility, and a couple probes coming about. The bio pull back to the left. Ghosts still included up on the right side for the moment. Up the 4th base in position. Clem readying to keep his own economy going. MaxPax has found his way to 5 bases so far, as he's actually going to get a jump forward. A few Marines going down, and Zealots are going to be able to kind of get in the front there. Missile turret is not going to be enough for the Prism. Prism is in, and Clem is in a little bit of bother right now. We need a Storm right there. There's a perfect position for a Storm that will completely zone the Terran from running in toward that force. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking of, MaxPax. Yeah, it's the perfect place for it. Can he still go in, though? It's going to be tough trying to get another Storm down. Push the Terran a little further back gives you a bit more of an opportunity. Vikings getting around the top, though. There's not a lot of protection on the Colossus just yet, so finally the Stalkers, as they move away from that ledge, can then blink in and get under the Vikings a little bit. Prism in the main gets cleaned up. Fire pulls back over into the center. Vikings joining together. CC and the center tower all coming online. Extra medevacs building through. Ship weapons coming up as well. Still got the 2-2 building about now. As the army of Clem on the left-hand side could maybe have a look at the rest of that army as well. Drops a couple of EMPs down now too. Or Storm dropping straight into place. Chasing with the Vikings. Eats a Storm. A lot of bio gathered up, a couple of Colossus shots going through. The Vikings trying to maybe go in after that last Colossus. We've only got... okay, there's a few more High Temple on the left-hand side there, ready to Storm as well. Clem steps through this. He's very low HP. His medevacs are pretty drained as well. He's been taking a lot of damage over time. It's a nice EMP. Gets rid of one of the Storms available there. Really does need to be doing that with this low HP army. Cannot really afford to step through a lot of Storms from this point on. So, definitely a problem to be aware of and to try and steer free from, if at all possible, at every point of this for the moment. Colossus still building then, so MaxPax re-establishing his tech in this game. Number 1 again. Best of 3. Final match of the day. Bio Viking on the left, +2 ship weapons coming about, +3/+2 on the way through. Command centers and the fusion core on the way up as well, as just have the army going back over the left-hand side. Down some rocks. We'll drop on the other side. We'll force a recall. And MaxPax will actually give up on a little bit of space in this map, so maybe Clem can actually... Well, Clem is going to just immediately move out. He's got a bunch of CCs on the way, and like I said, that fusion core for the libs coming online as well, so a lot of prep for the later stage of this game. You know, state of this game, which he's done well in previous games. We're actually going to see a big fight maybe breaking out on that left-hand side. A lot of those units get turned around very quickly. Edivacs end up trying to escape away from this. Couple of Ghosts looking for that EMP opportunity, trying to get toward that army. Couple feedbacks going down as well. Ghost still getting hit. Storm still coming down. Edivac in a little bit more trouble as the Ghost hit once more. EMP straight into the Archons. Now the High Templar. Big fight for Clem, and this is happening on MaxPax's base. So not a lot of rebuild opportunity in terms of anything outside of gateway units. There are some reinforcements that were just elsewhere on the map, now showing up and coming through. That Storm is going to be something that MaxPax actually has to chase through this time. As Clem retreats away, a lot of supply in Vikings, which are now not really useful. Well, okay, there's another Colossus. They are useful, but they're not useful in what he's being chased by, and that's why he doesn't have, it doesn't feel like he has a whole lot. The Libs show up. They're going to start sieging. I was going to say, MaxPax might just go for this. There's a lot of low HP units on the Terran side of the map. I actually wonder if that was maybe a go moment for MaxPax. The DT right now forcing a scan, or at least trying to force a scan. Just not quite succeeding just yet. So Liberator sieging up. This time we're going to just jump on top of them. Those Vikings in the back are all battered and bruised. I don't think they're going to last long, especially if the Archon gets underneath them as Clem's supply keeps on plummeting. What a game from MaxPax, man. He was dead in the early stages, and yeah, Clem really ran around after MaxPax a lot in this game. There was a moment when Clem was moving across the map, and when those Zealots warp in and like run to Clem's natural, I really think that is just a go moment for Clem. Like, you did so much damage early, the dude is going to barely be on any tech, and he's just thrown like 10, so he's down like 30, 40 supply, and he just threw 10 to 12 supply in your natural, and he had units in the natural. I think that's the biggest thing as well. It wasn't like the natural was undefended. He actually had the natural defended. He pulled back to catch the Zealots. And I think that was a big mistake. I actually think absolutely he should have just pushed forward in that moment. And that was one of the moments he lost the opportunity to kind of end the game. I think there was a couple others as well. There was those amazing line of force fields that helped as well. I actually really think that I could understand if Clem's natural comes into heavy fights, like, right, I got to sort that out and I can't focus on pushing through. But he had the defense on the natural already. Maybe that means his army on the map isn't as big as I thought it was as well, but I actually think he could have gone. I really think he could have gone. I think he could have committed a bit. To be honest. Alright, well, we go into game number 2. MaxPax up by 1. Looking to win the Monday Night Weeklies 27. In a big day of TVP, we pretty much only cast TVP. We never caught any of the solo games, unfortunately, so we didn't get to enjoy any of those, unfortunately, as we get into this second map, which could be the last map of the day. Let's see what we get. Yeah, the DT. So yeah, maybe the DTs was the reason he pulled back. I forgot about the DT, because that showed up at the time. I was like, yeah. So yeah, it might have been the DT as well, to be fair. Maybe that was a reasonable call because of it. Alright, guys. Hey, what's up? Chili McBilly, thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Sponsoring this introduction of game number 2 of this best of 3 final series of the day. In the top right, MaxPax is our blue Protoss from Psystorm. In the bottom left, Clem is our red Terran from Team Liquid. Alright, let's see what we get. Fun games, man. You guys remember earlier when we were just balance whining? And if we just stay quiet long enough, we actually just get really fun back and forth games. It's been a fun series. Probe coming up, STV gonna be right there. series is a banger. Yes, it is. Certified banger. Again, just a little reminder, we are going to be live every day this week, guys. We've got WardiTV October starting up, new tournament. Tomorrow is going to be 2 open cups that lead into WardiTV October. So tomorrow will be top 4 from each cup advance. We'll be doing them back to back. So if you guys want to check that out, that's going to be tomorrow's stream. That starts up in about 13.5 hours from now. And we'll be going back to back open cups, top 4 qualify from each. And then on Wednesday and Thursday, we have some OSC tournaments. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we'll be starting that WardiTV October tournament. The qualified players from tomorrow, as well as some invites. Stargate on the way through. Nexus in production. The Adept comes over. Reaper begins to take some shots. A couple of Reapers going to come through and just start to jump onto the Adepts there for a few moments. So a little bit back and forth initially. In a must-win game, of course, here. Oh. I'm trying to come in with the Adept on the other side. Does actually get both back alive. Kills a Reaper. Back home with the Shade. Sorry, I'm losing my words. My brain is not staying in this right now. But gets the Shade back. Obviously gets healed up as well off the batteries. So just gets everything to stay alive and to play with there. Which is lovely. Phoenix coming through. Warp Gate coming up. Reaper and the Hellion gathering. Again, Phoenix on the way. MaxPax really has mixed in the Stargate play a good amount. Said it at the start, you might see it a little bit, but he's actually used it a lot. He's done a lot of this Stargating opening, so a lot of Phoenix, a lot of our plays, and just actually has had some great defense with the Stargate play as well, which has been really fun to watch. Hey, what's up, Jariax? Jariax, Garo. Take your pick. And I will try and say your name properly next time when my brain's more functional. Thank you so much for the 613 sub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. Alright. We have ourselves the couple Phoenix coming down. Marines and Medevac joining up. The Adept and the Stalker going to be there with the Reaper and the Hellion joining into. Being a little annoying, gets a pick off. But does have to just run with the Reaper now. Celestial Enclave, very macro kind of map. Obviously, you got that in-base expand that's kind of like a half base that you can maybe use deeper into the game. Initially, I think a lot of the guys are going to focus on moving out onto the map initially and taking the more normal bases and getting that full kind of, full expansion worth of economy available to you. I would imagine is going to be the priority, like I say. Twilight Council and Forge, Nexus coming through. Let's just get set up over there for a few moments as the few Marines coming about as well. Chasing around for now. Charge will begin. Engineering Bay and the Barracks coming online. A couple of depots coming through. The Phoenix going to get in for a couple of SCVs. Medevac turned around. Marine Viking gathering up for the moment as well. However, I want to say it is fine with you. Beautiful. I'll make something new up next time again. Thank you for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. Phoenix, being annoying. Clem trying to catch them with the Widowmine on that top right side of your screen, but they don't go that direction. Instead, they're going to dive in the main mineral line, which I don't hate. We got one of the Vikings low, get a couple of SCVs out of this, and you're just bullying, right? Basically trading shields for a chance to deal damage and like real proper damage that's going to get add up against the Terran player as well, so like that a lot as the Temple Archives coming through. Get ourselves the extra gates coming about. The Nexus online very shortly also. And the Phoenix going to escape back out over in this direction once more. So again, coming out over in that side. You can see that again, Stimpack Combat and +1 upgrades all building for the moment. Storm already producing. So that Storm comes up, +1 on the charge coming online. Again, a little bit of everything coming in right there. Let's see the Phoenix gathering together for a few little moments here. As you get rid of the SCV. A few Marines want to get forward for the Phoenix as well. Not quite going to get the chance just yet. Again, +1 on Storm all coming online as we have ourselves the couple of extra barracks. Command center on the way. Building as we speak. Mine connects and the Phoenix takes some shots. Couple bits of damage being done. +1 in that combat shield, still building through as well as the medevacs load up and escape out over to the right-hand side. I'm going for a big drop play then. There is going to be the bottom right gate setting up, so MaxPax getting a warp in point ready for himself. That Storm about to finish. The Phoenix are not there to catch those Medivacs. They're in the wrong place. And those Medivacs are going to get the chance to go up the right. And that's an in-base expand you can fully unload in and then move into the main. Now MaxPax has vision on the in-base. Instant recall on the Phoenix, so he has chase potential on the Medivacs. Vikings are going to show up here as well. And then we've got defensively. It's not a lot of units. It's very reliant on the Storm, actually. But Clem's just going to load up, back away. He's forced to recall. He got a couple of pylons. It's not a bad starting point. You do see some of those warp-ins coming in. The gateway not ready yet, so it's a slow warp-in. This Clem's third will come into a bit of fire. And Clem just holds this position for a few moments. You see MaxPax already taking fourth base to the upper left-hand corner of Celestial Enclave. Clearly, has a vision of where and how he wants to expand in this map. Trying to make the most of that as we speak at the moment. Storm coming down. A couple of units just going to back away there. The Marines, the Medivacs, going to stay clear of any trouble for a few moments as we continue to step away. Just for a moment or two. Wouldn't mind going to burrow up everything else, ready to come diving forward. That army is going to be in some trouble, perhaps. A couple of Byon units still gathering together. Vikings nearby. High Templar going to get jumped on by a siege tank already. I'm just holding out in the middle of the map here for the moment. Again, that Blink and the +2 coming through. The Robo Bay coming online. Have ourselves the Prism with a few more warp-ins coming through as the Bio Army comes underneath. The Zealots get onto the depot. It's going to be a nice pick-off as well. The Bio going to go in after everything else. We are going to dive straight on through. The siege tank gets lifted by the Phoenix. It's going to go down eventually. Storm to stop the chase in for. SCV's already going down. MaxPax likes the position apparently. He's going to try and position himself to do this even further and keep coming through for this right now. I just don't think he's got enough. I mean, he warps in the next round of Zealots. He's going to get a couple of good storms off. The SCVs, oh, maybe a storm on the left there to stop the SCVs retreating as easily would have been neat. It's going to be seeing the Phoenix gathering. The Zealot's going to be right there as well. One more storm. Hitting the Ghost for a moment or two. Binary goes down. MaxPax still trying to hold this position. It's been moments where his army supply has not been looking super pretty like this. The Zealots into the main. A lot of Marines there, though, and the SCVs will give themselves up to be the tanks. That's a nice EMP or two helping us out here as well. And without Splash, I don't think we can stick around as MaxPax. He has to get out of there. Army supply being cut in half versus that of Clem's. And Clem's going to find the warp-in, a point on both sides, the warp prism and the warp gate. So both warp-in points denied, and Clem does no longer have to deal with this multi-pronged pressure, and looks great suddenly in this game too. The defense has been made, keeps it cool, keeps it calm and collected, and ends up now in this position where he is balling in the second game of the series. Just looking at what's missing, I'm seeing no 2-2 upgrades. There is no armory. Did we lose the armory? No, we just never built it, so no armory. Little concerning, because +3 attack is on the way. There we go, armory and engineering bay now, so Clem not getting that might be one way you can kind of step back into this game here as MaxPax. There's obviously very good upgrades in Colossus. If they get +3 attack against +1 armor Marines, might be able to do very well. So that's one more thing we can kind of keep an eye on here. As the Bio moves around, just going to EMP for the Observer even. Get rid of that vision that MaxPax is working with to try and make the correct decisions and just feeling safe about things as well, because obviously he was seeing that Clem was not moving out on the map in any certain way, not trying to drop him or harass him, and that obviously allows you to play very safely for a little bit of time. And in fact, pulls back to the left. Again, Thermal Lens, the Prism coming up. +3 attack, +1 armor coming through. Let's have ourselves the other units from MaxPax pushing through the center. I mean, he's going to get close to maxing out soon. Clem is going to be the same. And MaxPax take a better fight this time around. Resources lost is almost about twice as inefficient for MaxPax as it has been for Clem, showing you how good those defensive fights have been for him thus far. That's going to have to change a little bit. You can't trade like that forever, realistically. That's what kind of led MaxPax into trouble in some of the early games, that inefficiency in the trading. So it really needs to be very careful about that as the rest of this army from MaxPax swings around that right-hand side. A couple EMPs come down, Vikings in position. Bio Ghost joining up together, and we have the Observer +3/+1 coming through. This Colossus just on its own. Clem doesn't really see it. He's looking for EMPs. Colossus gets away with one as it is going to get to join the rest of the army. Those Marauders absolutely could have had it as we continue to drop the EMPs, zoning the High Templar out. Trying to stop this from coming through. Prism into that in-base expand once again. There's a lot of units up there, honestly, from Clem already. EMP's coming down. Colossus is going to get blanketed. Just going to see the Vikings. It's going to come straight through. Colossus still taking damage. More storms coming down. And again, rest the bio over to the side, but the Prism is in a safe place for the moment. MaxPax supply again plummeting. Again, about twice as inefficient as Clem has been, and that's going to be the issue. You just can't maintain that. As Clem holds on for the moment and keeps this going. Bio Viking Medevac regathering in the center. Get ready to keep moving. Vikings gonna get the Prism, gonna be a good grab. Nice to see that finally going down again. You remove that pressure point, it feels like it really takes away the power of MaxPax, as you can kind of focus at the front. More Stalker all coming through, the extra gates coming by. Built that into place. And if MaxPax just attacks him from one angle, is there danger for Clem? I feel like he's done such a good job defending on two fronts. Defending on one front only probably feels pretty okay for him right now. Drops a storm. Clem sits in it for a second, decides to back out of it. More Vikings gathering together still. He's dropping down. Colossus taking some shots. That's that Viking Ghost Force. More units from MaxPax still setting up into the center. And those command centers going through. Missile turrets coming about. We get the ghosts, the ships coming by. 3-3 upgrades still building as well. Adding on a Caduceus reactor as well. Clem happy to play late into this game as we charge on up. This ramp, Colossus Stalker's getting in there, the Bio Army taking damage. Jumping straight onto that planetary fortress, storm on that right side. He's hitting a lot of units, going to drop another storm down. Clem trying to get past it. It looks as though Clem's got enough to surround this army and clean up. We're out of splash damage. Without splash damage, this army's just not going to get protected against realistically. Lazard still moving around, swiping away. A couple Colossus coming up on the side of MaxPax. High Templars building also. I mean, MaxPax's rebuild is big and sizable, but I'm not sure if he can rebuild an army that's good, right? You know, right now MaxPax is showing quantity, but I'm not sure if he's going to be having enough quality to actually make this upcoming fight work. So I think he's going to be in some trouble here. Colossus, two of them building up right now, +2 armor on the way about. 3-3 coming through as we still have the +2 ship weapons, advanced ballistics all coming online, extra liberators in production, the Templars building, Zealot building, everything building. MaxPax remaxes, but again, to what cause? Resource loss is even heading in the wrong direction. It's worse than twice as inefficient. So the fights are going even worse for him than they have been. Again, he needs to stop that. And the problem is he's not stopping Clem taking expansions. Like, you can trade inefficiently if you have a way to stop the Terran expanding. There's been, and obviously because he's been losing these fights, he's not stopping the Terran expanding. And that's the issue. Like, if you throw these units away but you get a base in doing so, brilliant. That's just not the situation here, unfortunately. The prayer's coming up as well, and I think that might be one of the nails in the coffin here. It's going to make it even more difficult for MaxPax to keep on trading in these scenarios. Make it even more unrealistic for him to stick in this. Stargate's still building through, the Nexus coming online, a couple of libs, the Ghosts, 3-3 upgrades, and the ship weapons coming about as well. The army from MaxPax still trying to step through into the center. Planetary Fortress going to be there as the Stalker gets knocked down already. Everything else pushed back the other way. Bio Viking Ghost joining up, the Medevacs overhead, libs joining together. Solid Archon Colossus moving through as well, also trying to get in position for a little bit of time. Let's see what else we are doing. And we're going to knock our way down to that bottom right side. So CC taking position right now. Push from MaxPax looking to try and get into this army. Is it a weird place? I actually think Clem's going to be alright down here. Liberator starting to siege out the right-hand side of this, and then he can maybe just push up that direction. Clem has a split to the left side as well. That might be where MaxPax wants to truly attack into. I don't know if Clem has enough over there overall, because MaxPax has a lot of units. Clem is pulling back in that direction, aware of probably the exact same thing that I'm mentioning, right? That he's probably not got enough there. And now he threatens to maybe pincer onto that army up the two sides of the ramp. We get one storm off on the right side. The EMPs have been decent to soften up the Zealots preemptively. MaxPax still trying to threaten here. On his way to some disruptors as well, something else he's just trying to add into play. At the 18-minute marker here on Celestial Enclave, the Colossus taking a bunch of damage. A lot of hits coming through. The Colossus keep on going down. MaxPax still gathering together as the +3 arm and the +1 ship weapons coming up. Add a couple disruptors on into everything else there, as we are going to drop the EMPs on the right side. Couple libs building through, the Viking on the way. Vehicle plating, +3 ship weapons coming about. The libs will siege, pushing things back. Fire can jump onto that Nexus there, so that's going to be in trouble. I mean, MaxPax has other bases, but he does kind of need bases. He's going to try and jump on the bases of Clem at the same time, so Clem gets a base, retreats back, looking to play defense now as the Colossus just about hanging on alive against turrets and so. Now the Liberator is obviously a little bit far off base for a base so far. I mean, typically that's good for MaxPax, who maintains a base lead. You know, again, like I say, if you're getting rid of the Terran base, you might be doing things, you know, well enough here to kind of stay in this. Vikings still chasing. Good storm onto those Vikings. Main base mineral lines. Zealot's going to keep on being aggressive. Obviously, MaxPax trying to cause issues for Clem, trying to make his life difficult here as the Ghosts get rid of the Zealots. The Liberator is sieged up nicely. Doing a good job. Additional disruptors coming up as well. Army's coming back along, and again, just going to see the libs continue to settle. Vikings on the way. Marauder Ghost coming by. Vehicle plating coming up. Probe's going to pull into that bottom right side. Clem taking this base that was moments ago belonging to MaxPax, so I don't think MaxPax can do much against it, especially as Clem's army shows up. He's just going to pull back over the left side, though, and again, Clem's very reliant on Liberators right now. I'm a little bit worried as he loses a base to the left. I'm a little bit worried that if we can keep moving around those libs, maybe MaxPax has a chance to still create some fights. Of course, moving around those libs more easily said than done, but hey, get rid of that base on the left side. The DT striking, that's going to be a big deal if we can keep up action just like that. It's going to be the exact sort of thing that will help you potentially still win this game. Resources lost, 14k difference. MaxPax mining a ton of bases on the map, but again, needs to try and keep denying bases of the Terran play. And that right side base is going to become a new target here sooner rather than later. You can't let fresh bases come up online for the Terran at this point, I think, if you realistically want to win this game. There's no way MaxPax gets to mine off that base. There's no way you get to hold that base that points outwards to the avenue the Terran is moving along. There's just no way. EMP on the DTs, as they are going to get a run for it. They do back away. Units over here going to get caught a little bit, but here comes Clem from the other side. Run up that ramp. MaxPax is just desperate trying to get away. Couldn't find any disruptor shots in time to zone that army coming in from the bottom right-hand side, unfortunately. Still some harassing the main base. Zealot getting busy over there. Zealot's actually going to try and jump in the front. Colossus Archon doing its thing. Disruptor shot firing, not quite reaching. Extra Tempest on the way through for the moment, so actually seeing the Liberator count getting up, and MaxPax feeling a little bit of stability, enough to actually get into some Tempest play is a big deal. Actually gets forward there, pushes that army back a little bit once more. Able to chase that just a little bit further here right now. Man, I thought Clem was so well set up in this game. MaxPax is just making him work for it. It's been the story of this series. Multiple times Clem feels like he's in good positions, and then MaxPax just makes him so difficult for him. This is also the story of the series a little bit as well, where Clem sometimes just takes crazy good fights, and then MaxPax has to go running. In this case, that base we expected to go down will go down, and now, again, MaxPax is running with everything as well. Good Storm. It's a good position for a Storm. Those Liberator is going to take a lot more damage, but that's just so much Terran army supply. 144 of it running forward right now. The Vikings in the sky hunting down Tempest. I mean, MaxPax turns to fight into this. It's very Marauder heavy. Well, be knocking down enough here at all as MaxPax. It feels like really no, not at all. He has nothing left on the ground, and his bank account is going to be able to warp in Zealots. DT's on the other side of chasing down starports. That's not the damage we need. And it looks as though Clem, after 22 minutes, will send us to a final map of the day as he looks to take this game 3. Game 2 and force us to game 3, obviously, of this grand final reset match. Literal, like, 2.5 hour final at this rate is what we're heading towards. Talk about the epic finish of a day as the Byon gets on that Nexus. It will go down. 46k to 23k resource last time. MaxPax just never found any efficiency in this game. I think that there's always that kind of point where it's like it was okay to trade inefficiently while he had the base lead. As the Terran started to get bases, you had to start trading better. And he never found the way to trade better, is what it comes down to. You can see the Byon jumping straight through into that upper left-hand corner. It's going to be seeing the Liberator setting up. We're just going to be seeing the Tempest coming through. Stalker Geralt trying to chase. The one final pushback. I mean, Clem obviously has a split army that's doing a ton of damage during this as well. So this time, MaxPax pushing this back is not as dramatic as it was in previous moments. And so you're going to see our Stalkers getting toward the orbitals. The Liberator is trying to set up. Tempest is going to be there. So yeah, Clem is going to get one back and take us to a final game. We're just waiting for MaxPax to basically lose this final army, which is about to happen now, and that's going to take us to the game 3 of the series. Game 8 overall. It's Mothership, right? We're going to the 3-player map, I believe, to wrap it up on. It's also a big map, man. You can see big games on this map for sure, so potential on that, guys, as we will get ready to go into the final map of the day. Pick this off. Mothership getting hosted already. Eagerness from the players to get this started. I'll take this straight through. Alright. Mothership. Hell of a series. Sorry my energy maybe doesn't match it, guys. I'm just knackered. I'm just knackered. It's been a long day for me, so apologies if I'm not quite up there with you guys. Wish you all tuning in. Oh. Waiting for Clem to join the lobby and we should be able to go, guys. What, he's going to run a surprise tournament just after this one? Sure. Why not? We only need another 380 subs to make it happen. Let's go! Let's get those prime subs in, guys. For the surprise tourney. Yes. So close. Yay. Wave a flag. I actually have a flag. I got a flag at the NFL game yesterday. But it's over there, and I'm not going to get up and get it. I could shake some maracas for you guys. You guys want to do some maraca celebrations? While we wait for Clem, this is the new downtime content. Welcome to the stream. We've been live for 6 hours now. It's maraca time. It's the finals. Woo! We all love StarCraft. I've lost it. A little bit, yeah. A little bit of lost it. The thing is, if I had the energy and if I had the vibes, that would have been so much better. But you guys got low energy maracas, you know? You guys got the low energy maraca vibe, so I'm sorry. But yeah. You know what? I've actually never had maracas before. I wasn't allowed maracas until I got married, actually. So, now I have maracas. That's actually the first time we've ever brought them out on stream. So you guys know it's a special one. Did I marry a Mexican lady? No. It was just a It was just it was just a joke between me and Helen. But now I have some, so no maracas before marriage, exactly. Crazy. All right, game number 3. As we go into the mothership. If I do this between every game from now on, you'll get 100k subs in a month. You think? You think that's what's stopping me from you know, Maracarine is basically going to carry me to the YouTube placard. Yeah, I've been talking recently about that YouTube 100k subscriber placard, which is probably very out of reach for us realistically. But hey, maybe Maracas is going to be the route through. Hey, what's up, Bosun Ta? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Great Monday, hell yeah! Thank you so much, appreciate you. Thank you for priming us up as we get Mothership for our final map of the day. What are we going to get up to, Clem and MaxPax? What are we going to do? What's up, Crash SC2? What a performance. Take my money. Thank you so much for the £10 donation. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much. Can I softly maraca in the background? No. Does this look like a maraca stream? This is a StarCraft stream with maracas in the intermission. We're not going to start maracaing in the background, guys. God damn it. Alright, we get into game 3. Like I said, you guys need to get me to maraca on a good day. You know, then you'll get a real good maraca song instead of the low energy, eyes barely open maraca tune. Actually, coming up next is in production, probe, adapt, assimilator. And it's the reactor first from Clem, which is going to go into double Reaper factory before he expands here. What's up, hello? Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Finally, maracas. Really, is this what it is? I've been streaming StarCraft 2 full time for 10 years now, but it's the maracas that really bring out the donations. I've been missing this one simple trick. StarCraft 2 streamers are gonna hate me from now on as I take all the money. What's that RSL Patreon? Take this, Maraca time! Oh my god. This is how we fund tournaments, guys. We figured it out. Yo, aggression from MaxPax, but it gets scouted. Zergberger, thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the YouTube. Great games today so far. Hell yeah, they've been awesome. As we do have ourselves the Reaper and the Hellion coming through. Second Reaper comes in on the other side. A little bit of action going to be coming through as we get active. Get ready to go. Jeff, I don't even know what that is. Is that a bit thing? Or like what even is that? An effect? Use 60 bits to do that? Oh my god, crazy. Thank you so much. Alright. The Reapers are trying to get that pylon, but there's a probe for a second pylon, so we're not going to deny it, but are we? Maybe we can? Extra Hellion shows up. We kind of have to win out against the Adepts, but if we win out against the Adepts, we can probably get rid of the pylons. Probe goes down. SCVs are here. We're going to start going after the Stalkers. You know what it is? If there was more Reapers alive, this might have still been doable. With only Hellions, I don't think it is. Now the Stalkers are going to get after the Hellions. Remember, this is a lot of Clem's early game unit production, which is now going down. So you're seeing a lot of that starting to drop here. The Hellions and the Reaper going the other way. I mean, 2 new Reapers obviously help as well, but then another Stalker shows up. That Stalker goes down. I mean, I just have no idea what Clem has defensively behind this. It's going to be a Cyclone just starting to produce now, but I think he's going to get pushed back for a little while. Especially with MaxPax having the production that he will have to keep on pressuring here. As Brent, thank you for the gifted sub to Maracas. Yeah. Great content. Great evening, guys. Great evening. Hellions are across the map killing pros because what we need in this game 3 of this final map of the day is absolutely utter chaos. And it's what we're getting. Hellions on one side, Stalkers on the other. Everyone is losing stuff. The Cyclone is super low HP, needs to actually get the SCVs to repair it, but it will go down, and I think that may be the miss micro that cost Clem the game. I actually think this is genuinely going to be very problematic right now. Although SCVs are playing the chasing game, there is a siege tank on the way out. We need more units here as MaxPax. He lost 4 probes only on the other side. The Stalkers will go down to SCVs, and Clem will defend, but down 10 workers, half the army supply. A siege tank might stop anything else from happening. It's going to go to the low ground. There's one Stalker here, blink on the way. I don't think Okay, MaxPax will step onto the tank. Tank will be forced to unsiege. Oh, this final game of the day is matching my energy. I see. Brilliant. All right, well, Stalkers, the Adept, get busy. We're going to get through. We are going to be seeing the Stalkers. We'll just do so much here. Stalkers are just so efficient at this point. The tank needs to siege, but nothing's going to save you, I think, the moment that Blink kicks in. We actually might just be able to jump onto the tank here despite no Blink. Clem says GG, and MaxPax is going to take it down for the 2-1 victory after the 3-2. That's a 5-3 victory in the end for MaxPax as he wins the Monday Night Weekly. Ooh. Thank you so much, Mesetka, for the £4 donation. I appreciate it as well. Thank you for the subs, the donations, and the love, guys. I appreciate you all greatly. It's been a hell of a day, as you guys have probably been able to tell. It's been a beautiful one. I hope you guys have had a fantastic time. I've had a great time. It's been fun. I'm sorry that my energy dropped a little bit at the end, guys. What do I want to say? Yes, we've got WardiTV qualifiers tomorrow, so obviously that's going to be a lot of fun. I imagine that's going to be some good games. It's going to be back tomorrow. That's going to be in about 13 hours time. We'll be back with 2 back-to-back cups. So make sure you can tune in, and it's going to be a lot of fun. A Zergberger with the 5 gifted memberships on the YouTube going out to Crestfallen, Uze Azev, Marty Martinez, Pytira, D, and Sarah Kiola. Thank you so much for the 5 YouTube memberships. I super appreciate it. Thank you so much for the generosity and gifting some memberships. Guys, if you enjoyed the streams, like and subscribe on YouTube. It's free to do. It helps us out so much. Follow on Twitch if you do not follow on Twitch already, somehow in some way. And we're going to run some ads to support the stream at the end. Obviously, you can subscribe regularly and donate and stuff, as everyone's been doing very generously at the end here. And also, there is the Grab Tap. So if you are on the Twitch chat, you will see the Grab Tap link right now. If you want to support the stream for free, all you got to do is head on over to the Grab Tap, pick a game to play, and start earning. So you can head on over here. You can start earning points by downloading any of these games and just starting to play them. You can check out which one you want to do. I've not seen this one yet. Legend Developments. Install the game, 220 points, bam, just like that. And don't forget, guys, that as you check these out, anything you do to kind of complete these missions that earns you points on the Grab Tab page goes towards this, and that goes towards my community points, and that means we get paid. So, and not only that, you guys can earn gift cards for yourself as well. So check that out. I'm not going to go in depth on it because I'm absolutely knackered, though. We will sell out a bit more on that one tomorrow when I'm better rested and better ready to selling out. But if you fancy it, like I said, check it out, because it actually is a great way to support the stream for free. Those things actually really do usually go a long way. So absolutely check that out. Go download a game. Again, you can do it on your phone or whatever. It doesn't matter how. Just as long as you go through my link, it will. You can earn Twitch gift cards and give them to me. Even better! It's a cycle of supporting the channel and the StarCraft 2. Amazing. Guys, there's also the Patreon page. Last thing I want to mention, I don't think I mentioned it all today. Patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of pledges on Patreon go directly into tournament prize pools for StarCraft 2. We even cover the transaction fees. We're currently at $923 a month on Patreon, which is amazing. I'd love to push that up towards $1,000 a month by the end of the year. That would be incredible. So if you're feeling like supporting specifically our tournament prize pools, you can do so on the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going to run a set of ads on the outro. Stick around for a minute or two and watch the ads. Supports the stream even further. It's all about supporting. Allows me to do this. Allows us to run StarCraft. And you guys to watch it. Thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you guys next time, aka tomorrow, for more StarCraft 2. I'll see you there. Bye.